nipped, and it killed somebody in the stands over to the left.
Could you see anyone injured besides the blood on the former president?
All I saw was the gentleman from Beaver County who spoke earlier in the day. He was running for the State House Representative, Elmore. I know his name. He had a white shirt on, and I saw him come from that left stands where the people were mostly shot. I think there were several. They said 3 medevacs left here. Blood was down the right side of his. He wasn't shot, but you could see that he was next to somebody who must have been bleeding profusely, because he either helped them and ran, rubbed against them, or tried to get them help or something. It was covered. So I knew that he was near somebody. That was my first indication that somebody was actually shot, when I saw his blood on his shirt.
Erin, when did you realize that, hey, this might not be fireworks, this might be something else?
When they got Trump down on the ground. And then we were just so concerned that he wasn't hit, because we couldn't. It happened so fast. It's really hard to process it. I guess if you have it on your camera to see the exact minute, you can tell. But when he got up, he did not look bad at all. He didn't. He looked very strong. So then I saw that little bit. When I saw that blood, I thought, oh, he must have just hurt himself, hopefully. Right. But it does appear that he was probably nicked by that bullet. Right. That
and Erin
turned his head just in the nick of time, but just.
And Erin, you were so near to all of this yourself. You were right there. How did you personally feel about your own safety? Were you scared? What was that experience?
I was totally not scared for my own. None of us in that front row went down to the ground. Not a one. We wanted to only help the president. That's all we wanted to do. Either we could protect him, we could stand around him. I didn't see one person in the row hit the ground. Not one. I was shocking. No one was concerned about us. We were only concerned about him.
Now, you're somewhere safe. You're out of there. As you're starting to process this, I know we'll all be processing this over the coming days and weeks. How are you feeling now in this moment?
Well, what I've heard coming out here is now they feel that there was 2 shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower on this side, but the one on the right side they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere. So there could be in these woods around Butler.
Erin, I've covered many Trump rallies. I don't know how many you've been to.
This is my 6th.
This is your.
I was here. I was the 4th car in the parking lot this morning at 20 to 7. So I've worked all day.
You've been here all day.
Yeah, that. I knew you were NBC.
We're here. Look, the atmosphere coming into a Trump rally, the supporters, very jovial, very celebratory. Typically, people are selling merchandise, food. What were you coming in with today, and what are you leaving with tonight?
Well, I was here 4 years ago when he was in Butler. It was like 58,000 people. I tell people it was the most magical night of my life. When he came on that helicopter and circled 2 times, he had 4 rallies that night. It was just an unbelievable night. And I was anticipating to be another unbelievable night, but not this way. And it's just very sad. I mean, all these people that came to see him and to have him hurt, I can't even describe it, I just feel sad. I feel sad for our country. I feel sad for everybody, I mean, you don't like the guy, don't vote for him. Don't kill him. We love the guy. We're going to vote for him. I mean, what is up with his violence? I mean, it's just terrible. I mean, I just wish that people I'm glad that guy's no longer with us anymore in that tower. And I hope they get the other one too. And I hope they don't nick him. I hope they get him and he's down.
Erin, thank you so much. I'm so glad. No, I'm so glad you're safe. I know it's a lot to process today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Absolutely.
A lot of people knew that Trump's shoes must have fallen off.
The shoes, a new detail. And Lester, of course, this is an eyewitness account. We don't have those details confirmed. This is what Erin witnessed from her vantage point. We will wait for law enforcement to give us those details. But again, this is a developing situation. And right now, Erin and so many others just trying to make their way home, as there are thousands of people who were in this parking lot. Quite a bit of a traffic jam at this point, as people are trying to make their way out. And of course, Lester, make sense of what it is that they just witnessed.
Yeah, Dasha, thank you for your continued great reporting there as we get these accounts, and it bears reiterating. Look, folks, there are things that we're hearing, things we're learning. We will tell them to you when we can confirm them. Obviously, the witnesses have been describing potentially other victims in this, and we continue to work that angle very aggressively. As we know more, we'll tell you about this. The same in terms of what we will hopefully be able to learn about who was behind this attack. As soon as we can tell you something we can verify, we will go right to that. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, joins us now. Kelly, talk to me about reaction from the Biden administration, obviously watching this with great concern tonight.
Well, Lester, there are important steps that the administration takes at this point. The current president has been briefed by the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, and of course, her agents were with former President Trump, are getting direct information from the scene to the president. In addition, the president has been talking with his Secretary of Homeland Security and his Homeland Security advisor inside the White House. That, of course, is Alejandro Mayorkas, the secretary at the cabinet level, and Liz Sherwood-Randall, who advises the president on potential homeland threats inside the United States. In this moment, it is not candidate and candidate. This is the sitting president having to deal with the law enforcement piece, the national security implications, and sort of the mindset of the nation when an event like this happens. So the president is getting those threads of information coming into him. He is in Delaware right now. The vice president has also received an initial briefing. And certainly we are also hearing from others who have had their own experience and still do with the Secret Service. Former President George W. Bush putting out a statement saying that he and Laura Bush are grateful to the Secret Service that they were able to get former President Trump to safety, and they're concerned, of course, about what this incident was about, and they thank first responders for their swift action. So all the apparatus of the federal government shifts to deal with something like this. The Secret Service is involved in the investigation. They are also, of course, involved in the day-to-day protection of the former president. I have been told, based on my reporting, that the level of protection that he would receive as a former president, which has been his existence these last 3.5 years, heading into the convention in Milwaukee, he would be getting a larger detail as the presumptive candidate going forward. So expecting already plans in the works for him to have a more robust set of agents and procedures around him. They're also, of course, waiting to envelop the new running mate to be named at some point, and that person would also have Secret Service protection when former President Trump announces his pick. What happened today rattles the very core of the Secret Service. They do train for this. They are dealing with this potential threat at every event all the time. Here at the White House, where I am right now, no visible sign of any enhanced security. They are focused on certainly the events surrounding the former president at that location. It would also include state and local authorities who would be on the ground participating in the investigation, which would typically be led by the FBI. So as far as any contact from the president, he's got a team of senior advisors around him who are able to give him direct information from the Secret Service, as well as the Department of Justice, law enforcement, and importantly, those Homeland Security advisors, both at the cabinet level and inside the White House, who may have more of a picture about potential threats or concerns that our colleague Tom Winter was talking about. That's where we are at this point from the White House, Lester.
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you very much. Excuse me. The good news is, again, we saw the former president leaving, getting into the car, pretty much under his own power, certainly supported and escorted to safety. But he looks like he will be okay. And once again, flashing that triumphant fist that is characteristic of many of his campaigns. For those of you just tuning in, we want to play for you the moment when Secret Service agents rushed former President Trump off the stage. We want to caution you that we don't know exactly who said what's captioned on the screen or why they said it, because it was such a chaotic moment, but here it is.
Are we good? Shooters down! Shooters down! Are we good to move? We're clear! We're clear! Let's move! We're clear!
And again, that moment of chaos, you hear the screams in the crowd as people are beginning to learn that something is amiss there. Our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, is with us on the phone. He continues to get reaction and national security details. What can you tell us now?
Lester, while I'm on the phone with you, one of my colleagues is on the phone with the local district attorney in that county who tells NBC News that the alleged shooter, the person they believe responsible for this event, is in fact deceased. So again, to repeat, the local district attorney in the area where the Trump rally is telling one of our colleagues right now that in fact the alleged shooter, the person they believe to be responsible for this, is deceased. We do not yet have a name or identity of that individual. We don't know their background, where they may have come from, any sort of personal motivations. That's information we're still trying to gather, but that's the headline. The second component of this, 3 senior U.S. law enforcement officials tell myself and colleague Jonathan Deans that there appear to have been, or they're looking into whether or not several other individuals were shot that were in the crowd. Those are not individuals suspected to be involved in this. Those were either rally-goers or bystanders, but they're looking into whether at least 2 other individuals were shot as well. So that's the latest update that would seem to indicate to us a couple of things. One, they believe they know who did this. They believe they know where they were, potentially what they were using, and they can now start to do a lot of detailed investigative work. We don't know, although there is no indication at this time, that any other individual was involved, but obviously it's very early and very preliminary on that front, and a lot more work will presumably need to be done.
Yeah, let me just follow up on that. I think you may have answered the question, but we did hear from one witness a bit earlier who seemed to believe that there were 2 individuals involved. You're saying that the local DA is saying 1 shooter is deceased. So the belief is that it is a single shooter?
The belief at this time is that that's the case, because what they said was that the person they believe is responsible is deceased. So they did not indicate that there were any other individuals. But that's, again, Lester, as you well know, we're less than 2 hours into this, and so there's a lot of information, a lot of things that are fluid on the ground. And just because this individual may or may not have been assisted by others at this rally, did they have any sort of help in any other way? Those are big questions that will be answered in the next couple of minutes or hours. Typically, based on past events, as you know, this is usually just 1 individual that's involved. But of course, investigators have to keep their minds open. And as reporters who are relying on that information, the investigation that is going on in our own homework, well, we're keeping our minds open too.
And Tom, you and your team certainly have a huge depth of experience in these kind of breaking news matters, especially when they involve issues like what we're seeing play out here. Is it likely this thing is going to unfold very quickly, that they will work backwards from the moment of the shooting and have a pretty good idea of what they're dealing with?
So let's take, for law enforcement, worst case scenario with respect to the investigation. If this individual had no identity on him, no sort of background, the FBI would be able to instant fingerprint him at the scene. They would be able to get information, and either that way they'd look into facial recognition to see if they could identify him in any sort of government database. From there, you might know where the individual lives, any relatives. They will comb through every inch and ounce of his social media. They will have the ability to go to social media companies and ask for an emergency warrant, and they will most certainly be granted to get access to those communications, cell phone communications, text communications.
Tom?
All of that will be part of the instant investigation.
I apologize to ask you a question, then I have to interrupt you, but we are getting some confirmation. The Butler County DA is now telling us that one spectator has died in this incident. 1 has been apparently wounded and is in critical condition, and the shooter, as Tom has been reporting, is dead. So to repeat that news, and this comes via the Butler County DA, 1 spectator at this Trump rally is dead. Another is in critical condition, and the shooter, what we believe right at this hour, the lone shooter, is also dead. And as our colleague Tom Winter was reporting, they will work very quickly and work backwards, and will likely know a lot about this individual in a short amount of time. You see former President Trump trying to acknowledge the crowd while being obviously stunned and being led to the safety of an armored vehicle, but it appears that he is okay, suffering what we've all been able to see, some sort of a graze-type wound to his ear. We hear him, asking for his shoes. He is led away. He continues to turn toward the crowd to offer a sense of assurance that he is okay. And he is now clear of that scene as people continue to leave, all of them telling stories of hearing these pops. Some of them, one woman we had on was able to describe the shooter. Now that we've got that confirmed, her account certainly jibes with what we're getting now from the officials in Butler County, Pennsylvania. And that is the crowd here trying to trying to rally their spirits, and certainly this was several minutes apparently into the former president's rally there in Pennsylvania when this occurred. Multiple what sounded like shots, pops, but we presume there were gunshots fired in his direction as he was looking to the right, and a little unclear, he grabs his ear, and then you can see this team of Secret Service agents can quickly swarm him, confirm that he is clear, out of danger, the risk nullified, and then he is escorted to his vehicle and to safety. That area you're looking at right now is a crime scene. We've seen subsequent pictures where you see the police crime tape, and they will treat it as any other crime scene and try to get the details of this. We don't know what this means in terms of the exact injury that former President Trump received, what treatment he may be receiving, what this will do to his ability to campaign. We certainly, of course, expect to see him in this coming week as the Republican National Convention is about to begin on Monday in Milwaukee. So RNC officials certainly trying to figure that out. But right now, the greatest concern is from that angle is the health of the former president. And of course, thoughts also turning now to the one spectator who was killed in this, another spectator who was in critical condition from a wound sustained during all this. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh. She has been giving us plenty of updates here. Dasha, as you've heard, we've now been able to confirm that at least one spectator has been killed in this, and the shooter himself is dead.
Lester, just for those who are joining us in this moment, just a reminder that our team, we were in the press pen when this happened. We were in front of a camera, just getting off camera as the former president started to speak. Just a few minutes into his speech, this transpired. We ran for cover as we were trying to figure out what exactly had happened, initially thinking it was NBC News just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. You know, I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, you know, hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly, as far as I could tell. And at that point, a state police and a SWAT team, you know, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind the bleachers.
You helped carry the man yourself. What was his condition when you were carrying him?
He's deceased. He died.
How close were you to him?
A couple yards. I mean, it wasn't very far.
Did you know the man?
No, it's a complete stranger. They put a towel over his head and then carried him off.
And you said there was another woman nearby who was also injured. Where was she in relation to him?
I believe she was in the bleachers, like either above me or just to the side of him. But it seemed like she was kind of at my flank, and then she flinched, and it looked like she had taken a gunshot wound to the forearm and hand.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard multiple gunshots, 8 to 11 shots. We've been hearing it replayed on the video here. Do you remember, can you tell, I know it was a chaotic scene, but at what point, was it immediately when you heard the gunshots that he was shot, or was it later on into the firing?
The first 7, he was hit and she was hit within the first 7 shots. I counted 7 shots.
What was going through your mind? You were right there. I know it happened so quickly, but what can you tell us about those moments?
First, I was in shock because I know what gunshots sound like, so I knew they were gunshots. I couldn't tell from where they were coming from. And when I noticed someone got hit, then I noticed, well, it seemed like they were coming from behind me, and it just was pandemonium. And then I heard some more shots, and I couldn't quite tell where they were coming from, but I counted the first 7. They were very loud and very close. And it killed one man and wounded another woman.
And Joseph, you told me that you're a doctor, you're an OBGYN. How did that background play into how quickly you were sort of able to assess the situation and know what happened to these individuals and know what was going on?
Well, I told the police, I tried to render assistance. I told the police I could render assistance. They had another physician on the EMT team, so they kind of took over. So they weren't really need me, so I kind of helped carry them down initially out of the bleachers. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't, the man that got hit, there was no assistance that needed to be given. And unfortunately, his family witnessed the whole thing. It seemed like he had several family members in the bleacher with him. And they were quite upset. They didn't know, they were in shock. They didn't quite know what's going on. But the man was definitely killed instantaneously.
Could you tell sort of how many family members or people who knew him were with him, and what was their reaction?
I thought there was 5 people. 2 of them were relatively hysterical. So, but they were, when we took the man out of the bleachers, he went to the tent. There was an aid tent or some type of tent behind the bleachers where they took the body, and they immediately evacuated the family with them. And the 2 out of the 5, it seemed, in shock, hysterical. Like they were still trying to process what was going on.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard the shots. We saw the president go down.
Yeah, I saw President Trump get hit.
Yeah. What can you tell us? What details you remember?
It seemed like his head was off to the side, and it seemed like he got nicked in the ear.
Was that before the Secret Service took him down to the ground, covered him?
Right before the Secret Service. I mean, it was maybe, again, it's hard to tell, time dilates when, it seemed like it was a second or 2. Like that first 7 shots that went off, the man got hit. He was killed almost instantly. The woman in the bleachers, she got injured, like she got hit in the forearm and the hand. And then in those rounds that were fired, again, I was videoing the event, so that's when I saw Trump get hit. And it seemed to me like he was looking to the side and the round grazed his ear. So.
Could you tell the gentleman that was hit in the head what angle he was in relation to the former president, like which direction the bullets were coming from and to?
So it looked like he was facing the president at the very far left portion of the bleachers, so he's directly facing it. Again, it seemed to me like the shots were coming from the rear, like behind us. And for me, it seemed like the man was in the way. I guess...
In the way of the former president?
No, it seemed like the man was in the way of the shots between whoever was shooting the gun and the president. The man was hit. It seemed like he was in the crossfire.
And I know... And I know you're in shock and still processing all of this. It's sort of hard to evaluate our own emotions in this moment, but you just experienced something horrific.
Yes.
What can you tell us about your state of mind right now?
Yeah, I've had opportunities to go to these rallies before. It's the first one I ever went to. I had time off to go do it. I was kind of excited to go, but it's everyone, it's something you don't expect. It comes out of the blue. It's like a bolt out of the blue, and it's shocking. The way politics goes in this country, it just seems like it's really polarized. Everyone's just very angry. I'm honestly shocked this didn't happen earlier. I was commenting to my friend who went to the event with me. I was like, the back behind the bleachers, it's really open. It seems like a really open venue, and it just, I got this sense that, if someone really wanted to do something, and again, I was openly talking to her, and I was like, if something bad was going to be happening, this is the perfect venue to have. I just said this like an hour before it happened. I was like, this would be the perfect place to do it. And, surprisingly enough, it happened.
A devastatingly prescient observation from you. Let me ask you one more question, because from where I was, there was confusion, then Trump stood up and there were some cheers, and then people sort of remained, those that weren't in sort of the immediate zone where you were, people were still sort of cheering, talking, trying to figure out what was going on. How quickly did you know that whether or not there was still a dangerous situation? It seemed like people sort of started to try to move on very quickly, not sure what had happened, right? So how soon did you know whether or not it was even safe? Did you want to get out of there? What did you witness in sort of the immediate aftermath once the shots stopped?
Well, it seemed like the shots went off, everyone thought it was a prank. Everyone, I think, got a sense, like when I looked out into the crowd, everyone thought, I think the initial reaction, everyone thought it was a prank. I knew better it was a gunshot because I just saw a guy get hit. And it did.
For those of us that didn't see, some people started laughing, some people were confused. It wasn't immediately clear to the crowd that didn't witness what you witnessed, that this was, in fact, a dangerous and deadly situation.
Oh, it was a dangerous and deadly situation. The problem is it's a large crowd. And when the gunshots went off, I think they were, again, my sense was they were being shot from behind, so they sounded a bit muffled. So it sounded more like a firecracker going off. So I think the initial reaction from the people around me were like, okay, well, someone brought fireworks. I just knew better. I know what gunshots sound like. And, when I saw the guy took a gunshot wound to the head, and I saw the woman that got hit in the forearm and the hand, I just knew that it wasn't fireworks. I mean, it wasn't fireworks initially, but I think the majority of the crowd didn't understand that it was gunfire. And I think people took it really seriously when the SWAT team started jumping over the rails. So I don't know what to tell you outside of that.
Joseph, I know this. I can't imagine what it takes to describe what you just witnessed in these moments, right in the aftermath. So we thank you so much for sharing.
We're happy to.
Lester?
Dasha, thank you for that account. I mean, no one should have to, fear for their life going to a political rally, something that is uniquely American. But these people have experienced the horror of someone opening fire on the crowd, and a former president who was, of course, the headliner at this rally tonight. As we've been reporting, one spectator is dead, another is in critical condition. The shooter, this all according to the Butler County DA, the shooter is also deceased. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, joins us again. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
That's correct, Lester. This is from President Biden, who is in Rehoboth, and he talks about this incident. He begins by saying, I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. The words of Joe Biden after learning about this incident involving his predecessor and his current rival in the political environment of this 2024 campaign. The president has been briefed by top officials. He has been talking with Homeland Security officials, and he is at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware, where he has a full complement of the things needed for the office, where he can get the income streams of all the relevant information. This first statement coming from President Biden, I would not be at all surprised if we don't hear more from him tonight as new developments take place. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you for that. Terry Schultz is with the Butler County, Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office and was at the rally. She is still there and joins me on the phone. Terry, first of all, if you can just walk us through what you saw, where you were in this crowd.
You know what? We didn't have VIP seats. We were a few rows back, enough that we could, see the former president, and then we were all standing there watching the jumbotrons they had put him on. And the next thing we did was we hear 3 shots. I see kind of his head, the former president's head, go sideways. You can see kind of like, blood. And at that point, I wasn't looking at anything. I was with some friends. They were like, you need to get down. Everybody get down. The people around me, there were some young people crying. And to be honest with you, at the time this happened, I wasn't even sure they were gunshots. But then we heard like 3 or 4 shots, and then we heard shots kind of returned. A friend of mine videotaped that, and we just watched that, and that's what we saw and what we heard.
From your vantage point, were you able to see where the shots were coming from? Was it obvious?
It was not, but you could hear them, and as soon as you heard the shots, your head turned towards the left. We have a route that runs outside the Butler Farm Show, Route 68, and it sounded like the shots were coming from out there near the field to the left-hand side of where we were. So it certainly was scary.
You know, we look at the videotape, and it appears some people didn't quite realize what was happening at the moment. Were you one of them who was not quite sure what you were witnessing?
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something,
absolutely. And again, until I was with some friends, and my girlfriend is like, you have to get down. People around us were pulling us down and saying, you have to get down. So I can tell you that it was chaos at the time.
Have you been to one of these rallies before?
I have not. It was my first time at a rally, and I was certainly excited, to go to one. We had so many people there. But I can tell you the chaos that this created. Everyone was scared. You see the former president and what's happening, and and then when I ascertained what had happened from some of my Pennsylvania State Police friends, it was very scary. But it was my understanding that they got the shooter. But that really doesn't make a difference, because it was just scary. Yeah,
that's our understanding is the shooter is deceased, and again, one of the spectators as well, and one critically hurt, a spectator, and the former president is going to be okay. But you bring up a point I think we will all be talking about, and that is, of course, we don't know what the motivation was for this, but it certainly comes at a time that we are all keenly aware of the deep divisions and the risk of political violence. Is it something you even thought about as you set out to attend this rally tonight?
To be honest with you, no, not at all. I guess I know that there's political unrest in the country. But in no way did I think that this would happen. And what concerns me more is it's not only political, but, there are innocent people here. And look what happened. And it should just never happen in our country. It really should not.
Your point is certainly well taken. I know you're with the DA's office there. Do you have any special insight into how the investigation is proceeding?
Well, I know that I'm seeing a lot of news trucks around here. I know that there were tons of Secret Service here. And again, I guess for me, I just question how somebody got through security, or where this person was in a field that somebody wasn't looking after them. And I guess that's just me and from my perspective of what I do.
Yeah. All right, Terry, thank you very much. As we continue to look at some of the pictures of the aftermath, we've shown you some of the still photos as well of people crouched down for safety, not sure at that moment where the threat was coming from. I want to tell you, we are hearing that we will hear from the president. We read his statement a few minutes ago. We will hear from President Biden at some point this evening. We don't have a firm time on that, but we'll keep you honest and let you know when we know more about that. In the meantime, let me bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we're all shocked and certainly saddened over the loss of life here and the injuries, and we're certainly grateful that the former president is okay. But this is going to be a very tough conversation in the weeks coming forward, one we've had on different levels before. Share your thoughts, if you would.
Yeah, and none of it, of course, taking away, Lester, from, as you described, the urgency and frankly, the devastation of this moment, given what we have now learned about what has happened at this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. I can tell you that our team here at NBC News is out to a myriad of campaign sources close to former President Trump. And obviously the latest that we've heard, and you've been reporting this, is that he is okay. He is, in the words of a spokesperson, fine and being looked at. We are seeking more information. I can also tell you that based on a message to staff obtained by our colleagues here at NBC, Alan Smith and Matt Dixon, a top campaign official is telling staff staff members that everything is okay, that we have no details to share at this time, but saying they'll follow up soon with more information. They are directing staff members to not speak with members of the media. They want what they describe as a total lockdown here. They add that your personal safety is of the utmost importance here. To pray, remain vigilant, and be strong. That is the messaging now, according to NBC News, that Trump campaign staff members are getting from the top, as there is just, it is always, of course it is chaotic in the moments after something like this happens. And it's also, I think, another reason to be extraordinarily careful in what and how we report what we know has occurred here in what is just a historic day here in the United States, Lester.
Yeah, and then, of course, Hallie, we are here on the weekend before the Republican National Convention. Obviously, there will be some changes. We don't know what is in effect, but we're hitting primetime campaign season now.
Yeah, we sure are, right? And this is a moment where everybody begins to pay attention, especially considering the start of the convention. I mean, think about it, Lester, not looking at the time here just after 8 o'clock Eastern, not maybe 3+ hours ago. You know, the biggest story that I think most campaign reporters were chasing was who Donald Trump picked to be his running mate. That was sort of much of the attention here on this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The conversation has clearly and necessarily changed very dramatically since then. I think one of the questions moving forward is going to be the movements of former President Trump. How long is he going to remain at the medical facility where he's at now? Where will he head after that? Does he still plan to be at the Republican National Convention starting on Monday? Obviously, that kicks off in Milwaukee with the expectation that at some point between now and of course, next week, he would announce his vice presidential pick. That is obviously taking a back seat to the immediate question of his own health and safety, as he is the presumptive Republican nominee here. And we are going to try to get some answers to those questions just as soon as we can, Lester.
All right, Hallie, we'll ask you to stand by. Thanks. Let me bring in Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. She's in Washington. Kristen, you're learning a little more from the Biden campaign, their immediate reaction to this.
Lester, we are, and our Monica Alba, who covers the Biden campaign, has this reporting that according to a campaign official, the Biden campaign is pausing all outbound communications and working to pull down our television ads as quickly as possible. And Lester, this underscores part of the conversation we were having earlier, which is that this is a moment that brings the country together in shock, in condemnation for this political violence. We are hearing from all quarters of the political universe, including some of those who have been quite critical of former President Trump. Liz Cheney, for example, saying the reports of the shooting in Pennsylvania are horrifying. Violence of any kind has no place in American politics. We are grateful for the reaction of the Secret Service and other law enforcement and pray for the former president and all those injured. Similar messages from former President George W. Bush, House Speaker Mike Johnson, and on, Lester. And it does come on the eve of the Republican National Convention. Former President Trump, his campaign apparatus, Republicans all over the country poised to go to Milwaukee to officially nominate former President Trump as their party's nominee. And as Hallie was just saying, we anticipated and we were working on trying to determine who the former president would pick to serve as his vice presidential nominee. And now, of course, the focus has shifted to this horrifying topic of political violence and what this country needs to do to prevent something like this from happening again, Lester. All
right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks very much. Let me reset here for our viewers just joining us on this Saturday evening. We are on the air with breaking news. There has been a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured. How he was injured is not clear at this time. I want to pause here. We're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here in the East while Mr. Trump was speaking. Here it is.
A bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready? Zombie, good to move. Good to move. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down.
Watch out.
I want to bring in now Evie Pompouris, a former Secret Service agent. We thank you for joining us again. We hear at one point, I didn't hear this in the earlier recordings, we hear at one point one of the tactical clothed individuals say the shooter is down. As you watch that unfold, I take it they were not prepared to move him until they knew where the threat was.
Yes, you can hear that clear line of communication, and the communication is very clear and succinct. Can we move? Are we clear? You hear shooters down, and you hear, are we clear to move? Clear to move. So you're hearing them speak to one another. And radio communication is one of the most important things. Actually, when it comes to comms, you always want to say less. You can hear them using very simple words, 3, 4 words. They just want to keep those airwaves clear so that the most important vital communication can pass. So they're making sure they hunker down. You see them surround him. He goes down to the ground. They all surround him. Again, when you're an agent, you're supposed to be a human shield. And in that moment, that is what they become. They become human shield. Your job in that moment is to protect your protectee, whoever that protectee is. So they all encompass him. And the other thing you are designed to actually make yourself as big as possible to make sure that any potential rounds or shots that come, you don't want them to miss you and hit your protectee. So as they're hunkered down, they're locking him down. And if you look at the shot, actually, there's a shot where you can see the front of the stage, and around it, you'll see that design, that almost like a smaller, like a design barrier. It's got the flag around it. That typically, and I can't say whether it is or is not in this case, but in some scenarios, when you work as a side agent, you will pick a barricade that's actually something strong and sturdy. It could be concrete or steel. Usually it's some type of steel, and that is used for that when something does happen, unfortunately, like we're seeing here, they can actually get down to the ground so that they have some type of cover.
Evie, thanks. Really important information we're learning from you. I want to let folks know we believe moments away from hearing President Biden. He is going to stand at that podium, and we believe this is in Delaware. Somebody can confirm for me. But he will address the nation about these events tonight in Florida. The shooting that apparently wounded former President Trump, who is said to be okay. It killed a spectator, wounded another who's in critical condition. The shooter, who has not been identified, we know nothing about that person's background or what might have motivated him. That shooter is said to be deceased as well. This story has been rolling out, and here is the president.
Thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President? Was the security failing, Mr. President?
The president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but just noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this. And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising in the wake of this. We know that the president couldn't confirm, but we have confirmed that at least 2 spectators were shot, 1 killed, another who was in critical condition, and again, the shooter, who we don't know a lot about right now, is also deceased. Let me go back to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. The White House getting out in front of this very quickly, Kristen.
Lester, they sure are, and President Biden condemning this in the strongest terms possible, which is what you would anticipate. He has long condemned political violence. He said this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He did say he had tried to speak with the former president, whom he referred to as Donald. He also noted, Lester, that he is receiving thorough, robust briefings from his national security team, from his federal agencies, and that will undoubtedly continue throughout the night. The White House will undoubtedly need to keep the public informed throughout the night. It comes, as you point out, as they have pulled down and are working to pull down all of their ads, as the Trump campaign is in a media blackout. And it speaks to, Lester, the seriousness of this moment, the gravity of this moment, the fact that, quite frankly, something has just shifted in our American politics, in our country. This act of political violence, which, as the president said, cannot and will not be tolerated. And it does come as everyone is preparing to go to Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention, another event that will be met with heavy security. The perimeter there will be quite strong, quite large. Getting into the actual area where the convention is taking place will undoubtedly require going through magnetiles, making sure that no one is armed going into that event. But again, Lester, this just underscores, I think, that something fundamental has really shifted in our American politics today.
Yeah, it's certainly, the threat has been talked about, but to see it play out on this scale is certainly horrifying. Kristen, thank you for that. We'll go back to you in a bit. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. You have a statement from Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son.
Yeah, via a spokesperson to our colleague Peter Nicholas, that listen, you heard President Biden say he tried to reach former President Trump on the phone. We know that the former president's son has spoken with him in a statement saying they just talked on the phone, with Donald Trump Jr. saying that his dad is in great spirits, that he will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what in Donald Trump Jr.'s words, no matter what the radical left throws at him. So what we can glean from this, a couple of things, that former President Trump is, as his campaign says, fine. He is well enough to speak. He is well enough to be on the phone, at least with his immediate family members, at least with his son, Donald Trump Jr. We know that he is receiving medical treatment at a local facility with this rally happening, of course, in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we know that there has been a slew of reaction, as Kristen, as you, as others have talked about from both sides of the aisle here, strongly condemning political violence after this very difficult day in American politics. Lester, we'll keep you updated as we get more.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Kip Tom, former U.S. ambassador to the UN, was just a few yards from the former president when the shots rang out. Thank you for joining us, sir. Can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was just with the president a few moments earlier before he came on stage, and everything seemed like a normal day. But when he walked down that red carpet and walked up to the podium, and after he spoke for about 10 minutes, I was sitting in the front row at the end of the runway, but all of a sudden these shots broke out. And I think there was people that actually thought it was possibly fireworks, but I seen the gun smoke, and obviously there was a person about 15 foot behind me that was hit. I think severely wounded at the least. But nonetheless, the crowd stayed pretty calm for the most part. And but you know, it sounded like there was 6, 7 shots to start with, and then it seemed like there was a little pause, and then we heard a different caliber gun fired, which I assume was probably the Secret Service. But then I thought I heard another couple of rounds come off, but it felt like it was behind me, but it could have been the echo.
Did you hear did President Trump say anything?
No, he was just giving the typical rally speech that he typically does everywhere, you know, and trying to encourage voters to get out and vote, and talking about his plan for America.
But as the shots rang out, did he cry out? Did someone tell him to get down, or was that instinctive?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard everybody say, get down, but I think he was already going down. That's when everybody thought at first maybe he had been hit more severely than he was. I mean, it's already severe. And let's face it, it hit his ear. It could have been a little bit closer. It could have been disastrous. But when he went down to the ground, then he got up, he put his fist up in the air, or his hand up in the air, so we knew he was okay.
There are presumably, at least it appears to be, a lot of people in that crowd. By now you have heard that one spectator was killed and others critically wounded. Has it settled in of how close a brush everybody in that arena or setting came tonight? Yeah, you know, there was a lot. It was interesting listening to the people as they departed the scene, and you know what was going through my mind, and of course being a little older than many of those that were there, but I was recalling the Kennedy assassinations and some of the other attempts that were made during my lifetime, and I was recalling those and thinking about those, and then moving forward to where we're at today, and we still have a problem with this. So it's shocking, but most people are pretty upset. There's no question about it. Understandably. Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time being with us. We're glad you and yours are safe after this tonight. Retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh is with me. By now, as you know, we've been reporting that the shooter in this case is deceased, presumably shot by law enforcement. I think the next question will be, is this a lone operator, the proverbial lone wolf, or is this part of some kind of conspiracy? Those are two different things. How will they begin to get, at least put the dots together?
Yeah, well, let's start with the deceased shooter, Lester, and identify him, and then, you know, sweep his personal devices, phone, computer, etc., for, you know, associates, Confederates, and start interviewing around the circle around him. You've dug out a lot from the reporters and the witnesses since we last talked, and you know, it appears that maybe the shooter. It seemed like to me, watching the video closely, that the first shot or two is where the President Trump reacts. Hey, Jim, let me just stop you for a second. I just received a new piece of information that I want to get your thoughts on. We're now, from a confirmed source, that the shooter was actually firing from outside the perimeter. That changes a lot in terms of the security posture at these things, doesn't it? Yeah, it does, but what's surprising to me is that a shooter could get in an elevated position at any kind of a Secret Service event, because the first thing that the service does is they get all the elevated positions, and they put their you know, sniper teams up there and lookouts with binoculars and rifles. So, you know, it does seem from the witnesses that this was a distant shot now, that the reason the shot wasn't as loud, it was further off in the distance. And it looked like, watching the video, Lester, closely, that when the president turned his head to the right, the first shot or second shot, the first pop or two, is when he grabs his right ear. And then he, on his own volition, goes down squats down. No, he doesn't fall down, he just squats down. But you can see at that same moment that the spectators behind him are also hunching down as a normal reaction to gunfire. And then there's more rounds right after that. There's maybe another 5 rounds. And Dasha Burns had a witness that she just interviewed, and he talked about he counted 7 rounds. And that was close. I don't know can't tell the exact number. I have to listen to that audio very, very closely. But I mean that sort of jives with what the witness said. So it looks like we had an assassin with a rifle outside the security perimeter. That's why you had mentioned earlier, magnetometers. Well, if you never breach the security perimeter, nobody checks you. And the first shot or second might have been the one intended to kill the former president, but it grazed his right ear.
Yeah, Jim, let me bring back, if I can, Evie Pomporis, a former Secret Service agent again. Evie, thank you for staying with us. I'd like to get your reaction to the fact this person was firing from outside the perimeter. That raises a lot of questions about how these areas are secured.
That's one of the most difficult things when you do outdoor sites. So when we spoke before, when you look at it this way, when you're in a closed environment, where even if it's an arena, at least you're in a closed environment, I only have to worry about what's on the inside. When you do open rallies like this, right? You're outside. You have to worry about line of sight issues. Line of sight is a massive problem. Why is it a problem? Because somebody can be out in the distance and really engage your target from a long range. And there are weapons out there that allow you to do this. So even though, let's say you hunker this whole area down, you've got the magnetometers, you've got the tactical element, everything's locked and tight. How do you secure that outer perimeter? How far do you go? And can you cover everything? That's a problem. These are probably, of all the types of advances you can do, these are probably the least favorite among Secret Service agents, because you have the inability. And even if somebody is in an elevated position or not, how do you secure all those elevated positions when you have weapons with the capabilities that are able to shoot long distances?
Yeah,
this is what you are up against.
Yeah, and you point about weapons that can shoot long distances. We tend to think of those as long guns, things that stand out certainly in a crowd, whether you're, no matter what side of the fence you're on. The fact that this person is at some distance was able to strike the former president, does that suggest some ability beyond the average gun user?
Well, that would be interesting to see, right? Because it's hard to speculate at this point. How far was that person? One of the things that lead me to think that this person was at a distance, when we hear the gunshot, it sounds very faint, very soft, right? It sounds like an echo. That's why so many people mistook it for fireworks. That's why a lot of people weren't sure it was a gunshot. So when you hear the shot like that, it does lead us to believe that it was at a distance. And that's why there's the confusion. I do want to say this, which is really interesting as I watch this. When you do security for these events, one of the greatest concerns are the people inside and stampede issues. And what I have to acknowledge is all these folks held steady and fast. We don't see people really losing it. We don't see people stampeding out, because it's not just the danger of the attacker, of what's going to happen. The danger a lot of times can come from within. So I really have to comment on everybody's ability to stay put, to not panic, and to allow the Secret Service, and also look at where that motorcade is. That vehicle where they exit him out, there's people all around, and you see everybody hold their position and allow the security team to evacuate.
Yeah, Evie, thank you for that. I should note, several years ago, working on a story for the Today Show, I went to the Secret Service training facility outside of Washington, and they put me through a simulation in which I was the protectee, waving to a crowd when shots ring out, and the swiftness of these agents moving around me, getting me in the car and driving off was stunning, even though I knew it was going to come. So the training is obviously something they do. They prepare for these kind of moments. I'm sure there'll be a lot of soul searching about what happened in this case, but impressive group of folks who put their lives on the line for these protectees on a daily basis. Evie, we'll get back to you in a few moments. I want to go back to NBC's Dasha Burns. She's outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. We're obviously grateful. You and the rest of our team are fine, the other journalists, but we do recognize 2 spectators were hurt, 1 killed. another in critical condition. Dasha, you have had some pretty heart-wrenching interviews today. People saw a lot of things you can't unsee.
Yeah, Lester, that's absolutely right. People who came to a Trump rally, some of them for the first time, looking forward to seeing the former president. There was music playing, people selling merchandise, people eating food, people reuniting with friends here, not expecting anything like this. Let me just set the scene for you right now. We are in the parking lot outside of the venue. Sirkin, our cameraman, is going to show you. People are kind of in a traffic jam right now. This was a one-way in, one-way out kind of road situation. This is Butler County. It's a pretty rural county. Not a lot of big highways, not a lot of big roads. So people have been, I mean, this is now hours later, and many people still waiting to get out and still waiting and processing everything that they've experienced. I want to introduce you to Tracy, who is stuck in this traffic jam right now. Tracy and Tyler, they're high school friends. They were right there. And Tracy, we've been hearing some of these stories. Can you just walk us through what you saw?
Absolutely. President Trump was up there, you know, and then within 5 minutes, we're hearing pop, 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 pop. And then everybody's on the ground. Everybody's on the floor. And it was just like, what? And we were on the ground level. We were 4 rows back from the stage. And are you coming?
We'll just follow along with you. They're moving in the car here, so we'll just
from the stage. And the people in the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed. Somebody died. Somebody got shot. Like this close to where we were. Those bullets, I pray to God for these people's families. Oh my God. But the how is this happening in our country today? And why? Why is it happening? Why?
And Tracy, you were telling me earlier, you know, you and Tyler, you know this county, you know this area. Did you ever think something like this would happen here?
Never. Absolutely never. You know, this shows you how much hate and hostility is in our world today. This is not a good thing. We need to all come together as a human race, you know. We need to help each other out.
Can you describe this area, this county, this place that you and Tyler grew up?
Yeah, Tyler?
Rural.
Rural. You know, cows, chickens. This is farmland. This is farmland here.
Butler, it's the county seat, but most of the county's private farmland. So it's people are pretty easygoing.
And Tracy, we talked about, you know, often Trump rallies, people are coming to celebrate, to see the former president. They're coming in with a pretty excited attitude. Can you walk me through what you came in with and what you're coming out with?
I came in with hope and excitement. If you have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Oh, we cover them all the time.
Well, how does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel? How are you feeling?
It makes me feel absolutely great and wonderful. You know, in my heart, I feel that this man really wants to help our country because I really feel that. I honest to God, I do, because this country for so long seems to be going down a path that it really shouldn't be doing.
So, I mean, you came in to hear the former president speak, someone you're a fan of, and what is your state of mind now?
Not good. There's too much hate. This is too much. We can't do this as a country. We can't do this. We need to come together as a country, and God willing, we will. I don't know if you're allowed to put that stuff on, but listen, man, my kid is a 4th-year seminarian, and he prays for this country every day. My child. My kid.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you and Tyler are safe. Drive safe. We hope you get home soon. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Lester, they've got a ways to go still. There's a lot of cars piling up here. There are a few different places that people are trying to exit at this point. A bit of a free-for-all, but people have been kind and generous to one another. People letting cars in that are trying to come in. And again, just reeling from what they witnessed. Some people very much firsthand, very much very, very close to the tragedy that we're describing from sort of the law enforcement point of view, the high level point of view. But at the end of the day, Lester, the people who were here on the ground, particularly those who were close to that violence, it's something they are never going to forget, and it's now associated, of course, with politics, with the state of our democracy for so many of the people that we've been talking to, Lester.
All right, Dasha, thanks. We'll continue to go to you as you get those riveting accounts from folks. NBC News campaign embed joining us on the phone now. She is in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the hospital where there is heavy law enforcement presence. NBC News has not confirmed that the former president is at that hospital, but it's 15 minutes away from where the rally took place. Jillian Frankel is there. What are you seeing?
Lester, that's right. I'm across the street from Butler Memorial Hospital. And as you mentioned, we do not yet have confirmation that this is where former President Donald Trump was taken. But there's a heavy law enforcement presence here. Media was across the street. We're shortly getting moved. The hospital is set up on a hillside, and there's law enforcement at the top of the hill looking down. There's also law enforcement at the top of the roof of the hospital itself. When I arrived, there was a helicopter circling the building, heavy police presence here, Lester. When I pulled up, I asked the officer how they were doing. He said they're hanging in there. Obviously, a terrifying scene here in Butler tonight. Lester?
Yeah, so the access road is cut off to this area?
It is. We are not allowed to go up there. The police vehicles have moved, but we're not allowed to go up the hill to the hospital itself. And media was staged across the street. They're actually sending us further away from the hospital itself momentarily. But yeah, it was completely blocked off when I arrived here, and still a heavy police presence. All
right, Jillian, thanks very much. Again, we haven't had correct me if I'm wrong from the control room, but I don't think we've had a complete description of the wound suffered by the former president. We have all seen, the blood coming out from near his ear, his right ear. Somebody described as a teardrop of blood, of fresh blood. It appears he might have been grazed by the bullet, but again, we haven't received a complete medical terminology description of the wound, but it does appear that he was certainly hit during all of this. He's largely under his own power, certainly being escorted down to the armored vehicle, but again, seems to be doing okay. In fact, we heard from President Biden a while ago, who said that he appears to be okay. We should note that President Biden says he will be trying to call former President Trump at some point here in the not too distant future. And there, the signal of triumph from former President Trump as he was put into that armored car and taken to, we believe, quite possibly the hospital we were just showing you a moment ago. Our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us. He continues to dig out fresh details. What more can you tell us, Tom?
Lester, a couple of these things coming from official statements from law enforcement, or for 3 to 4 law enforcement officials, to myself and our colleague Jonathan Dienst. We know that the FBI is now on scene and is assisting the United States Secret Service along with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their investigation into this shooting today at the Trump rally. You were just asking a question about whether we know whether or not the former president was shot directly, either grazed in the ear or in the cheek, or whether or not this was a ricochet. That's something that they're still trying to get a handle on, and whether or not a piece of glass was what may have struck him. But either way, he obviously, from the photographs, was struck in some fashion by something. The other information that we were being told, and I'm going to bring in the reporting of my colleague Kelly O'Donnell on this as well, is that this shooting happened outside the Secret Service perimeter. So for folks that have attended any sort of political rally involving either party, involving a presidential candidate or a former president, you'll notice if you go that you are wanded, or you have to go through a magnetometer, kind of like an airport-style security, if you will. That happens within the perimeter of the event. In leading up to the event, the U.S. Secret Service goes through the event site itself to make sure that there's nothing nefarious stored inside, that nobody's hiding out and waiting for a rally to begin. And they try to establish a perimeter that would allow them to be able to have a real control over the event. So what we're being told is that this shooting happened outside of that secure perimeter from a high point. Specifically where it is, I can't yet tell you. We're waiting to hear about that, but that's some of the information that we're waiting to get on. As far as what you're looking at on screen at the moments that this happened, this is standard protocol. You're looking at the heavy weapons teams that immediately went up on stage. Then you're looking at the Secret Service close protective detail of former President Trump, and this would be very similar at any event involving a former president, that they immediately surround him. Obviously, the Secret Service agents there are putting their lives into their hands if this individual was going to continue to fire. Speaking of the individual that law enforcement believes is deceased, that individual, the alleged shooter rather, is deceased, as I mentioned. That individual may have been shot by law enforcement. That appears to be coming into clarity at this time. We're still waiting on the specific details of that, whether or not that was a counter sniper team or somebody who was close to him. I suspect we'll get more details on that closely. As far as who did this and what their motivations are, there's some background information coming into view, Lester. But as you can imagine, there are a lot of names on social media at this hour. There are a lot of names that have been mentioned to us, and we're really trying to get a lot more clarity on that before we suggest a possible name of the individual who did this. But at this point, there appears to be no ongoing threat, and there's no indication that they're looking for anybody else. But this is now a full-blown federal criminal investigation, as you can imagine, and they will certainly try to determine whether this individual had any help. Not that we've received any indication of that, but that's obviously something that they will look into. And the type of rifle that could be used, as you would imagine, to fire from outside the perimeter to get close to that stage would be some sort of a high-powered rifle. The specific nature of that is, again, details that we're still waiting to get, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let me go to Kristen Welker now in our Washington, D.C. bureau, who has more. Kristen?
Well, Lester, just to reset for everyone, we are tracking the ongoing investigation that Tom was just talking about in the wake of former President Trump having been rushed off the stage after shots were fired at the Pennsylvania rally where he was speaking. To set the scene for everyone, the day started with the anticipation, the questions swirling about whether this might be the event where he announced his nominee for vice president. Obviously now the mood, the tone, the focus has shifted to this horrific act of political violence that unfolded at this Pennsylvania rally. President Biden did address the nation just a short time ago, saying this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He said he had tried to speak with the former president, had not been able to, but is continuing those attempts. He's also getting briefed. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, who is following all of this along with us. Kelly, what's the latest there?
Well, from the Biden White House perspective, this is a moment for trying to get information to the president. He, of course, is in charge of the Department of Justice and the Secret Service that are, of course, the agencies that will be working on this. There is always a careful separation between the executive and the law enforcement capabilities. But that's why the Biden White House has a critical role to play to provide the resources at the federal level to investigate this. The president indicated that he also recognizes that state and local officials are very much involved at this right now. Part of what will be a question going forward is what is the immediate change, if any, to the political calendar that is scheduled for this week, with the Republican National Convention expected to be in Milwaukee with lots of important events. Obviously, a full assessment of what is the condition of the former president right now. We don't have confirmed reporting yet about the state of that. When he left this event site, as the video indicates, of course, he was taken and has the resources around him for medical care. President Biden has said he wishes to speak to Donald Trump tonight. That can happen whenever the two are able to connect. That is not necessarily a vital piece in terms of next steps, but it is the kind of gesture and important connection that actually does send a message right now that this is not about the politics of the moment and that there are bigger issues here, with the current president and several former presidents talking about no room for political violence. We're hearing that from many elected officials on Capitol Hill as well. And right now, we're in a period of a few different streams of information. What is the investigation producing? What is known about the shooter involved? The extent to which this was some kind of an organized attempt? Were there others involved? All of those questions need to be sorted out. Then there's the political fallout. There is typically a quieting period after an unexpected event. Normally in campaigns, that would be something far less graphic than this. It might be the death of a loved one in a campaign. It might be a car accident. We've seen all those iterations before, and there's typically a quieting period where both campaigns turn down the volume. Everyone catches their breath before the rigor of a campaign resumes again. So this is a critical evening to gather facts, to get a sense of the scope of this, for direct communication between President Biden as a person and former President Donald Trump as a person, and not so much as candidates or in their office and former office. That's part of what's playing out here. Now, the president indicated he would speak again or communicate again if there were further developments, and there are questions to be identified about what next steps there should be, and are all the resources there. Even a question about where does former President Trump go in the immediate hours ahead. He, of course, was on the road as a candidate in Pennsylvania. What is the immediate plan for his next steps? Presidents and former presidents have not only a lot of security around them, but often their homes have additional security as well. So finding a way to safely transport him, making certain of his medical situation, and then the necessary communication between the White House and the former president. Those are the things we're watching. Kristen?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House for us. Kelly, thank you. And as you have been speaking, Kelly, we are watching these chilling, horrifying images of the former president rushed off the stage, bloodied, defiant, that traditional fist pump that Donald Trump is known for as he is whisked away to get medical care. Lester Holt is back with us. Lester.
Kristen Welker, thank you. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out, and she is now in a sea of traffic of people still trying to leave that area, many with some pretty horrific stories to tell. Dasha?
Yeah, Lester, that's exactly right. We've been talking to people who are stuck in this traffic jam and are processing what they just witnessed. I want you to hear now from, remind me your name, ma'am?
Vanessa Asher.
Vanessa Asher. Vanessa, you were very close to the former president when this happened. Can you describe to me where you were and what you saw?
We were 6 rows back, right in front of his podium, straight back. And he was talking about his chart on this side. And he was looking directly at his chart. And when he went over to this one, that's when he was grazed here. He was shot. And if he would not have looked at his other chart, it probably would have got him in the head.
So he turned his head just in the nick of time?
Yes, he did. In the nick of time.
And Lester, let me just explain to you, and I want to follow up with you more, Vanessa, but this is what we were talking about earlier. I'll send it back to you, Lester.
I apologize. Things are moving quickly here. We're apparently hearing from the former president himself. Hallie Jackson has it. Hallie?
It is a new post on his online platform, Truth Social, Lester, in which the former president says, and I will read this in full, because obviously this is the first time that we are now hearing from the former president himself since this incident at his rally in Butler. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, the former president continues, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person person that was badly injured. He goes on to say, it is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. He also adds, nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead. The former president says he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. You're looking at that online post now. So he is confirming, he says that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. And he ends this post by saying, God bless America. So, Lester, some significant questions that are being answered now from the former president here as to what happened, as to how he's doing, as to his state of mind. And again, significant in that he is describing in rather vivid detail the moment when he says that bullet went through his ear. He heard the whizzing sound. You're seeing some of these images now, including some that are being circulated by his allies with the former president, his fist raised in the air. He said he felt the bullet ripping through the skin with a lot of bleeding taking place. What we don't know now is where the former president, is headed next. We understand that he is obviously getting treated at that local medical facility. We know from his son, and I will tell you from other sources that I've spoken with, that he appears to be in good spirits. That is what folks are being told, and that his son, who has spoken with him directly, says. And you see the former president able to, obviously, in these videos, this image we've been showing, able to move, able to pump his fist. But you see the blood that he's talking about there on his right ear as the former president is describing what happened. Important to note here, he is also, of course, extending condolences to the person who was hurt, the person who was believed to be killed there, and thanking law enforcement for their incredibly fast response. And you saw the response, Lester, in one of these remarkable moments as it unfolded. In some quarters, in some places online, there was a live stream of this happening. Obviously, the cameras of every network in the country were on this, given that he is the presumptive Republican nominee, of course, before this happened. And you see the absolute chaos there in Butler that we've been describing from Dasha, from Jillian, from Jake and Bianca and our teams there as the rest of it unfolded there. So again, Lester, the first statement that we are getting from the former president himself, posted as Donald Trump is wont to do, posted on an online platform there on Truth Social as he's looking to get the message out immediately, as quickly as he can, it appears, to the American people, that he appears to be okay, that he's extending his condolences, and specifically what happened, as he says, that bullet hit his ear, Lester.
Yeah, incredible to look at how close that was to hitting a vital area of him. That first description from the former president himself, Hallie Jackson, thanks very much. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Garrett Hake right now. Garrett?
Lester, in reading that statement from Donald Trump, confirming that, in fact, he was shot in this incident in Butler tonight, I think about the times that I've discussed his safety with members of his campaign over the last year or so, and there has always been tension and awareness in the minds of Donald Trump's campaign staff, even at senior levels, of the risk that he takes every time he goes out. Campaign officials will tell you that he gets an enormous amount of threats, frankly, as many politicians do across the political spectrum, and that the campaign has worked across this very long period of time since he first announced more than a year ago that he would be running for president, to balance, in some cases, his desire to hold these kind of mega rallies, these huge outdoor events, with his personal safety. They are very cautious about using what is known in the industry as OTR stops, the idea of him appearing at short notice in certain locations where folks cannot necessarily be screened in the same manner that they are by the Secret Service at events like this. And, you know, any presidential campaign thinks about the candidate's safety. It's a major part of the job. You work with the Secret Service for that reason. But this has been front and center in the minds of campaign staffers going back really since before the launch of this campaign. Obviously, an unusual campaign in the sense that here is someone who has never not had Secret Service protection from the moment he was first sworn in 2017. through this moment. And I think looking ahead now, and this is something that we're trying to report out, is what, if anything, is going to change about the Republican convention next week? Obviously, the former president was set to arrive there on Monday morning. He was expected to be in Milwaukee across those 4 days. These conventions, as many of our viewers know, are very much high security situations, downtowns locked down days in advance, very difficult to go in or out. What will change in the security, and what will change in the messaging of this convention? We've already seen some of Donald Trump's allies, perhaps most notably his son, Eric Trump, making use of that image on your screen right now, the fist pump from Donald Trump in the moments after we now know that he was shot, to say that this is the fighter America needs, in the words of Eric Trump and in the words of many of his allies, who are, I think, setting aside the moment that we're in right now, and especially knowing from the former president's own lips now, or his own fingertips, I suppose, that he's going to be okay. This image of him as a fighter is so central to his political identity, so central to his campaign's strategy, and something that I'm sure will be incorporated into whatever we see of the convention next week. What changes might be taking place right now, Lester, very difficult to say. The campaign is on a complete lockdown, not talking to the press, really working through first what's going on with their candidate and what their next steps will be tomorrow and in the days ahead.
All right, we're looking at a motorcade leaving a nearby hospital that has been under heavy security here since all this happened. We have not received confirmation that former President Trump has been treated there, but we did just see look like a small motorcade leaving the area. So we'll continue to monitor that picture. Garrett, while I have you here, let's talk about what is likely on the minds of a lot of people. I mean, certainly we're looking at a case where there has been a loss of life. Another spectator has been seriously injured. But this comes as the country and Democrats are still wrestling with the issues over the President Biden's performance in the debate. And now this. I guess it'll take some days to play out as to whether we're looking at another reset and changing how people view this campaign.
I think that's right, Lester, and I think it would be a mistake to speculate on exactly what will go forward now. I can only say where it has come to now, and the campaigns that I've covered in the past, the level of intense focus and scrutiny on this presidential election here in early July is very unusual, especially for an election, I think, that a lot of people had kind of tuned out of. Essentially a battle of two incumbents, two people hugely unpopular outside of their own political bases. There was the questions about whether Joe Biden would continue in this race after that debate performance, a historically early debate, and now an intense focus on Donald Trump, on political violence. We know nothing yet about the shooter or his or her motivations. We know nothing yet about exactly why this event took place. But we know the political climate that we're in has been incredibly heated, going back for years. I cover Congress in my other role at this network, and the threat level in Congress has been a huge boost over the last several years by several factors over, more threats against members. So the political environment has changed in that sense, and the heat is turned up to a level that we're just not used to seeing in the summer, which is often the doldrums of a presidential campaign. The sweepstakes speculation is typically the kind of thing that folks in my business are talking about right now. News only for the most dialed in of the political viewers out there. Now all of a sudden we're talking about what appears to be, what is being investigated as, according to our reporting, as an attempt on the life of a nominee or soon-to-be nominee of the presidency of the United States. The phrase that we are in uncharted waters is completely worn out, Lester, but here we find it once again perhaps the most appropriate way to view our political dynamic.
It certainly says it in so many ways. Thank you, Garrett. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. You have received a statement from the Secret Service. What are they saying right now?
Yeah, a new statement now putting on the record officially, Lester, what our team has been able to report out from their sources over the course of the last 2 hours or so. I will read it in full here because it's important to note what the Secret Service is saying, that during the rally in Butler tonight at around 6:15 p.m., they say a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. They say that Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. The Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. The Secret Service spokesperson goes on to say that one spectator was killed, two spectators were critically injured, so badly hurt. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And obviously the FBI and the Secret Service have plenty more work to do here on this front. But Lester, again, significant in that this is the official confirmation that, as we have been reporting here, the suspected shooter here is dead. Two people have been badly hurt. One person was killed here in a moment that is reverberating not just in the political world, but around the country, and I will tell you around the world, with international reaction coming in from world leaders. I want to also share with you some reaction coming in from the former president's daughter, Ivanka Trump, who is posting now in just the last couple of minutes that she is thanking people for their love and prayers for her father and for other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. She says she's grateful to the Secret Service, to law enforcement officers. She continues to pray for our country, ending by saying, "I love you, Dad." Again, from Ivanka Trump, today and always. Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. For our viewers just joining us as we near the top of the hour, we're on the air with breaking news. We have been for several hours now following the events involving a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured. He says he was shot, and he has just posted on Truth Social that he was hit with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says he felt it ripping through his skin. What I want to do here is pause for a moment, and we're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here on the East Coast while Mr. Trump was speaking. Listen closely also to the sound of the gunshots and what's heard of the moments right after that until he is rushed into the car. Here it is.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move his spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready? Down. Down. Are we good? Shooter's down. Shooter's down. Are we good to move? Shooter's down. We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. My shoes. Watch out.
We wanted you to be able to see that really from start to finish to when he ends up here in the armored vehicle and is taken to, we believe, a nearby medical center. What we know right now, the Secret Service says Donald Trump is safe. NBC is reporting the gunman fired a weapon from a high point, an elevated position outside the perimeter of the rally, so outside the Secret Service security area. The shooter is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed, 2 others injured. President Biden has been has talked to the nation. He addressed the nation just a short time ago.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
And the president saying he plans to call former President Trump. President Trump, we should note, has issued a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally goer who was killed and another who was injured. He also thanked law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign says he is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. His son, Don Jr., weighing in, saying his dad is in great spirits. Let's go right to Richard Goldinger, the Butler County, Pennsylvania DA, who joins me on the phone. Sir, thank you for talking to us. First of all, were you at the rally this evening?
Lester, no, I was not present at the rally today. No.
All right. Can you tell us what at least the early part of the investigation has shown in terms of what we know potentially about the shooter and his motive?
Well, I don't know anything about a motive. I can tell you basically what you've already stated. We have, a spectator dead, unfortunately. We have a second spectator injured and seriously, and the shooter obviously is dead also. So, yeah, that's where we are at this point.
The Secret Service, as we see, moved in quickly but methodically as they work to protect the former president. What interaction occurs before a rally like this between local officials such as yourself and the Secret Service?
Well, I can tell you that for the last week or so, when this was first announced, that they have been talking to the Pennsylvania State Police, our local municipal officers. We have a CERT team that was activated for this event, and there was a lot of coordination to provide safety for not only the former president, but everybody that attended this event. So there was a lot of preparation put into this, obviously in a short period of time. But these people are professionals, so they know what they're doing, and they put the proper steps into place to provide safety to everybody that was going to be there.
Mr. Goldinger, do you know, is this venue, is it a kind of a portable setup, or is it a setup that's there permanently?
No, it's a permanent setup. It's sort of like, it's called the farm show, but it's sort of like a fair. So it's a large, wide open area. There's actually an airport there also, a small airport. So, yeah, it wasn't anything that they had to come in and set things up as far as, well, we're going to have this event here. They had to set the bleachers up and everything like that. But,
yeah, and then I'm curious, are you familiar, we're now getting the reporting that the shooter fired from an elevated position. Can you, in your mind, picture what that position might have been? Or is there a nearby hill?
I absolutely can. Yes, I can. And so that would have been several hundred yards away, in my mind, from where President Trump would have been speaking. And again, off-site. So,
was it a hill or just a elevated area?
No, it's all fairly flat from what I can think. But obviously, if you get on a roof, you're elevated. So, and the showgrounds where they were at is all fairly flat.
All right, Mr. Goldinger, thank you so much for coming on and speaking with us. We continue to watch these pictures again. We've played them, and we know over and over again, but I feel like you see something different. One of the things in my previous reporting with the Secret Service, you see that woman who appears to be around the president. One of the things they are trained to do is to take their hands and then work it across the person's body and find out if there are other wounds that may have not revealed themselves yet. And they certainly do that once the protectee is put into the vehicle, again, to make sure that they can get an early read on any other traumatic injuries or wounds. So we continue to learn and see different things in this video, but certainly an example of professionalism, calm thinking, and training at work here as we watch these Secret Service agents move into this coordinated action, calling out vital information in short and terse statements. Shooter is down. Are we clear? And that sort of back and forth communication. It's fascinating to watch. NBC's Dasha Burns is still outside what was the Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out, she and her crew. we're happy to say, are safe. But you've been talking to people who are in a traffic jam. I don't see vehicles behind you, so it looks like there's some progress, Dasha, in clearing this area.
Yeah, Lester, last time we talked, there were cars all up and down this road here trying to get out of this venue. There were thousands of cars parked all across these lawns here. Now that's cleared up, but we did speak to some of the people who have been making their way out, people who witnessed this absolute tragedy. And I want to introduce you to some folks who kindly pulled their vehicle over for us so that we could speak with them. This is Stacy and Vanessa. And as you said, Lester, the former president now posted on Truth Social describing how he was shot in his ear, grazed by a bullet in his right ear. Well, Vanessa was right there. You both were right in front of the former president when this happened. Can you describe what you witnessed?
Yes, we were 6 rows back, straight in front of him, and at his podium, we could see him really good. He was talking about his chart, and he moved his head to the right to explain where they're at in the chart. And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
So he moved his head just in the right moment to get an ear graze instead of something worse.
Yes.
And Lester, let me just explain to you briefly, because we were on the press risers as the former president was starting his speech at the rally. He was only a few minutes in. What Vanessa is referring to when she's talking about those charts, he was talking about immigration and immigration under the Biden administration. He had screens on the left and the right of him, behind him, and he was pointing to one of those screens where he had a chart that was detailing immigration rates, and he turned to point to that chart, and that is when his ear was grazed, and you've seen this on the video. But to Vanessa's point, if he hadn't made that turn to show that chart, things could have been a lot different. Vanessa, where you were when you first heard those shots ring out, what went through your mind and what happened with you and the people around you?
At first, I didn't know if they were firecrackers. There were 6 pops. It just went pop, 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 pop. And then as I was staring straight ahead, I looked across and I didn't see anything. So I looked back at President Trump, and that's when he went down. And then
what ran through your mind?
That, we are all in a situation that we could be very hurt. And they're telling us to all get down, stay down. And then a lot of things went through my mind. Where's my husband? What about the 3 people that we met today beside us? Who else could be injured? Why did this happen at President Trump's rally? I mean, a lot of things went through my head. Are we going to be out of here safe?
What are you, I mean, you are safe, thank goodness, and I'm so glad you are, and I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. As you sit here in your car now, trying to process all of this, what are you feeling now?
I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I'm glad that President Trump is okay. I worry about the children that were at the rally and how traumatized they are after witnessing all this. The little girl that was a couple rows ahead of us, she was petrified. And what's going through her mind, is she going to be okay, or is she going to have nightmares, or, I worry about children. I worry about the people that lost their loved ones today. And I most certainly worry about my President Trump.
Vanessa,
we're okay.
I'm so glad you're okay. Vanessa, Stacy, thank you so much. And please, you deserve to go home. You deserve to get some rest now. And I hope you drive safe. And thank you so much. They've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, a long day, and certainly not the day that you were expecting. So thank you so much. And Lester, the sun is now setting here in Butler County as the tragedy of the day is just starting to dawn on all of us who are here.
All right, Dash, I think that woman sums it up well. She just wants to go home. It's been, for all those people who were there, what a story they will tell, and what a trauma, certainly an emotional trauma. to be a part of all that. Our investigative correspondent Tom Witter joins us again. Tom, what more are you learning from what appears to be a pretty rapidly unfolding investigation?
I think that's well put, Lester. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes in law enforcement as they investigate it. The FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office locally is on top of it. We're in the process right now. We're just doing a little extra verification of video that appears to show the aftermath of the shooting and this individual who shot from, as you just heard the district attorney to you say, from several hundred yards away. It was not, if all this video syncs up and looking at the maps, it does not appear to have been head on, if you will. So our vantage point towards Trump, it would have been from off to the side to what would be towards our left looking at this shooting. That's where it appears to have occurred, but we're still waiting to get more details at this hour. As far as, the president has said he was grazed by a wound, I'm looking there at both teleprompters, which would be the closest glass, and they both appear to be sound. There does not appear to be any sort of damage to them. So it does appear, at least initially, that that's the case, but we're waiting to get some additional confirmation. What will happen now, this investigation in some ways will be quick because they'll want to make sure that there's nobody else that they need to be looking for. We obviously have other people who are running for office or in office currently that they want to make sure are going to be safe or not impacted by anybody who knew this individual. But from a forensic standpoint, from other standpoints, they will slow this down. And once they search that individual's premises, they will make sure that they have a full accounting and cataloging of all the evidence. Even though the alleged shooter is believed to be deceased, they need to go through all of that. And just to take a bit of a step back here, Lester, we have been talking about for months. The FBI director has talked to you specifically about the incredible threat environment, and I don't use that word in a good way, but the incredible threat environment that is facing the United States. And at the center of that is obviously the tremendous political discord that we have, as well as foreign threats. And so when you look at this, this type of thing, unfortunately, is something that has been feared by law enforcement, that we would see some sort of political violence. And obviously, that's something that appears to have happened here today. So we're waiting to get more details. We do not have a name. I will caution people that are, as so often happens, Lester, as you know now, people are watching us and listening to what we have to say and keeping an eye on their phones and social media. There are several names that are going around on social media that I can tell you are flat out not true. Some of those individuals have been involved in prior mass shooting events. Some of those individuals are bloggers from foreign countries who have no nexus to this whatsoever. And so there's no indication, at least at this stage, that any of the names that have been widely circulated on social media are in fact associated with this shooter. And I think it's important for people to point that out. I'm not going to mention them because for some of those people, they have nothing to do with this, and we certainly don't want to give them any notoriety for no good reason.
Yeah, important to point out. All right, Tom Witter, thank you. We'll come back to you as you continue to gather more information. I want to bring back Evie Pomperus, a former Secret Service agent. I don't know if you heard my interview with the district attorney a few moments ago. He was describing there's an elevated area and perhaps of several hundred yards around this site. It's been pointed out that the wound received by Mr. Trump was on his right cheek. What are you able to put together as you visualize this?
You know, as I'm listening to the whole thing and we're hearing that the threat, in the terms that we would use, the threat's been neutralized, right? We understand, and what we're hearing is that the shooter is no longer alive. I'm thinking, how did that shooter get taken out? And was that shooter taken out actually at a distance? One of the elements you typically have when it comes to protection, you have counter sniper team. Sometimes the Secret Service will have their own team. Other times, if there are not enough resources, which can happen during a campaign season like this, if everybody's stretched out too thin, you may use a local element. So when I hear that the individual from a distance was shooting, I always think immediately of that counter sniper element. Was somebody able to take that person out? Now, when you have counter sniper, your counter snipers are always going to be at an elevated position. So if you're in an urban environment, they're going to be up in high-rise buildings. If you're in an environment like this, they're going to be maybe on any podiums or any stands, anything that gives them elevation. And what they're doing Lester, consistently is they are looking out through their scopes, through their binoculars. They're looking out and they're looking what's going on in the distance. So immediately, again, I'm assessing based on what we've done in the past. When you hear those sounds, you're immediately going to look to the direction of where those sounds go. You're going to engage eyesight-wise to see what do you see, and then is there a target to engage? So that's one way in which you can neutralize a threat. Another way that you can neutralize a threat from a distance is there will be a team on the ground. So the snipers are up top, they're seeing things, they're calling things out. You also have a team on the ground that can respond. So it's possibility that that team on the ground, whether Secret Service or local law enforcement, immediately went to that location if they're able to determine that location. So that's what you're going to think about when it comes to line of sight. And look, line of sight is one of the worst things. A lot of times when we have these outdoor events or the president speak in certain areas, you actually use the landscape to help you. And we've gone even to the extent of trees and bushes and anything you can think of to break line of sight. Line of sight is that one thing it makes you extremely vulnerable because it's such a hard thing to control, especially from a distance. And, and to follow up to, as I'm watching the reporting here and we see the agents coming in, and you brought this up before that the agents shielded the president and they're looking for wounds. You're correct. So as soon as they get the president off the stage, they go immediately into the vehicle and they're checking him for other wounds. And we actually saw a scenario like this play out with then President Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, same thing. He was outdoors. The difference with him, it was an arrival departure movement. So he's moving from a secure location to the car, and he's moving to the car, shots are fired. Now, at first glance, Reagan didn't look like he had anything. He looked okay. But his then detail leader in the vehicle actually searched him. And what they found was a small wound, and they found the gunshot wound, but that was not discovered until inside the vehicle. So although you're seeing him initially outside, he's standing, you see Donald Trump give the fist pump, but you really want to check him when he's in the car. And then from there, what you're going to do is you're going to take him to a hospital. So I know there was reporting that he was at some type of medical facility, a hospital, we're presuming. That's another thing that's put into basically the strategic response. You always have a hospital. That hospital, when you pick one, you're looking for something called a Trauma 1 hospital. Why do you want Trauma 1 hospital? A Trauma 1 hospital is a hospital that can deal with gunshot wounds. They can deal with mass trauma. So when you have a protectee, the idea, and in training, you understand that if they're going to be attacked, it's going to be likely with a weapon, a shot. So you want to take your protectee to a facility that can treat gunshot wounds, that can treat serious trauma. So it's very likely that the facility that Donald Trump was taken to was a facility like this. There's always an agent there in advance. They go in advance to speak to the medical staff. So there is a medical protocol that is put in place so that when something like this happens, the hospital and that agent is already there to receive the president and to do an assessment on him.
Let me ask you about who makes the decision as to how the venues are used. Does the campaign simply call up and say, hey, we're going to be at this site, you guys figure out how to secure it, or do you tend to work together with the campaigns? How does that go?
It's usually the first, and it's probably one of the hardest things. The U.S. Secret Service works really hard to try not to intervene, not to interfere in their protectees' movements. Look, the President of the United States, a former president, when they're campaigning, they need to be with the people, shaking hands, talking to everybody. Secret Service, you want to keep them secure. You want to keep them away from everyone. So the goal is to try to let them do their job, because they're a person of the people. So who do they need to be with? The people. So Secret Service typically allows staff to pick the locations. We will go there. It's very, very rare. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen it where they were told, no, you can't do it here. They are an agency that is very can-do. We can do this. I have to tell you, at first glance, even with this location, I don't see anything different than the other rallies I've been to myself. So this is quite common. Now, Secret Service can say no, but you really have to have a good reason as to why you're going to say no and justify that.
Abby, thank you. You continue to provide us with rich information as we try to visualize all these things and understand it and really interpret some of the video we've been seeing. We appreciate it. We'll ask you to stand by. I want to talk to Congressman Mike Kelly now. He was at that rally with his grandkids. Congressman, thank you for being with us. You guys okay?
Yes, Lester, thank you. We're fine.
How close were you to the former president, and what did you witness?
So I was about maybe 50 feet away from the podium where President Trump was speaking, and that, with some other congressional members and a member for the Senate. But and then behind him were the stanchions where people were sitting in the seats. So very close to it. A very strange day. You can imagine where I live in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is an agriculture town. This is an ag area, right? And we had it at the Butler Farm Show today, which is for years I've been coming here. And actually, we always participate in the 4-H sale here where the children bring their animals in and sell them. They make pies and cakes, and they have all these contests. This is about as basic as you can get. This is about as basic America as you can find. And today, Lester, I got to tell you, it was a beautiful summer day. People celebrating, people happy, people grilling food and getting ready for President Trump to come in. And then the aftermath of it was just shaking. You just couldn't believe it. And I'm really concerned as we go forward. There's something wrong in America right now. Look, this doesn't make sense. I will tell you this, though, as President Trump and his right ear, the bullet went through his right ear. It's a fraction of an inch maybe away from killing him. As he was leaving and as they were carrying him out, the Secret Service, he put his hand up in the air like, I'm okay. Unfortunately, the people behind me, about 10 rows up in the stands, there were people up there yelling and screaming, and they were talking. They had blood on their shirts and stuff, and there was a man who was down there. The security team rushed over there. They took him out of the stands, and apparently he has since passed away. But Lester, there's something wrong. There's something wrong in America today. This is we certainly today look like a third world country. Look, if you don't like whoever the candidate is, just don't vote for them. An attempted assassination on a presumption of the candidate. We're going into our convention this week. Former President Trump is going to come out as our candidate. What is wrong? What has happened in America? This is absolutely bizarre.
Do you think that we will hear a different tone for the rest of this campaign coming from frankly, both sides?
You know what? I would sure hope so. But do you know, and because I think you all covered this before, in 2017, our Republican baseball team was practicing for a spring baseball game as a charity event. And our leader now, Steve Scalise, was, again, a gunman attacked our guys while they were at practice and shooting up the place.
Yeah, I reported that.
I just don't understand this anymore. I really don't understand. The greatest nation in the world right now has succumbed to being a third world country. The level of hate, the level of discourse that takes place has got to stop. It has got to stop, and we've got to return to who we are. We are a great, great nation, and we say in all our prayers, under God, under God, under God. Well, I'm sure that right now, the people of faith, tomorrow on Sunday morning, please go to wherever it is that you worship, drop to your knees tonight and pray for America. Pray for President Trump, that he's going to be okay. We also have, as I said, one man was shot. This guy is just there celebrating a day at a farm showgrounds, and all of a sudden somebody takes into their hands, they have to start shooting up the crowd, shoot the president in the head. It's absolutely, it's off the charts, third world country now. We have to start rallying around about who we are. When 1.5 million men in uniform and women in uniform have died to give us the right to practice the form of government we have, for us to be so casual and so callous about it? No. It's time for America to get back to being America.
And Congressman, you were there with your grandchildren. I didn't get the ages of it. Were they young children?
Yeah. I mean, so we had children there anywhere from 4 years old up to 12 years old. Let's see, about 10 of them. My wife was there. My sister-in-law was there with her grandchildren. One of my sons was with me. And you have to wonder, as the children came back, they're just, Grandpa, why would somebody do that? Grandpa, why did somebody do that? They don't like President Trump. Just don't vote for him. And I've said, kids, I'll tell you what. That's why Grandpa is in Congress. We have got to go. We have got to get this country back on the beam. We cannot allow this to continue to unravel. Lester, I mean, really, we're like a third world country right now, right? I mean, this is absolutely off the charts, evil. It can't exist. We can't allow it to exist, and we can't tolerate it. We can't say, well, you know, that's going to happen from time to time. No, it's not. It cannot be allowed. 1.5 million men and women in uniform to give us the right to vote and do the things we do, for it to be this way now?
Obviously a shocking and terrible evening as we hear the former president is okay, but as we've noted that one person was killed, 2 others have been badly injured in this. Congressman, thank you for taking a few minutes. We're glad you and the kids you're with are safe. I want to go to Garrett Hake now. He covers former President Trump. Garrett, Donald Trump has posted tonight on Truth Social. Talk through us what he wrote.
That's right, Lester. The former president using his preferred medium to inform the world of his status and the fact that he's okay. His message really in 3 parts. First, thanking law enforcement and the Secret Service for their swift action in Butler after the shooting. Second, offering his condolences for the person in the crowd, presumably a Trump supporter, who was killed and the other person seriously injured, about whom we don't have any additional update now. And then describing his experience with what he says was being shot through the skin of his right ear, saying that he knew immediately that it was a bullet. He felt the bullet ripping through skin. He says much bleeding took place, and he realized what had happened. He concludes, God bless America. We don't know yet, Lester, if this will be the only communication we get from the former president tonight. He is, of course, scheduled to go to Milwaukee and be seen there on Monday for the start of the Republican National Convention. But obviously, not just a personal crisis for him, a sort of crisis for the country with this moment of apparent political violence with an apparent assassination attempt, but also a crisis for his campaign that will now have to figure out what exact steps they'll need to take, both to make sure he remains safe today, tomorrow, and going forward, particularly with the convention where tens of thousands of people are expected to attend over the 4-day event. And what, if anything, they want to make of this moment politically. You know, the former president said in his Truth Social post that nothing is known yet about the shooter. He makes no comment about that. His supporters, though, are using images like the ones we're seeing on the screen, including now both of his sons, pinning those images to their X accounts, the website formerly known as Twitter, pointing out the idea that their father, the Republican nominee in waiting, if you will, is a fighter, and kind of seizing on this moment to elevate him politically. And so we have the physical update here from the former president. Again, he claims that he was shot through the upper part of his right ear. By all accounts, will be just fine. The political reverberations, of course, entirely unpredictable at this moment, but already going on behind the scenes. The Trump campaign, as we've reported earlier in the evening, putting their staffers on lockdown, telling people not to talk to the press, not to talk at all, while they figure out the steps at a more senior level they want to take going forward. And Lester, I'll just add, as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast tonight, that concerns about the former president's safety on the campaign trail have always been on the front burner at the senior level of the Trump campaign. The mega rallies that he likes to hold with tens of thousands of people in open areas. Concerns about how to continue to conduct those safely in kind of a hot political environment, in an environment where he just might not be safe. There was much talk about those events, and even the smaller events where he likes to drop by at fast food restaurants or firehouses, the kind of unscheduled stops that presidential candidates like to make. At every single one of these stops that are discussed, there are serious high-level discussions about whether they can be conducted safely. It'll be borne out in the reporting to come what kind of conversations were had about this rally, and how, if at all, Donald Trump will change his posture towards these rallies that have become such a hallmark of his over his political career.
I was going to ask you about that, because this is a part of his certainly his political identity. He loves these type of moments in these rallies, so it would be hard to imagine his campaign without that. But I guess that is one of the many. Well, yeah, go ahead.
We did see, Lester, earlier this year, his campaign made a tactical decision in Iowa and New Hampshire when they realized that these giant rallies were pulling in so many people from states that weren't relevant. You know, if you held an event in Iowa for 10,000 people and 6,000 of them drove over from Illinois, it wasn't helping you in the caucus. So they made tactical decisions along the way to shrink events for that purpose. Obviously, in a general election, when you're talking about 70, 80 million voters across the country, but mostly focused on battleground states, it doesn't it doesn't seem outside of reason that they might find smaller events that look just as good on television might be safer, easier, certainly cheaper going forward. But again, I think these are all conversations that are going to be had down the line with a president, as you note, who very much likes to have these events, to talk about the crowd size, and to make that part of the sort of his idea of projecting strength as a candidate. All right, Garrett Haake, thanks. We'll ask you to stand by as I bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we have been hearing from members of the Trump family tonight. In fact, Garrett mentioned some of them. Obviously, I guess they are the lone conduits. The campaign itself is being very quiet right now.
Yeah, they are. And they have taken on the position now of sort of communicating to the American people, as their father has now done in that Truth Social, that online post that Garrett just referenced, how their dad is doing. Donald Trump Jr. is saying that his father is in good spirits, that he has spoken with him. I have heard from somebody else who has spoken with the former president, very close with him, who describes him as very tough. And so we know that the former president was shot in the ear based on, of course, that post. His daughter, Ivanka Trump, also releasing a post saying that she loves her father, condemning political violence, as so many on either side of the aisle have done tonight now over the course of the last 3 hours or so. I was struck listening to your conversation there with Congressman Kelly, Lester, who knows Butler very well. That's his hometown. He was raised there. The place where this rally was held, this is, to use a cliche, Lester, it was Trump country. I mean, this is a place that skews heavily Republican, where Republicans outnumber Democrats 2-1, where Donald Trump handily won back in 2020 by something like 2/3 of the vote there. This is a place where he would, of course, be focusing on coming up in this upcoming election. It was a notable location for his rally just 2 days now before the convention was supposed to begin, because it was the last rally before Milwaukee. There was some question 4 hours ago as to whether or not the former president might actually roll out his running mate, his vice presidential pick there. That had been where so much of the focus and the conversation politically was for Donald Trump and for his campaign in the moments, of course, before this horrific shooting happened, this horrific attack. Now, obviously, the conversation has changed, and I can tell you, based on some of the reporting from our team here at NBC News, a source familiar with planning for the convention says this changes everything. That is reflected by some of the conversations that I've had as well. Sort of people are going, how could this go on as normal? So I think there is a real question mark as to the days ahead. But I think probably the most urgent one, and the question that we are working on too, is just physically, where does Mr. Trump go from here? Will we hear, for example, from any of the doctors who treated him? Will we perhaps see him publicly, maybe tonight, maybe early tomorrow morning? Will he want to make an appearance like that to come out and reassure the American people that he is, in fact, okay, that he is, in fact, in good spirits, Lester? And so I think there is obviously more to come on this story as we continue to report it out, both politically and from a law enforcement perspective, as you see the former president there and what has become that now iconic image.
Hallie, thank you. Let me go to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. We're hearing from members of the President Biden's cabinet in reaction to this apparent assassination attempt.
Lester, we are the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, posting, "I am shocked and saddened by the shooting of former President Trump's rally and grateful that he is safe," reiterating what the president said tonight, that there is absolutely no place for political violence in America. We must all condemn it. We're also hearing from the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, who says the entire Department of Defense condemns this violence, which has absolutely no place in our democracy. I think you're going to hear that term reiterated a number of times. Austin goes on to say, "This is not the way we resolve our differences in America, and it must never be. I am relieved that reports indicate former President Trump is safe, and I am praying for him and his family and everyone affected by this appalling incident." So incredibly strong language coming from the Biden administration, bolstering what we heard from President Biden tonight, condemning this violence in the strongest terms possible. And Lester, again, this is a moment where people on both sides of the aisle are coming together to condemn this, to say that we cannot tolerate this as a country and that, quite frankly, something has to change. It is worth noting that Congress has a role to play here. Obviously, federal authorities are going to lead the investigation into exactly what happened, how this could have happened at a Trump rally. But Congress also wanting to get to the bottom of how this unfolded. The chairman of the House Oversight Committee, Attorney James Comer, writing in a statement, "I've already contacted the Secret Service for a briefing and am also calling on the Secret Service director to appear for a hearing." So, Lester, again, this is just the beginning of the process of starting to understand, starting to get to the bottom of exactly what happened and how this country will prevent this from happening again, both from a security standpoint, Lester, but also in terms of how our politics is conducted, the political rhetoric that is used in this country, and the tone with which this campaign is being waged.
And
Lester?
I think it's fair to say that there will be a desire to at least frame what occurred here tonight, and so to find out more about this shooter will certainly probably direct many of the conversations we'll have in the coming days. I want to go back to Tom Winter now, our investigative correspondent. Tom, what more have you learned? Tom, you there?
Yeah, hey, Lester. Sorry, we've just been on the phone, as you can imagine.
No worries.
I've got a couple of phones all working at once. We can say that the shooter has been identified to us by 4 senior law enforcement officials as a male. And I think shortly, we're just in the process of going through the last bit of verification. I kind of alluded to this when we were speaking moments ago. We're going to be able to show you video of where or a still image of where this individual was. And it's coming into a little bit more clarity at this point of where this person was. Obviously, they were using some sort of a high-powered rifle. As you know, a handgun would not be able to fire with the accuracy and velocity from the distance this individual would have been at. What type of weapon that is specifically, I've heard a lot of different things floating around and things competitively. It's just my experience that it's too soon to really get a handle on that level of granular detail. We do not have yet a name. As I mentioned to you the last time we spoke, there are a number of names on social media that do not appear to be the individual that's involved in this, and we're still waiting to get some clarification on that. So right now, here's the state of the investigation at 9:40 Eastern Time. Law enforcement believes that they have a single alleged shooter who is now deceased. That individual, that name that they have, is being kept very close to this investigation. They are in the process of trying to get any other information about this person's motives, their background, that they can get, and then to be able to figure out where this investigation goes. Of course, they want to rule out whether or not this individual had any help. They want to rule out what may have led up to this. And of course, long term, Lester, there'll be an analysis of the security plan for this site. The security plan going forward for the former president will undoubtedly change radically, I'm sure effective immediately. And so that will be a big change at various rally sites. And then there'll be a look into, was there anything about this individual that could have been looked at further? Did anybody know if they had any sort of knowledge of this in advance? So those are all the things that are happening literally as we speak. We do know that the FBI was requested by the U.S. Secret Service to investigate this, and that call was obviously taken, and the FBI is very much involved, along with the local U.S. Attorney's Office. And they will go through and get the necessary warrants for the property of this individual and anybody known to them. And the question is, obviously, where did things come from and when, and was this person picked up in the moments beforehand? We're a little bit more cautious in this day and age, not that we never were, but we're a little more cautious in this day and age with deep fake videos, with AI generated videos and images that we really try to do to the best of our human ability, an exhaustive effort to make sure that things that are floating around online or are sent to us are in fact accurate and are not some sort of machine generated image. The images you are looking at are most certainly not. And it should be pointed out that there's a number of photographers that are part of the press pool who took these photographs, and as well as the video that we've seen, and that those individuals obviously were potentially in harm's way as well, but not as much, obviously, as the Secret Service agents who rushed to surround the former president and make sure that if there were any other shots that were fired, that it would hit those Secret Service agents and not Trump.
All right, Tom, thanks for that update. When you are able to show us those images you mentioned earlier, just let us know and we'll go back to you. But I want to go to Milwaukee right now, where they are preparing for the Republican National Convention this coming week. Vaughn Hilliard is there. And Vaughn, I understand we're getting some word from the RNC about going forward.
Right, Lester. A great many of the delegates are already here in Milwaukee. Of course, the expectation was that elected officials, of course, the former president and presumptive Republican nominee himself would be making their way to town here in Milwaukee for the week-long convention. The new statement here from the RNC, I want to read it directly to you. Quote, as was communicated earlier this evening, President Trump is doing well and grateful to law enforcement and first responders for their fast action. President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate to serve as the 47th President of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump for President 2024. Senior advisors Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita. Lester, I just talked to two of the delegates here at the convention that are already in town. Reince Priebus, who folks will recall was the former RNC chairman. He is playing host here in his hometown of Milwaukee for this convention. There is a reception this evening for the delegates, the thousands of delegates coming here to Wisconsin. That reception this evening has been canceled. There are formal meetings for the Republican convention ahead of the formal festivities during the week. Those are still on tap to take place tomorrow before Monday night's primetime addresses begin. Of course, Donald Trump himself is slated to take the stage here at this arena on Thursday night. His vice presidential running mate is slated to take the stage on Wednesday night. Of course, we do not know who this individual is at that time. One of the delegates I talked to here this evening, Lester, told me that he expects the energy to only increase with today's events in the apparent assassination attempt of the presumptive Republican nominee. With less than 120 days until the general election, that delegate suggesting to me that the TV ratings for that Thursday night primetime speech that will happen 10, 11 p.m. Eastern time will be high. For this Republican Party, Lester, Donald Trump was somebody who ran through the Republican primary process and handily won to get to this point here. He has had these rallies around the country 9 years running now. And here today in Pennsylvania, less than 48 hours before we expected him to arrive alongside his wife Melania and his sons Eric and Don Jr., as well as a daughter Ivanka, and expected to Barron as well, before the family were to arrive here less than 48 hours. This convention will move forward, we're told, though, in its anticipated events as they were previously planned. Lester.
All right, Vaughn, thanks very much. I want to continue that part of the conversation with Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. She's in Washington. Kristen, you've got thousands of delegates, as Vaughn mentioned, heading to the RNC the next 24 hours. It's obviously going to be a massive security operation, and as someone had pointed out, it's going to be of an intense interest.
Well, Lester, you're absolutely right about that. And look, security had been front and center prior to this shooting at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania. And so now undoubtedly they will reassess. We would not be surprised to learn that they will bolster security in various areas. But again, you are talking about thousands of people descending upon Milwaukee, not just Republicans, Democrats as well, to deliver the counterpoint to the speeches that we're all going to be tracking every night. And then, of course, the media, the journalists will be there. So this will be a city that will be bustling, that will be brimming. So undoubtedly the security, again, Lester, is going to just be critical. We have talked so much about perimeters this evening. We know that both the Republican National Convention as well as the Democratic National Convention, which gets underway in August, that the planners for those events have spent a lot of time focused on the perimeters, making sure that they are as strong, as secure as possible, that it is as difficult as possible to access the area where the speakers will be, where the delegates will be. And so, again, Lester, this is a moment for a reset, undoubtedly, when those who are planning the Republican National Convention, the security detail for that event, will take a step back and reassess everything that they have just planned. Lester, all of this comes as we're getting a statement from the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, about the shooting tonight. The first time we are hearing from him, he says, I have been briefed on the shooting at former President Trump's rally and have briefed the president The FBI, ATF, U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania, and the Department's National Security Division are currently working with the Secret Service as well as state and local law enforcement partners on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. My heart is with the former president, those injured, and the family of the spectator killed in this horrific attack. We will not tolerate violence of any kind, and violence like this is an attack on our democracy. The Justice Department will bring every available resource to bear to this investigation. So there again, you have the Attorney General echoing what we have heard from President Biden, from members of his cabinet, from the Vice President, who has also put out a statement this evening to condemn the violence, condemning this violence in the strongest terms possible. We have, of course, Vaughn was just talking about the fact that this day started with journalists, people who are interested in politics, wondering if this would be the day that former President Trump would announce his pick for the VP nomination. And of course, this was not the day. This turned into a very different day. But all of those who are a part of that process have weighed in as well to condemn this violence in the strongest terms possible. And again, Lester, this is one of those moments where, to some extent, for a brief moment, the politics gets put aside. President Biden halting his campaign ads. The Trump campaign went into a virtual lockdown until former President Trump put that statement out. But again, everyone still responding and reacting to the horrific events that unfolded in Pennsylvania.
Some things
today
are bigger than politics, and certainly the life and death nature of what we have witnessed today. Our thoughts, obviously, with the family of the deceased victim, the other two that are injured. On this horrific day. We want to bring in Evie Pampouras, again, a former Secret Service agent. If I can continue the conversation we were having with Kristen with you regarding strengthening the security, potentially strengthening the security at the Republican National Committee, I would think there's only so much you can do, considering it was already a high threat environment. What sort of options will the Secret Service have to spread its footprint?
Well, here's the thing. They're going to do more and a lot more. So there is a lot more that can be done. For one, it's not just the U.S. Secret Service that's got the manpower. The majority of the manpower doesn't come from the Secret Service. The majority of the manpower comes from the local police department, the men and women that work locally and for the state. So you're going to see an upscale of the state and the local police entities coming in to secure the RNC. That's where the upscale is going to take place, because they too don't want anything happening on their watch, on their ground. The U.S. Secret Service and all, it's maybe a couple of thousand agents. It's not a big agency. Yes, are they elite? Are they tactically trained? Absolutely. But in the end, they work together and in harmony with all the local entities. The local departments, the local police, the state police, they're the one who come in with the manpower. And that's what you're going to see. You're probably also going to see a lot of uniforms. And why am I saying this? When you do a security venue, you design your security plan around a lot of different things. One of the things you think about is uniforms. How many uniforms do I want? I want a lot of uniforms. Do you know why? Something as simple as seeing men and women in police uniforms is a massive deterrent. So you're going to see this huge footprint. Now, this is also important because when you have an incident like this, now you have to worry, Lester, about copycats. We don't typically see these incidents, right? Last one we saw really was Reagan. These happened very over decades. We've just had one. So now everybody's concern is somebody else going to get the idea that they can do this? Because what's happened is somebody did this. Another person who has an unhealthy or special interest in one of these protectees is going to say, huh, this guy did it, or gal, we don't know. I think I can do it too. And so now we have to worry about copycats, other people who are going to think that they can do this. So you've got this concern. Now, going back to the investigative arm of it, you're going to look at, well, the FBI is really going to be the investigative entity here. And this is why some people would presume the Secret Service would be. They are not. By design, FBI comes in. This is kind of a checks and balances system, because let's say, and we're not saying any of this is true, but the Secret Service can't investigate itself. The FBI is going to look at how did this happen? Did any Did all the security measures go into place correctly? If there was a special interest, if there were people of interest that the Secret Service was looking at, did they vet all these people correctly? So you want an outside entity like the FBI to come in to do this investigation. It's a checks and balances system. Now, also in the Secret Service, there's a protective intelligence arm. What does that mean? These are the men and women that look at the threats that come in. As you can imagine, protectees, presidents, former presidents, all sorts of folks, there are a lot of threats that come in. And one of the issues is, what should we pay attention to, and what is nothing? And it can be a really difficult thing to determine. What do I follow up on? What do I think is minimal or not as important? So they're going to go back and they're going to look. This individual, were they of any interest? Were there any indicators of this specific person? Had they made any comments, posts? What was going on? And had they ever come into the radar or realm of the U.S. Secret Service or any other local police entity? And if so, what happened? Did they interview this person? Did they decide that the person was not of any interest? That's going to come into play. And even when it comes to protective intelligence, they classify people. Now, I can't get into the nuances for, classified reasons, but there's a way to classify folks, whether somebody is considered a really high threat. You know what? This person is super dangerous. We have to be careful. We want police involved. Maybe if there's a mental health issue, because it does happen, a lot of the threats that do come in tend to be tied to mental health issues, unusual or unhealthy interests in the people that the Secret Service protects.
Evie, let me ask you, how big a chill do you think this has cast over people who do what you do, people who, work in the Secret Service and run these security operations, to see one of their protectees being taken to a vehicle bloodied? How does that affect the people that do this?
It's a big deal. It's a massive big deal. I mean, as I'm sitting here, I've been on standby with you guys. My phone's blowing up. All the former agents or people I know, can you believe this happened? Can you believe this? This is not a small thing. It really isn't. I know we're breaking it down play by play, but from the protective realm, this stuff does not happen. It doesn't happen, and that's a good thing. You know why? Because security plans are put into place so you can minimize this stuff. But I have to say, you can only control so many things. These open rallies, they are really difficult. And I wonder if moving forward, we're going to see less and less of these. Lester, in your time when you did your reporting, and when Kristen was talking before, I actually worked alongside Kristen when I was still in the Secret Service, and she was in the press pool. You will see often Secret Service and staff kind of almost negotiating. Well, we don't want to do this. Well, we want to do that. And it's this back and forth. And you can see now a little bit of a reality check, or as Kristen was saying, a reset, where staff and White House officials who tend to think sometimes from a security standpoint, and I would hear too, come on, that's too much. It's not going to happen. You're going to see them now pull back and acquiesce a little bit more and listen and not fight back as much when the Secret Service says, hey, this isn't a great idea.
Does the Secret Service have to educate the protectees? Are they, do they get a briefing about what to expect if something like this occurs, what to do, how to react?
They do get a briefing. They obviously know where to stand, where not to move. So if you look at podiums, and again, a lot of the podiums, not this one specifically, but most podiums, especially the president, a lot of them are ballistic in nature, so they understand, hey, when you're speaking, don't step away from the podium, or if they do step away, it's choreographed. Not all protectees are the same. There are some protectees that really listen, they follow the script, they don't go off script, they do and they move as you think they're going to do. And there are some that, well, you have, and they will do what they want. Now, you have to manage both, but when you do have, I don't want to say that they're wild cards, but when you have that protectee who decides, I'm going to stay on this rope line a little longer, or I'm going to make a beeline and go shake these people's hands, or I'm going to walk away and do this, does that kind of make the hair stand in the back of your neck? It absolutely does. It causes issues.
And of course, we know that within the next few days, there will be a vice presidential running mate selected by Mr. Trump, and that will be one more candidate you'll have to protect.
It is another candidate. As you know, as the people get added on, it's more, I don't want to say stress, but it's more resources that the U.S. Secret Service has to divvy out. And look, right now it's all hands on deck. Anytime it's a campaign year, it's all hands on deck. And a lot of people don't know this, Lester. U.S. Secret Service, they have an investigative arm. They're actual criminal investigators. They work criminal investigations, fraud, counterfeit money, all sorts of things. Actually, they were created April 14th, 1865. President Lincoln was the one who created the U.S. Secret Service, and their mission was to combat counterfeit currency. It wasn't protection. Protection came later, many years later, because there were so many different assassinations and assassination attempts made on presidents or presidential candidates that the government stepped in and said, U.S. Secret Service, will you now do protection? So during campaign years, all the criminal investigations stop, all these other things stop because the manpower goes to protection. And look, the world is watching. Right now, we're sharing this. Everybody's watching. The world is watching. And one of the things is, this is truly a symbolic thing. You know, often people would say to me, how could you take a bullet for this person or that person? They would see it on a very individual or personal level. You don't take a bullet for the person. It's something bigger. It's symbolic. What does it mean symbolically to the world, not just to the American people, when somebody can cause harm to one of the most powerful world leaders? It sends a message, and it's also the image of the U.S. It can either strengthen us or weaken us, and perception is reality when it comes to politics and how the world sees us.
Well, it is it's an important calling, and we've certainly seen it in action tonight. We appreciate you breaking it down as we come to understand what goes on behind these pictures and how it all played out tonight in Pennsylvania. Abby, thank you. We'll hopefully be able to come back to you here shortly. Our viewers just joining us, we are on the air with rolling breaking coverage. We have been covering the shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured in what appears to be an apparent assassination attempt. The Secret Service says the president is safe. Tonight, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that he was in fact hit with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He said that he felt it ripping through his skin. What I want to do again here is pause. We're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here on the East Coast while Mr. Trump was speaking. And listen carefully. You'll hear the sound of the gunshots and what appears to be the moments right after that until he is rushed into his car. Here it is.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready? Down. Down. Are we good? Shooter's down. Shooter's down. Are we good to move? Shooter's down. We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. Got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay. My shoes down. Get the shoe. Watch out.
And that is the point that he's put in the car and taken to a medical facility. Here's what we know right now. If you're just joining us, the gunman fired a weapon from a high point outside the perimeter of the rally. So outside the Secret Service security area, if you will. The shooter, described as a male, is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed, and 2 others who were there were critically injured, according to the Secret Service. President Biden has been briefed. He addressed the nation a little while ago.
But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to can be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
And former President Trump has issued a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally goer who was killed and the others who were injured. He also thanked law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign says he is fine and has been checked out at a local medical center. His son Don Jr. weighed in, saying his dad is in great spirits. His daughter Ivanka wrote on social media, thanking supporters for their love and prayers for her father and the other victims of today's senseless violence. And another important note, Mr. Trump says he looks forward to attending the Republican convention in Milwaukee this coming week. Let's get right to NBC investigative correspondent Tom Witter, who has more on the investigation. Tom?
That's right, Lester. In a statement we received just moments ago from the FBI, they say, quote, they have assumed the role of the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident involving former President Donald Trump that occurred earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania. The statement goes on to say, Lester, that special agents of the FBI Pittsburgh field office responded immediately to include crisis response team members and evidence response technicians. They say we will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI alongside our partners at the U.S. Secret Service and state and local law enforcement. And Lester, tonight they're asking anybody that might have any information about what led up to the shooting today and the shooting itself to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. So that's the latest statement we just received moments ago from the FBI, who has taken the lead on this. They'll work with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Pennsylvania that's based in Pittsburgh. If there's going to be any sort of criminal prosecution, to type up the warrants and get the information to continue to pursue this investigation, as you and I have been talking about now for several hours. As far as what we know, we still do not yet have a name of the alleged shooter in this incident. The shooter, based on images, video, and descriptions from law enforcement that we've seen, appears to be, if you were to look at the former president head-on from the video that we've been looking at, appears to have been off to his right, and that the shooting was we've been described to us as several hundred yards away, that the shooter was on top of an elevated surface and then was shot and killed by the United States Secret Service, and then law enforcement obviously rushed to where the shots were coming from. How many shots were specifically fired from the shooter and from the Secret Service or maybe other members of law enforcement, we just don't know. He has been described as a male, and that's really the only information that we have. His specific motives or background, is he somebody who law enforcement has ever been in contact with before? Those are all questions that we are asking, we've been asking, and we're trying to get that to you, of course, as soon as possible. As far as where things go from here, there's obviously a convention involving this candidate starting in just a day plus time, and he is expected to address the RNC obviously on Thursday evening. He has a vice president pick to make, and so what would be normally a very busy time for the Secret Service as they pick up a potential vice president or a vice president candidate, as I should say, that now it's going to be only so much more intense because of this obvious apparent assassination attempt on the former president and the presumptive Republican nominee. And so this changes the game radically. The New York City Police Department tonight beefing up their presence outside of the Trump Tower, just a couple of blocks from where you and I are sitting up Fifth Avenue, where, of course, the former president has a residence. Now, he hasn't been staying there. His new residence is Mar-a-Lago in Florida, as you know, but they have beefed up out of an abundance of caution. No specific intelligence that something would happen at Trump Tower, but I think based on the events today, you can see any of the Trump properties where he has stayed, where he might stay, to face an increased law enforcement presence until everybody figures out exactly what's going on here. We've seen no indication that there are any other individuals involved. On the other hand, nobody so far has told us that there are no other individuals involved, and that's obviously part of an active investigation. They do have images of this person, they do have their body, and so presumably they do have an identification as well. And so we'll continue to track the specifics about this person, what may have led up to it, and all the questions that we would normally ask, including the type of weapon that may have been used in this. But obviously, law enforcement, I can tell you, up and down the East Coast tonight, acutely aware of what happened today and following it very closely. And as you and I have discussed on numerous occasions in your exclusive interview with the FBI director, we are no doubt in a heightened threat environment. They've been very concerned about the idea of some sort of a political-based violence. And obviously tonight it appears we've seen exactly that, Lester.
All right. Tom Winter, our investigative producer with the very latest. Tom, thanks very much. We should note while you were talking, we got word that the President Biden, will be cutting short his Delaware weekend and heading back to the White House, apparently as a result of all of this. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. Dasha, earlier we saw people, you were talking to people who were leaving the rally site. Were any of them detained, not obviously for suspects, but detained for questioning as witnesses of what they saw?
Yeah, Lester, one of the gentlemen that we spoke with who was right next to the man who was shot and killed. He was just next to him, a couple of yards away at the rally. He actually said he helped to carry his body out of the venue. He's an OBGYN from Pennsylvania. His name is Joseph. We spoke with him earlier as we've been in this parking lot. Here you see now night has fallen in Butler County. This parking lot that was just recently filled with thousands and thousands of cars, people who came here for a political rally, never thinking that something like this would happen here in Butler County, a small rural area that's typically pretty quiet. Now this lot is empty, and we did have a conversation with that man, Joseph, who says he has been waiting to speak with Secret Service. We're going to follow up with him to see how that conversation went, but he said he had been planning on having that conversation. I want you to take a listen to some of this interview and some of what he heard. That is where I ran into a man named Joseph, and I want to introduce him to you now. And as we just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly as far as I could tell. And at that point, state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind.
And Lester, that's just one of the several harrowing stories that we heard from eyewitnesses today, people of all ages, people talking about the children that they saw, who they're so concerned about, who obviously are going to live with this trauma for the rest of their lives. Our own team, it was myself, my producer Bianca, our cameraman Sirkin, our audio technician Henry, our embed Jake. We were all there. We were all in the press pen when we heard those shots first ring out. All of us initially thinking this must be fireworks. There's no way this could happen here. We know how intense the security is around these events, and then coming to realize the reality of the situation, that it was, in fact, what we fear most when we think about the divisive political environment that we are in right now. I spoke to another woman named Vanessa, who was just a few rows behind the former president. She says she witnessed him turn his head to point out a screen that was on the side of him where there was a chart showing immigration statistics. He turned to point at the moment that she saw that blood come out of his ear, that we now know from his own True Social post was a bullet grazing his ear. She says if he hadn't turned his head at that very moment, things could have been very different for the former president and the current Republican candidate for president of the United States, Lester.
Yeah, I think anybody that looks at that picture comes to the same conclusion how close this was. Dasha, thanks. Rico Elmore was at the Trump rally and spoke at the event. He was an eyewitness and says he saw someone get hit by gunfire and rush to their side. He joins me on the phone. Rico, where were you in relation to the president?
So I was about 15, 20 feet to the president's right. I was a special guest, being that I spoke today with a few other friends of mine. We were speaking as well. And, yeah, I was like 15, 20 feet away.
And then as the shots rang out, did you identify them as shots right away? How did you react?
So a part of me thought they were fireworks. It was like a split mental thought, because I'm like, oh, you can't have a gun or anything in this area because of the security measures that are in place. It's impossible. So my brain says, that's a firework going off. How did I get here? Who knows? But it's something small. And then I heard the second shot go off, and like I said, these were split seconds. So like, I said that's a gun. It's a firearm. So I got up. I yelled, everyone to get down. Everybody was getting down. Everybody was yelling, get down. I told people to get down. And then as I'm just pointing people and telling people, like, you know, get down. It's safe measures. And people were listening. And then I seen they had yelled for the medic, and there was an individual who was hit in the head. And there was no medical personnel in the area. So I ran to try to get them, you know, to get help.
Was this the individual that we believe was deceased?
Yes. I jumped over the barrier that was there. I ran up into the bleachers, and there was a towel that the people had, and I took the towel and I pushed it against the deceased head, and just to try to, it's all I could think about doing was trying to, you know, help him. But my efforts were in vain.
Yeah, Rico, you went to what was supposed to be a rally. It's supposed to be a fun thing for, you know, the party and candidate faithful, and it turns to this. These things sometimes take a long time to sink in, to know how close you were to danger. But have you seen any of the video, and just share with me your thoughts?
My thoughts are for the family. My thoughts are for the ones that were lost tonight in an act that was senseless and cowardless, all because of a feeling that one would have against an individual. No one had to lose their lives. You have the freedom of speech. You have the freedom to assemble. You have the freedom. You can go protest the fact that President Trump was there. Okay, that's fine. But to try to kill, to shoot into a crowd of thousands of people, I can't fathom that.
Yeah.
But my heart goes out to the families. It's unreal.
When did you realize the former president had been shot?
I didn't.
See,
Secret Service protects the president.
So they surrounded him as they're supposed to do. Yes, they did their job. My job was to get to the victims and to the people. I mean, that's what I felt my job was to do. You know, Are you attending the Republican National Convention this week?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, Rico, thank you so much for.
Unless.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unless they call me up and say we want you to attend and we'll fly you out here, I'm not attending.
Okay. Understood. Listen, thank you for talking to us. I'm sorry you had to witness what you did. It's awful to hear, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Garrett Hake covers former President Trump, and Garrett, Donald Trump has posted tonight on Truth Social. He filled in a lot of the blanks for us. Give us a sense of what he wrote.
That's right, Lester. While Donald Trump's campaign has been all but silent tonight, the candidate himself has been speaking out on Truth Social, in which he describes the incident from his perspective, talking about being up on stage and saying that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says, "I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place," he said, "so I realized then what had happened." Lester, the former president also thanks law enforcement and offers his condolences to the person who was killed at the rally and another, he says, who was badly injured. I think we now know that there were 2 people who were badly injured. He also talks about the idea that he says it's incredible that an act like this can take place in our country, and says that even he knew nothing about the shooter at the time. That has been the only communication we have gotten from Donald Trump directly. What more we've been able to piece together has come from his son, Donald Trump Jr., who said on his social media that he had spoken with his father and that he was in good spirits, and from a statement combined from the RNC and from the Trump campaign about the convention set to get underway in Milwaukee on Monday that you were just describing, essentially saying that the convention will move forward and that Donald Trump looks forward to seeing people there, some 50,000 people expected to descend on Milwaukee. That's most of what we know about the former president's condition right now. We have no indication that he's been discharged from the hospital, no indication that he's returned to his plane or left the Pennsylvania area. He had nothing on his official calendar tomorrow. We were not expecting to see him pop up anywhere on Sunday. And on Monday, obviously, with the convention getting underway, we did expect to hear, perhaps by some point early Monday, who his choice for a vice presidential running mate was going to be. There'd been a lot of speculation, obviously, coming into this weekend, the last before the convention, that announcement could have come at today's rally. I guess now we will never know. But the nomination of the VP and of the nominee, the president, if you will, Donald Trump, is set to take place on Monday. So we will have to know that name at some point. How that announcement goes forward, in what capacity it goes forward, are one of the thousands of political questions that are going to come out of this moment, something unlike which we have ever seen before in American politics. I can tell you that one of Donald Trump's most senior campaign advisors, his de facto campaign manager, Chris LaCivita, who was with him at this rally in Pennsylvania, has also posted on social media recently, and I think it's a bit of a preview of what we're going to hear from the campaign, and certainly what we're hearing from the kind of greater MAGA universe of Trump supporters. He writes, Chris LaCivita, the campaign manager, writes, "For years, even today, leftist activists, Democratic donors, and now even Joe Biden," he alludes to a comment from the current president, he says, "have made disgusting remarks and descriptions of shooting Donald Trump. It's high time they be held accountable for it. The best way is through the ballot box." So at least the campaign manager, and Lester, I suspect soon the greater campaign apparatus and Republican Party, I think was going to take this moment to turn the language that we've been using collectively about this campaign, the stakes of it, on its head, and try to use it as a way to say both the temperature has to come down, and that somehow, as LaCivita says, those on the left should be punished electorally for what happened to Donald Trump today.
Garrett, does the former president typically go home, or does he sleep on the road when he's on these campaign trips?
No, Lester, he almost never sleeps on the road. Donald Trump prefers to sleep at his own properties. So depending on where he is in the country, we often see him either return to Mar-a-Lago in Florida, to his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, or to Trump Tower in New York City, or to a Trump property, either in a place like Trump hotel property, either in a place like Chicago or Las Vegas. It was our understanding he'd be going back to one of the Trump properties on the East Coast tonight, most likely Bedminster, his golf club in New Jersey. From there, he would travel to Milwaukee. Whether that plan changes tonight, I think is an open question. Obviously, Mar-a-Lago, all these properties are secured. We've heard from the NYPD tonight that they're sending extra resources to Trump Tower. All of these were properties that were secured by the Secret Service when Donald Trump was president. I can't speak to which ones are more secure than others, but I can say that obviously Mar-a-Lago is a private club, but it's a functioning, members-only club. So Donald Trump lives in a separate portion of that when he is there. At Bedminster, typically much fewer staff, much smaller footprint, less folks around. I would be speculating, but I can imagine you would probably want to be at one of these smaller, more easily protected locations here tonight, maybe less likely to go back to a place like Mar-a-Lago where other folks are likely to be there tonight.
Yeah. All right, Garrett Hake, we appreciate it. Thanks very much. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us with her latest reporting. We understand President Biden is on the move this evening.
It is unusual to see the president traveling very late at night, but these circumstances have warranted that in his judgment. He will be leaving his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware residence and traveling back to the White House tonight. We expect that he will arrive here in Washington after midnight, returning to the White House sometime around 12:30 in the morning. This is a change in his schedule. It is absolutely as a result of the incident today. We heard from the president publicly in two forms already tonight. First, a written statement, and then, as you were in the chair earlier, when he spoke to the small group of reporters with him in Delaware, known as the Traveling Press Pool, and he addressed the concerns about this incident and said that he was trying to reach former President Trump to speak to him directly and personally by phone. They had not done so at that point. He described how he has been briefed by the head of the Secret Service, his Secretary of Homeland Security, and also other officials, including his Homeland Security advisor within the White House, who would be steeped in the knowledge of any potential threats. The president saying that he, of course, wants everyone across the political spectrum throughout the country to stand against acts of political violence, saying it cannot happen in America, should not happen in America. So with that as the backdrop, the president will be traveling back here tonight. We don't have specifics about how his schedule might change further. He certainly had plenty of events coming up in the days ahead. So that will be kind of a piece-by-piece moment as they assess the status of the investigation. I expect the president would want to have additional briefings, and by coming back to Washington, he could speak directly with some of the officials who are based here. Separately, I've been doing reporting that really began before this incident took place about changes coming at the Secret Service because of the Trump candidacy, going from former president who has a certain level of Secret Service detail to the status of being the presumptive nominee, about to be formally the nominee of the Republican Party, and the fact that they had made plans to increase the size of his protective detail and the teams around him because of the change in campaign pace and because of the necessities of travel. That certainly is borne out by these awful events today. In addition, 3 plane loads of chartered aircraft, 3 planes carrying Secret Service personnel traveled yesterday from their various assignments to Milwaukee for the convention, where they were intended to be going for a few purposes. Of course, all the related security for the convention itself, but also including the detail in waiting for the running mate selection, depending on the choice made by the former president about who he will run with on the ticket. And so preparing for that person's immediate family to be protected by Secret Service, adding another protectee in the sphere of what the Secret Service does. So these are some of the moving parts that are happening. Big questions, of course, about how does the political calendar change because of that? What's happening with the investigative pieces, learning many more details about who has been harmed today, the innocent victims who have been caught up in this, as well as a real medical status on the former president, and any information that we can gain through our reporting and with our law enforcement reporting colleagues about the suspected attempted assassin here, the gunman responsible. all of that unfolding on a Saturday night in a steamy Washington as we are trying to learn more details. For the president to be back here, that of course gives him easy access to convene meetings with his officials, and we'll stay on it as there are additional developments. Of course, the Secret Service provided some details that you've discussed at length tonight, having covered many Trump rallies when he was president and when he was a candidate in the last cycle. These are such well-attended events, huge crowds often, and covering events for the current president, President Biden, where he is out on the campaign trail. The security always includes a lot of screening, and that's why it was so notable that we were able to report that this gunman taken out and neutralized in the term of law enforcement by the Secret Service was outside that perimeter. Many questions still to be explored and investigation to be done. But President Biden will be returning here tonight, and we hope to have an update on whether he has reached the former president by phone. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thanks. We're going to try to shed a little more light on what you're talking about there. We're going to show you some new video our team has obtained. We want to warn you it's disturbing. If you look at the blurred part of your screen, that appears to show the suspect's body at the scene of the shooting. NBC News confirmed from multiple law enforcement officials the suspect was male. We also learned the suspect is dead. We have not confirmed his identity yet, but this, as you can see, is an elevated position which would be consistent with what officials have been reporting, that this shooter was operating from a superior, a higher ground, if you will, or in this case, perhaps a building of some sort. All this will, the investigation, frankly, is moving at a pretty good clip here. We are getting more information by the hour here, so we'll continue to do that. I want to bring back retired ATF Special Agent Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, what do you make of that video?
Well, it's really surprising, Lester. I mean, one of the things that shocked me first in this event is when we learned that it was a long rifle shot. We haven't seen long rifle attack on politicians really since the 60s. The last one I remember was Dr. King in '68, and of course John F. Kennedy. But they were rifle shots. But every other attack on Reagan, the two attacks on President Ford, the attack on George Wallace when he was candidate, they were all handguns. And the reason is that since the '63 assassination of John Kennedy, the Secret Service has always held the high ground. I was never on a Secret Service detail, and I was on a number when I was in ATF for all those years, where they didn't have command of all the high ground. So I'm really shocked, I'm surprised that at the top of a building or shed or barn or whatever that is, a couple hundred yards away is not already have been commanded by the Secret Service and the police working with them. It's very surprising to me. My question that I want to find out is, what was the garb of the killer, or what was he wearing? He killed a man at the rally, and he tried to kill President Trump. What was he wearing? Was he wearing a tactical outfit that maybe some of the law enforcement members mistook that he was supposed to be there, that he looked
Jim,
like an agent?
When we played the tape, I have noticed, so you hear kind of a rapid gunfire. It sounds in the background, and then there's a pause, and then we hear another shot and people scream. I presume that other shot is when they took down the shooter. I'm making a presumption here. But it too sounded in the background. Did you pick up on that as well?
Yes, I think you're right. It's the distance. It's the distance from the microphones. The CAT team, you'll see that the two agents that are walking around on the dais there in the tactical garb, they're part of the Secret Service CAT team, C-A-T, Counterattack on Terrorist team. And they'll have long rifles, and they'll have members, long rifle teams on top of buildings. I think you showed pictures of them earlier just on some feed. And they'll have a scope, a bipod, binoculars, telescope. They're two-man teams, and they're watching, and they can take the long shot. And that was likely their response when they picked up a shooter. That's their training all the time. And, they're on the roof of the White House, and they're on all the high ground whenever a protectee is moving. And I think Evie mentioned it earlier, that sometimes if they don't have enough members of the team, especially in campaign years when there's a lot of candidates and so forth, they'll use a state police SWAT, a major city SWAT team, local SWAT team to get up there and do that. So I'm just really surprised that there was a building that someone could get on within rifle range of a protectee.
Yeah. That's one of the many areas that will certainly come to light, I guess, in the coming hours here. I want to go back to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, we've been talking about President Biden's statement earlier. You've got an update on that.
In just the few moments that we have not been talking, Lester, we've now been advised that President Biden did reach former President Trump by phone. They have now had a conversation. President Biden earlier in the evening had said he had attempted to reach him, likely during the time that the former president was undergoing whatever medical evaluation may be taking place. We now know from the White House they have spoken. And he has also spoken with the governor of Pennsylvania and an official from Butler County, which is the location where this incident took place. So the president working the phones to make contact with his predecessor, who is also his current rival, and to make that human connection while also reaching out to the local and state officials who are directly affected by this. We expect within a few minutes President Biden will be departing from his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, to begin making the trip back here to Washington. He had said he wanted to make that connection. He has now done so. And tomorrow, we are told that he will also have, once back here at the White House, an updated briefing on all of the investigative pieces that between now and tomorrow, perhaps there'll be some of those blanks filled in as the president will want to talk to his top officials who are working to try to identify more details about what happened, who was involved, what motivations or warnings, if any, might have been detected in advance, and what the next steps will be. So the president on the move tonight, the former president, and he's speaking, and more briefings to come. That's the latest we have from here, Lester. All right, Kelly, thanks very much. David McCormick is the Republican nominee for a Senate seat in Pennsylvania. He was at the rally in the front row there. Sir, can you tell us how close you were to the president?
Yeah. Good evening, Lester. You know, I don't know, probably 20, 30 feet maybe. I was right to the right of President Trump in the first row there, and he came out and announced me and said, "Hey, why don't you come up on the stage?" And I started to get up and go on the stage, and then he said, "No, I'll have you come up later." And then within a minute or two, the shooting started. And, you know, there were, 6 or 7 shots. And it was pretty clear right away it was a gun, and people dropped. And obviously the president went down, and the Secret Service was on top of him. And then he eventually stood up, and the Secret Service sort of had a phalanx around him. And you saw that you could see blood on him, and you saw the fists come out in both defiance and I think reassurance and strength. And at about the same time, I recognized that somebody behind me had been wounded in the bleachers behind me, and sadly, it looked like pretty severely wounded. And the people in the bleachers next to him were trying to stop the bleeding, but there was blood everywhere. And I'm not sure if that was the person who was in intensive care or the person who died, but it was clear that even though President Trump had, I guess, been nicked, that others were very, very seriously wounded. So
and it's not lost on you.
It was a very frightening moment.
Not lost on you that had you accepted that invitation to go on stage, you too might have been on the line of fire. Yeah, no, it absolutely was, and it was obvious that there was an assassination attempt on the former president, and a really scary moment. It was just like it was 15,000 people there, and this had only been my second Trump rally. But it was, USA Today and lots of energy and lots of positive noise, and then all of a sudden just shattered with these rifle shots, and it was just sort of people were in disbelief. It was very chaotic and very confusing for quite some time. What were you hearing during all this? Our microphones were able to pick up a lot of it, but I'm curious from someone on the ground there as this is all happening. You heard the shots. Did the former president say anything at all? Not that I heard. It was all moving in such a fast pace, and there was a young boy next to me, and his grandfather was a local sheriff, so the sheriff ran off to sort of deal with what was going on, and he was very frightened. So people were processing it. I didn't hear anything that the president said. What became clear is that somebody was really hurt.
so people were calling for medics and, getting emergency care in. And so it quickly went from the shooting to dealing with what had happened, but also with the uncertainty whether the shooting was done. And, at the time I thought it was possible there were two shooters, not just one, because it felt like the sounds were coming from multiple directions. And so, in these moments like this, I've been an Army guy earlier in my life, and it's very hard to know exactly what's going on. So you have to kind of go slow so you don't misunderstand the situation. And that's what I tried to do, was just to process and keep my head down and try to help deal with some of the challenges that resulted in some of the injuries that resulted.
Mr. McCormick, are you attending the RNC, the Republican National Convention, this coming week?
I am, yes.
Do you do that with some deal of trepidation after what you've experienced and what you saw?
Well, I'm still processing, what I saw, but as a public, I'm hoping to be a public official here as a candidate. One of the things you don't want your family to have to worry about is your safety. It's hard enough to be in political life. It's so nasty and difficult, but then to think that your life may be at risk is something that I haven't thought much about, but my family's certainly thinking about tonight, and I think probably all families of people that are in the public eye are saying, boy, this is a lot to ask. So I think it's a moment that I hope we all step back. Political violence has no place in our country. It's not a party thing. It's absolutely un-American, and hopefully a night like tonight will give us all pause and help dial down the temperature a little bit.
Yeah, I think that probably is a bipartisan thought tonight. We've been hearing in reaction to all this. I think there is universal shock and disgust that this sort of thing would happen. Thank you, Mr. McCormick, for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, is back with us. Tom, you have some new details on how the shooting took place. What can you tell us?
That's right. You were showing a video a moment ago, and maybe we can take a couple of seconds about how it was and pull it up. But we'll stay on this video for now. You see Trump looking over to his right. In this video right here that we're looking at, of this kind of tan building with the white roof, what's blurred out there is what is believed to be the body of the alleged shooter. To answer a question our colleague Jim Kavanaugh was asking before, it appears to me, looking at this video without the blur, that he is wearing some sort of a camouflage type pant. It's not clear to me whether they're wearing any sort of a tactical gear or not. In a separate video we're examining that we believe to be accurate, it appears that the Secret Service counter sniper team, so they're looking for people that might shoot at former President Trump or whoever they're protecting on that day, and they would be in a position to shoot at that person or at least spot them. It appears that they noticed this individual or at least are in the kind of looking in the general area, and it appears that they fire back in less than a second or so after the initial shot is fired. It's not clear, frankly, who fires first. So that's a little bit of detail. And according to our colleagues at NBCnews.com, and we're looking at the map now, they just put this together. It's you're looking at the location of where it appears the body was found and approximately where the stage is where the former president spoke today. And as they've done the math, there are approximately 148 yards between those two locations. So you can kind of get a sense of how all this went down, and grateful to our colleagues for bringing this up so quickly. So that's what we know as far as the location of this and the geography. As we get a better sense of what's going on. Separately, we understand now, and just got word from the FBI that Christopher Wray, who is the FBI director, has conducted a briefing right now of the National Security Council of the United States. He's briefed President Biden and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan as well. So again, FBI Director Christopher Wray, now that the FBI has taken over this investigation, they're the lead agency, has briefed the president, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, and the NSC on the status of the investigation as best as the FBI knows it at this point. So All of this is happening as we've been speaking here and looking at these videos and examining what has happened, but obviously a clear picture. We are told by the Secret Service that that rooftop, approximately 148 yards away, was outside of their security perimeter. So anybody going to this event, the people you see in the rally, in the foreground of this camera shot, in the background, sitting behind Trump, those individuals would have been screened and gone through magnetometers and made sure that there was nothing on their person, certainly no weapons on their person. That would have occurred. This shooting appears to have been outside of that location, and the question is going to be now is, did that individual have line of sight? Should the perimeter have been pushed back further? And what exactly happened leading up to this? So obviously continued questions. There are calls for Congress for briefings from the Secret Service. That'll take place in the coming days. The questions are being asked right now, and we'll see where all this goes as far as the security plan. And as I alluded to you earlier, as we all know, Trump has to make his vice president pick, or is expected to in the coming couple of days. That only ramps up how busy the Secret Service is, because that individual needs to get protection as well. And once Trump is the nominee, he would normally get the full protection on top of what he gets as a former president. Well, obviously now we can assume that from here on out, Trump will have protection in his rallies, and the way that they're secured we have to assume will change here almost immediately, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks. That map was very helpful to offer us a little perspective and kind of begin to piece together in our minds how this shooting took place. Let me bring in on the telephone Melody and Brent Hook. They were at this evening's rally and witnessed the shootings. Melanie or Brent, can you tell us what you saw and heard?
Yeah, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden we just heard, of course, what sounded like gunshots, and just total chaos then happened. I kind of looked to my right, and I saw the individual who got shot in the bleachers. I saw his hat come off. And then we just started grabbing everybody around us and just got down in the bleachers and just kind of hovered over everybody, trying to protect everybody around us. And it was right beside us. Yeah, there was as we see in the video, there was a lot going on. The tactical teams were moving, the team moving around the former president. At that point, did you know what to do, how to protect yourself? Well, yes and no. We just, everything's happening so quick, and you're not sure how many shooters there are or where they're at or anything. So you just kind of just like I said earlier, I've just used my mother's instinct and just grabbed the little girl behind me and just put her down in the bleachers and covered over top of her. And the rest of our family kind of gathered all around everybody else. And yeah, you don't ever plan for anything like that. So you just kind of have to just go with what you feel at the moment, I guess. I don't know. It was definitely terrifying.
So you were in the bleachers, really behind where the former president was?
We were off to his, if he was facing forward, we were off to the right. We were in the same set of bleachers where the guy was shot at.
Oh, my goodness.
We were just a few feet from him.
Is this somebody you had met or encountered?
I think we had talked to him in line coming in, but we didn't know who he was personally, no.
We know this is, we don't have to get deep into it. We know this is a tough campaign right now. But did you ever imagine you would face this sort of thing at a rally?
Absolutely not, no. We are 100% Trump supporters. This was our first rally we ever attended. We were not in the least bit worried about anything like that. So we just pray that he's okay, and we pray for the families who, suffered everything. We're just not, my husband especially, he can kind of say his little point, but we just don't know how this happened. There was so much presence there, police presence and snipers, and I don't know how that guy possibly was able to do this.
Yeah, your husband, Brent?
Yeah. Yes, he's here.
Yeah, Brent, you did go through magnetometers, the metal detectors and all that, so did you feel safe going into this arena?
Oh, yeah, I felt safe going into it. You go through it, and they double and triple check people, from what I saw, but like I heard earlier, that it was outside the perimeters or something like that, I guess, where this guy was at. And somebody told me 100 40-some yards or something like that. I think it was a lot more than that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking a good
So
200 to 300 yards.
you're familiar, you had seen the building that the shooting may have taken place?
Yeah, the sniper. Yeah, I seen both sets of snipers up on the two buildings right behind where Trump would have been, and I watched them guys look over at that building quite a bit. They looked over there with the binoculars quite a bit, and I didn't know what was going on, and that's exactly where the shots come from, was there at that building.
Well, look, I'm glad you folks are well. I'm sorry you had to see what you saw, but thank you for sharing your story and your account with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, NBC's Jesse Kirsch is outside the former president's home in Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Jesse, you have Trump supporters showing up near his home throughout the evening, expressing their support.
That's right, Lester, and we still have a crowd out here right now. We're going to cut to another camera angle and show you just on the other side of my camera lens. You can see there are some people gathering. We've had people with Trump flags, Trump campaign flags, American flags, people driving by honking horns. For hours now, there have been people out here expressing their support for the former president. I do want to show you the presence behind us here at Mar-a-Lago, the former president's home. I'm going to step off to the side. Our photographer is going to push in. You can see red and blue lights, what appear to be on a police vehicle on the property. Our team has seen what appears to be at least 2 police vehicles stationed on that property tonight. But what I can tell you is from our producer, Juliet, who has been driving around the area, has been in the area before, there does not appear at this point to be any obvious, demonstrable up-ramp of the physical, visible security presence here. Of course, that's only speaking to what we can visibly see out here right now. So that's not saying anything about what might be going on inside the fence line of the property at this point. But from our perspective out here, there does not appear to be an obvious ramp up of the physical security presence. We should note this is not just the home of the former president. This is where his youngest child, Barron Trump, lives, as well as his wife, Melania Trump. We know that the former First Lady was, before all this unfolded, expected to be at the RNC in Milwaukee this week. We do not at this point have any guidance on their whereabouts, either the former First Lady or Barron Trump at this point. So we don't know if they are at this property. I can tell you that since we've been here and our team has been out here for hours at this point, we have not seen any kind of up-ramp, again, of a security presence, no motorcade coming or going that would suggest any movements of the former First family on this property in this area at Palm Beach tonight, Lester.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you very much. We want to go to Garrett Hake right now. He covers former President Trump. And Garrett, this is all happening in the middle of a presidential election that is lost on no one.
Yeah, Lester, I mean, the contours of where we are right now are fascinating. We've had over the last several weeks since the presidential debate a situation in which Donald Trump, who likes the spotlight of campaigning more than any other politician I've ever covered, has almost entirely stayed out of it. All of the headlines over the last 2 weeks have been about Joe Biden and would he remain as the Democratic nominee. We were starting to talk about Donald Trump again in the context of this rally today and the opening of his convention on Monday, because he was going to have to name his vice presidential nominee, something that would pull that spotlight back to him, and then have the chance to introduce himself again to the country at a convention. One of the very few events that a candidate can ever fully control on their own during the heat of a presidential election. Instead, we find ourselves tonight, Saturday night, probably bleeding well into Sunday morning, in the exact opposite situation, an assassination attempt, something no candidate could ever possibly control, that's liable to completely upend the contours of this election. We know that the president and the former president have spoken tonight in the aftermath of this, and we know that the RNC, according to the organizers and the former president statement that appears in his name seems to indicate at least, will go forward on Monday in some capacity. But what the speeches will be about, what the kind of contours of this campaign will be, how voters will react to seeing a nominee for a major party escorted off stage by Secret Service, covered in his own blood. I mean, this is just not something that modern voters have had to grapple with. When I'm talking to people tonight, not just my sources, but sort of the normal people in my life consuming this all, there is so much shock and anger and sadness that we are in this place as a country, and we're in this place in July. How this all changes over the next couple of months, when especially we now know the House of Representatives, at least, if not the Senate as well, will be investigating this shooting. We'll be talking about about it for weeks, if not months. So the motivations behind the shooter, would we find out what they are? I mean, there's just such a butterfly effect moment to have happen in what's normally the doldrums of summer pre-convention in a presidential election that now could shape much of the next several months of this race.
Yeah, you say that, and I had to think for a second. You're right, we are in July, and this is normally a period where we get a little bit of a breath before heading into the meat of the campaign, but not to be. Thank you, Garrett. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard has been covering the Trump campaign. He joins us now from the RNC at the Convention Center in Milwaukee. I assume that a lot of the delegates have already arrived and that word has circulated. What kind of reaction are you hearing there?
Right. Thousands of delegates are already here in Milwaukee. There have already been several committees that are a part of this convention that have already been meeting here this weekend in the lead up to Monday's formal festivities beginning. Of course, it's Monday night when the first primetime speakers will begin. Of course, Donald Trump's family is expected to be here as well. Melania Trump, Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric. Donald Trump himself, the presumptive Republican nominee, is set to take the stage here this upcoming Thursday night in prime time. To our understanding, the plans continue as they were initially said. Just a few hours before this apparent assassination took place, the speakers for this convention were announced. For the RNC here, there are delegates that are going to be coming here and going to be filling up this arena. We've already been watching the Secret Service here on site beginning their initial sweeps here to ensure the security of this perimeter here. There is a soft perimeter and there's a hard perimeter around the greater convention site here in downtown Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This has been a convention now years in the making here for this moment. It was 8 years ago, the last time that there was a formal Republican convention of this sorts. Of course, the 2000 convention happening at the heart of the pandemic. There was no crowd. There were no mass delegations here. And so for this event here, it is going to be moving on as forward. I talked to two different delegates just a short time ago, one telling me that they believe this only increases the energy level here and the intensity and the commitment to support the likes of Donald Trump, the former president, the presumptive Republican nominee, who's expected on Monday to be formally nominated inside of this arena with the several thousand delegates on hand. Lester.
All right, thank you. So let's go to national security analyst Frank Figliuzzi. And Frank, the FBI has taken over the investigation. What does that mean in a practical sense?
Yeah, Lester, this is actually mandated by regulation. It's been written long ago, and the history of it is fascinating because it anticipates the unlikely event that maybe the Secret Service would cover up an incident or even be involved in it, God forbid. So we expected the FBI to come in and take this over. What it means is the full panoply of the FBI will be involved, from high-tech crime scene analysis, but more immediately, Lester, all of the social media and computer devices of this shooter, all the interviews of his coworkers, family, neighbors, all of that, his entire life history will be reconstructed rather rapidly. And the goal here will be to see, number one, was anyone else involved? Is this part of a larger conspiracy? Was there anything that could have been done to head this off or intervene? They'll be looking at his weapon, where it came from. Was it purchased legally or not? Was he trained as a sniper ever in any profession that he may have held? And of course, what was his motive? And I caution people, don't draw conclusions. We don't know where this shooter really was coming from mentally, and that's where the FBI will be going. One of the early things they need to rule out is terrorism. They need to rule out that this wasn't a part of an international terrorism plot. So lots of things on the FBI's plate in the upcoming days and weeks.
This is, Merrick Garland has brought his team together. Is this truly a national security issue?
It clearly is. I mean, the world is watching here. They know we're all divided and polarized, and that we do tend to lean toward violence as a possible solution. This only makes things worse, not only internationally, but domestically. You've reported the RNC is starting on Monday. This is our iconic democratic process. The parties hold conventions. They pick their nominees. The question, can we do that securely and safely? And you will see changes come Monday in the planning around the RNC. So, for example, in the state of Wisconsin, you're not supposed to preclude anyone from carrying a weapon, even in a soft security zone, which is in place for the free speech and designated protest areas of the convention. I think those are going to get moved. There's also a parade route around the building for people who want to exercise free speech and assembly. That may be rethought. We're going to have to do things differently moving forward. And of course, the investigation of what went wrong here, why, if as reported is true, why was this building the shooter was on outside the perimeter when it clearly was within a sniper's range? We've got to figure that out too.
Are you fearful, or does law enforcement look at the possibility that something like this could inspire others who may have harbored similar thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. The copycat thing here, look, sadly, we've seen it over the last couple of years, haven't we, with people kind of taking on FBI buildings, and it doesn't end well for them, like Cincinnati, Ohio, or a man who tried to swing a weapon at FBI agents in Provo, Utah, who were arresting him. This kind of thing begets more violence and revenge. So if you're going to have protest areas in Milwaukee with presumably people who are anti-Trump, can you imagine people who think in their head the answer is to seek revenge for today's event, maybe against those who are protesting against Trump? This presents quite the challenge for next week.
And as this investigation unfolds, you reminded us not to glom on to what we think may be a motive in this case. But if there are connections, outlets, for example, for outside the United States, that would turn this into a much different animal.
It sure would. And look, the FBI Director Chris Wray, for example, has been telling Congress repeatedly now that there is strong indication of a potential for an international terror attack here. He used the language that it could look like the concert hall attack in Moscow recently by ISIS-K. Recently, the FBI arrested 8 men who migrated over the southern border from Tajikistan who are affiliated with ISIS-K. So, you know, that is an ongoing concern, and the FBI is going to work quickly to try and put that angle to rest.
And the digital trail, we've seen that emerge in similar things before. Will that be the tell-all, essentially?
Today, people just vent all of their motives and frustrations online, and my guess is this will be the case here. We'll know pretty quickly, even through family interviews as well as social media, where this individual was coming from in terms of mindset.
All right. We continue to get video from the aftermath. You see people who were wounded, perhaps, or somehow otherwise injured there being treated in the confusion, the aftermath of all this. There's still photos, including ones like this, that have certainly gone viral among many of Donald Trump's supporters after he has survived what is an apparent assassination attempt in Pennsylvania today at a rally. This is the shot, the iconic shot now of the former president being whisked away to the safety of his vehicle. We're coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to take a very brief pause for some of our stations to start their local coverage. For others, Hallie Jackson will pick up the coverage in just a moment.
For our viewers just joining us, we are on the air with breaking news on this NBC News special report. A shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania campaign rally. The former president has been hurt in an apparent assassination attempt. The Secret Service says the president is safe and that the shooter is dead. Tonight, Donald Trump is posting on Truth Social, his platform online, that he was hit with a bullet that he says pierced the upper part of his right ear. He said he felt it ripping through his skin. We have a lot to get to, but I want to pause here. We're going to roll the video of what happened just after 6 p.m. here on the East Coast while Mr. Trump was speaking. I want you to listen closely also to the sound of the shots and what you hear in the moments right after that until Mr. Trump is rushed into his motorcade. Watch.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
guys here. All guys here, move it to the stair. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus.
Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
You see that fist in the air from former President Trump as he is taken into his motorcade and then taken away. This is a map, the approximate area of the stage where Mr. Trump was shot and the location of the suspected gunman's body. Here's what we know right now, that suspected shooter fired a weapon from a roof outside the perimeter of the rally. So he was outside the Secret Service security area. The alleged gunman is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed. 2 other spectators were badly hurt. President Biden has spoken with Mr. Trump. He is returning right now to the White House from Delaware, where earlier this evening, the president addressed the nation.
But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully and without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody.
Former President Trump has put out a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally-goer who was killed and to the others who were hurt. He also thanked law enforcement and first responders for their quick action and says he looks forward to the Republican convention in Milwaukee that is set to begin on Monday. I want to bring in now NBC's Dasha Burns, who was at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. She was there when the shots were fired. Dasha, bring us up to speed as to where things stand now, what we know about the whereabouts of the former president, and what happens from here.
Hallie, as reporters in this day and age, you and I both know we cover shootings. It is a modern day reality. It is very rare, though, and certainly has never happened to me, that we, instead of going to the scene in the aftermath, we are actually there on site and witnessing all of this. We were there, our team, in the moments when the shots rang out. I can walk you through just briefly to give you a sense of what it was like in the crowd there. There was a transition of emotions from chaos and fear and confusion to you will see and hear in that video that you've been playing, once the former president puts his fist up into the air, then cheers and trying to figure out what exactly happened. We are now in the parking lot outside of the venue. We've been here for hours. Earlier, we showed you a massive traffic jam. Thousands and thousands of cars were in this parking lot. Thousands of people at this rally coming to what they thought was going to be a typical Trump rally, a typical political rally. That's, of course, not what they experienced. We've been talking to witnesses here, sharing our own experience with them and hearing from them as well. I want you to take a listen to some of the conversations that I've had. Joe and Donna, a mother-son, who say that they were right there. They were in the area where this happened. Donna, let me start with you. First of all, are you okay?
Yes, I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay. Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, God, get down. And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, up at the top of our bleacher, the men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher. We heard the one is very fatal. We don't know that for sure, but they were down. They went out on grenades.
So Joe, what exactly did you see? Because from our vantage point, we couldn't see what was going on. We didn't see any individuals. All we could do was listen for those sounds. But what did you see?
Again, I was watching the president, and you hear the gunshots go off. Remarks from up top said that the shooter actually climbed up the back of the bleacher. And after we got down, like my mom said, there was 2 people down. They were calling for medics. We did see the 2 people that were shot, and we saw them get carried out. Like, I don't know. The one didn't look like they were okay. I hope the other one's okay, and just may God watch over them tonight.
And Dawn, you said 2 people. Were these 2 people fellow attendees of the rally? And what kind of did you see them get shot directly, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, you just heard the noise. You heard the pop, 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 seeing the aftermath, and neither of them looked good. They were both down. Nobody was talking. Nobody was moving.
What was going through your mind as you were witnessing all of this?
Are they still here? And am I going to get shot? That's what's going through my mind. He's holding my hand, and we were going to get up and try to get out of here. And some gentleman there said, no, you stay down. So we stayed down, and then we finally heard everybody evacuate, and he grabbed my hand, and we got out of there.
And Joe, what was your state of mind coming into this rally today? What were you expecting, and what are you feeling now as we all experienced a day that none of us thought would come?
Well, I was excited. I mean, this is our second rally, and the first one, Trump is very energetic when he comes to these, and well, now I want to vote for him more than ever.
Why is that?
Just to send a message to these people. They can't stop us.
Don't stop us. That's right.
Dawn, how are you feeling? I mean, you're here with your son. Of course, you want to protect your baby, and you don't want them or yourself to be in any danger. What were those mama instincts in that moment, and how are you feeling right now?
Exactly. My mama instincts were when he grabbed my hand, I knew my son was scared to death because he was holding my hand. He had held my hand since he was probably 5 or 6 years old. And so he held on to my hand, and you can imagine, my heart went into a million pieces. All I kept thinking was we got to be safe and get out of here. And I agree with Joe. Vote for Trump, because this country got to get back in line. This is out of control.
How did you get out ultimately? How did you get here to safety?
That once they evacuated us, because right where we were sitting, we were able to just keep on going. We actually watched snipers and everybody over on the side for a few minutes, but we just got out of there. We were scared.
What did you see from your vantage point of the snipers? These were the people protecting the former president.
That's correct. And now they were over in the lawn. They just were watching every single person with their guns going by. I believe the one injured person was over there that they had. Wasn't he on the one on the ground?
Yeah, So before they evacuated, they carried the 2 injured people out. Then they yelled for us to get evacuated. At that point, all the Secret Service were up in our section with the guns, and they were all in the field. Because like I said, rumor was he climbed up the back of our bleacher.
Hallie, I also spoke to a gentleman who was right next to the person who was shot and killed at this rally. He was an OBGYN, a doctor who said he actually helped to carry that man out of the venue, describing that harrowing scene to us. So many people witnessed this tragedy today and are trying to wrap their minds around what happened. The sun has set here, but the reality is still dawning on all of us that were in that rally, what we witnessed and what this is going to mean for the future of this country, for the future of this campaign, for the future of this election. We know the former president has posted on Truth Social that he's okay. He's been injured in his right ear. He did send condolences to the family of the person who was injured fatally. This is something that, of course, President Biden has spoken about as well. The 2 of them have spoken. And now we're just 48 hours from the Republican National Convention, a massive event and an event where security was already a concern. And now it remains to be seen just what this means for the protection around the former president, certainly to be escalated after this. Hallie.
Dasha Burns live for us there. Dasha, thank you so much. I want to go to our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, who's with us. And Tom, you've got some new details on how this shooting took place. What can you tell us?
I can, Hallie, but first I think we should get to some additional information that myself and my colleagues have been learning, and including our colleagues Jonathan Dienst and Dan DeLuce. The individual who is believed to have tried to shoot former President Trump is somebody who is not a foreign national. There's no nexus here, we've been told, to any sort of foreign national or foreign country. Separately, it's possible this person could be from the general western part of Pennsylvania, and we're in the process of hunting that down now, and obviously we'll continue to report and get as much detail as possible. As far as the location of where this alleged shooter was, we just saw the video, and it's an incredible video of the former president being taken from the stage, and you can see here now on the map, you call it 148 yards, 150, 130, but generally put, these are the two locations where these individuals were located. That's a manufacturing company on the left-hand side of your screen and a roof that belongs to that, at least according to a Google search. We haven't been able to reach that particular firm yet to confirm the details of that. And then you can see where the stage was set up today for the rally. Now, the Secret Service's perimeter is, of course, and you know this very well, Hallie, from your time on covering so many various campaigns, you can't bring in a weapon. You're going to be searched. There's magnetometers. There's people to check you. But it appears that this was outside, and we are told from the Secret Service this was outside of their area where they would have checked people. Now, there is video of snipers on a roof who appear to notice or fire at this individual. And we're in the process of confirming some of the details of that video before we show it to you, just to make sure. But if that video is accurate, it does show the counter sniper team. So these are Secret Service agents or part of federal law enforcement that are, their job is to try to look for somebody like this, identify them, and if need be, take that individual out. And it appears that that was part of what happened here today. But you can see how close this was to the stage, and you can see how all this happened. We had video moments ago, or earlier, I should say, that showed this rooftop. Here it is. The blurred object there is the body of the alleged shooter, who's believed to be there. It is a man. We've reported that previously, and the individual appears to be wearing some sort of a tan camouflage pant, Hallie, but it's difficult to make out a lot of details about them from what we've seen. So that's kind of the latest on this investigation, which is moving quickly. As we've reported, the FBI director has personally briefed the President of the United States, Joe Biden, and he's also talked to the National Security Council and the National Security Advisor about this investigation and plans to continue those updates, obviously, over the course of the next several hours and days.
Tom Winter, thank you. I know you're staying close to your phone and close to a camera. Appreciate that. I want to share some developing news now coming into us from the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, who says right now that former President Trump has now left the Butler area. This is in a statement posted online on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that he and his wife are thankful that Mr. Trump's team reports that he is fine, and we continue to wish him a full and speedy recovery. The Pennsylvania governor goes on to say that federal law enforcement officials will continue to lead, of course, on the investigation into the attempted shooting of former President Trump, this shooting, and Pennsylvania State Police will lead the investigation into the shooting of the other victims here in Butler, Pennsylvania. Obviously, the governor's indication that Mr. Trump has left the Butler area suggests that perhaps Mr. Trump is now on his way back to one of his homes. We've been talking here tonight to some folks who attended that rally today. I want to bring in one of them. John David Longo is the mayor of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being with us.
I'm here.
Mr. Mayor, if you can hear me okay, can you tell us what you heard and what you saw at that rally?
Ma'am, can you hear me all right?
Sure can, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try one more time. Can you tell us what you saw at the rally, if you can hear me?
Of course. Thank you very much. Where to start? You know, the day started very early in the day. Everybody was full of smiles and elated to be there in support of President Trump. Lots of folks were reminiscing about his visit to us in Butler County in Halloween of 2020, and all of us were expecting that we were going to be able to enjoy another joyous occasion. You know, I had the pleasure of participating in the rally, and I even had the pleasure of chatting with the president 15, 20 minutes before this awful thing happened. And it was just such a sad thing to see. And I'm so sorry for the family and friends of the individual whose life was stolen from him because of this maniac's violence.
One of the things we talked about earlier, Mr. Mayor, this is an area of Pennsylvania that is, so to speak, Trump country. The people who had attended, based on the reporting that we've done, were excited to be there, or they were excited to hear from the former president on the eve of the Republican convention in Milwaukee, a key moment for his campaign and for his candidacy here. Can you share any insights into how your community is doing tonight?
My community's thoughts and prayers, first and foremost, are with the friends and family of the individual whose life was taken from him today. We are with him. We're grieving with that family, first and foremost. And second, we are in deep blood red Trump country here in northern Butler County in the Slip Rock area, and our thoughts are with the president. But I got to tell you, man, I saw a lot of ugly today, but I saw a lot of good today. I saw a lot of good come out of people on the ground during this time when folks were scared. People took the initiative and they stood up and they helped one another. And that is representative of everything that Butler County conservatives stand up for and believe in.
One of the images that we're seeing as you're speaking here, Mr. Mayor, is the former president delivering a couple of fist pumps, essentially, to the crowd after it was clear that he had been hurt. You could see blood on his face, and he was being rushed off stage by Secret Service. As you were watching that, what went through your mind in that moment?
Yeah, well, my vantage point was incredible because I was sitting just to stage left, first row. I was just, 20 feet from the president, so I got to see all of that unfold as I was scanning around. And at first I felt relief, of course. I thought, thank God President Trump is up and standing. And second, I thought, thank goodness that this wasn't even worse. I mean, the potential for this to be even worse than it was, as awful as it is, was just humongous. So it was a bit of relief, but also too, it was harrowing. I was very scared for the future, and I thought, my goodness, what is it that we've gotten ourselves into, and what's next here?
Before I let you go, have you had any contact with any members of the Trump campaign since this happened? Had they reached out at all?
I haven't spoken with anybody officially on the ground level with the Trump campaign, but I will say that I've heard from plenty of people who are close to the campaign, plenty of Butler County Republican leaders here in the area, and once more, all of us are just thinking and praying for the family of the individual whose life was lost, and our thoughts and prayers, of course, with the president and with the entire nation right now.
A very difficult evening. John David Longo, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for being with us here on this NBC News special report tonight. Appreciate it. I want to turn now to Garrett Haake, who covers former President Trump, who has been part of our coverage tonight. And Garrett, some new perhaps clues as to the former president's location, or at least the location that he has apparently departed, according to Governor Shapiro here. Talk us through it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we know right now where the former president is not, and that's in the Butler area where this rally was held. But beyond that, we don't have a lot more specific information about his location. And I suppose that's probably to be anticipated after an assassination attempt, as we now know that this is. But what we have right now is a situation where the Trump campaign is in something of a communications lockdown. They are not speaking with press. They are not speaking publicly really at all beyond that message from the former president on his social media platform and a fundraising blast that just went out with no particular details, but it says only a message from President Trump, I will never surrender. For all we know, that could have been a planned thing for the end of this rally tonight, regardless. So we're in right now the uncharted territory in which we've found ourselves so familiar this campaign season, with the former president out of the hospital, as far as we know, out of the Butler area, but not yet returned to his New Jersey golf club where we expected him to spend the night tonight, nor headed to Milwaukee, where we do still expect him to appear on Monday, according to the convention organizers and the Trump campaign, who said in a statement earlier this evening, essentially, that the show must go on. But Hallie, how different will that show be? How much will this moment, this attempted assassination of a presidential candidate, change the tenor, the direction, the issue set of this campaign? It's impossible to know right now, but I can tell you that the former president's allies on Capitol Hill are already moving very quickly to keep this incident in the spotlight. They've announced investigations that will come in the House, the Speaker putting out a statement to that effect, the chair of the Oversight Committee, which seems keen to claim jurisdiction here, inviting the head of the Secret Service to come and testify a week from Monday. So imagine all week next week you'll have the Republican convention. Then the following Monday you could very well see the head of the Secret Service answering questions about this in front of lawmakers on the Hill. That's just one chamber. I think we'll also see the Senate dive into this issue, too, to see what possible failures there could have been here by the Secret Service, what other steps could have been taken to prevent this incident tonight from coming as close as it appears to have of taking the life of a soon-to-be presidential nominee of a major party.
Garrett Haake, thank you. I want to turn now to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, we know that former President Trump has spoken with President Biden tonight based on what the White House is telling us. As the president himself, and I think we have a live look at his plane, is getting ready to change his plans. He's heading back to Washington earlier than expected, Kelly.
That's right. He had been in Rehoboth, Delaware, will be departing here shortly to come back to Washington. And the president will be able to, by virtue of being back, have additional briefings here in person tomorrow. Of course, the powers of the presidency go wherever he goes, and he was receiving briefings at his home in Delaware, but made a decision that he wanted to come back to the White House tonight. We expect him to return to Washington after midnight, sometime around 12:30 or so, based on the schedule as we understand it. You pointed out that he placed a call to former President Trump. They were able to connect after trying earlier, shortly after the incident. In the immediate aftermath of that, President Biden tried to reach him, was unable to do so. They spent a little more time. They were able to connect and have a personal connection. You heard the president earlier tonight speaking publicly, talking about the fact that there can be no political violence tolerated and that everyone must condemn it, and that former President Trump should have been able to carry out this rally without any threat, and that should not have happened. So President Biden trying to get additional information. We now know he has been briefed by an array of top government officials who will be responsible for various aspects of this investigation. Now, of course, there is a political environment here, and these two men are not only predecessor and successor, and both who have been commander-in-chief and in the Oval Office. They are, of course, running against each other in this heated political environment. The Biden campaign is telling its own staff and members to hold off from any commentary on what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania today, to not talk about this, to try to turn down any of the political rhetoric and to have a pause. We have seen this in the political landscape at different times when there are sad or unexpected events of a variety of types that campaigns will have a moment to pause. Everything from deaths in the family to hurricanes to other kinds of issues that command people's immediate attention. This is highly, highly rare and is very upsetting, and there are many questions to be answered and pursued in terms of the investigation. So turning down some of the rhetoric, turning down some of the political engagement that would typically happen. Now, what we don't know is how the president's schedule will be affected beyond tonight and tomorrow. He, of course, had a planned schedule that included some appearances publicly before and around the Republican National Convention, which is set to begin in Milwaukee. Sometimes candidates sit out their opponent's convention, but in the last couple of cycles, we've seen more intense and robust engagement, regardless of the other calendar and the other campaign's biggest event, the convention itself, the nominating convention. So many questions to find out in the next day or two about what the schedules will be. What we do know is the president will get more briefings tomorrow. He's heard from the FBI director, the head of the Secret Service, his top Homeland Security officials, both at the cabinet level and the internal White House advisor, and all of those expected experts in various fields interacting here. So there's a political component, there's an investigative one, and there is certainly just sort of the tone of the nation right now, where the president wants things to be about not accepting any kind of violence like this as he tries to get more answers. Kelly?
Kelly O'Donnell standing by for us tonight at the White House. Kel, thank you. I want to bring in now Evie Poumpouras, a former Secret Service agent. Evie, with your expertise, can you help us understand what's happening now inside that agency, inside the investigation, with the priority, presumably, of course, making sure that the former president gets to where he needs to go tonight?
So the first thing is, if we're looking at the investigative part, the FBI is the entity, the agency now that's going to come in and investigate what has happened. Now, this is done by design to keep the Secret Service out of the investigation, because if there is a security issue, a security flaw, a mistake, they don't want the Secret Service obviously investigating themselves. So the FBI comes in, and we received the reports. They came in immediately. They came to the site, secure it. They're starting to interview people. They're assessing who did what happened, and they're going to follow that investigation. As far as the suspect goes, or the individual that we believe took the shots, they're going to interview family members, friends, employers, employees, if he's a business owner, any mental health history. Were there any signs that this individual made threats in the past? So you're going to see a purge of social media accounts online. It's going to be subpoena after subpoena after subpoena to get as much information as possible to understand the why. Now, the bigger thing really is for something like this, and the priority is this a network of people? Obviously, you know, since the last assassination attempt we had, that was Ronald Reagan. And after that, we had 9/11. So it's different. Typically, historically, it's always been the lone wolf, the jackal, they would call it, who's going to come in to do something like this. But after 9/11, we see a different threat of terrorism. So the one thing the FBI is really going to focus on, is there a network of people? Is this a terrorist attack? It does not seem that it is that. Again, there's nothing's been confirmed, but it appears that it does not seem to be that. And it's starting to lead itself to that lone individual, that person. Now, as far as the Secret Service, I mean, there's reports already coming out that the director, Kimberly Cheadle, will be testifying before Congress, and they're going to ask her what happened. Now, when we look at that aerial shot that you guys have been pulling up, right, that aerial shot, we have the hardened perimeter, which is the perimeter that the Secret Service secures. Okay, so what does that mean? That's the perimeter basically that is blocked off, where you have the magnetometers there, where you have the hardcore element. So anybody that comes into that area is typically screened. Beforehand, it's actually cleared out. Dogs come through, military personnel, they check for bombs or any explosives, and then you power it up with manpower, poststanders, police, military, special agents. They lock it down. Then you control who comes in. You keep the area clean. So people going through magnetometer checkpoints. So that's the hardened security perimeter. Now, what we're hearing is this individual who took the shot was outside that perimeter. Now, just because they're outside that perimeter, it does not mean that you don't secure that. You do have a secure element out that way. So one of the things, or there's multiple things you do, you have local police patrolling the area, right? You can have post standards or USSS personnel perhaps also patrolling the area with local police. Now, the counter sniper entities, and what we're hearing through reports, is there are 2 snipers on a rooftop in an adjacent building. Now, what they do is they want a high position.
I just want to stop you there, as we are just looking here at President Biden and his team. That's not the president, of course, that's his motorcade pulling up to Air Force One. He is departing. You see him going up the steps of Air Force One now, the back of the president, heading back to the White House after this apparent assassination attempt on former President Trump at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're going to watch President Biden as he boards Air Force One again, leaving Delaware. He is returning here to Washington, turning around and giving a salute as he walks in to the plane. We are expecting a press conference in just about 15 minutes from now. We're coming up on the bottom of the hour. We will take a very brief couple-second pause for more stations to join us right now. I'd like to welcome you back to this NBC News special report. I'm Hallie Jackson. We are on the air with breaking news. Earlier tonight, a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania campaign rally. The former president was injured in an assassination attempt. The Secret Service says the president is safe, that the suspected shooter is dead. We know that we have heard from Donald Trump, the former president, on his Truth Social online platform, posting he was hit with a bullet that he says pierced the upper part of his right ear. He said he felt it ripping through his skin. Here's what we know right now. The alleged gunman fired a weapon from a roof outside the perimeter of the rally. So he was outside that typical Secret Service security area. The alleged gunman is dead. as is a spectator who is attending the rally. That person has been killed. 2 others were badly hurt. President Biden, you just saw him boarding Air Force One moments ago. He is headed back to Washington now. He says he has spoken. The White House says that he has spoken with Mr. Trump. Earlier this evening, you had President Biden addressing the nation, condemning the violence. Former President Trump, in his statement, extended condolences to the loved ones of the spectator, the rally goer who was killed, and the others who were hurt. He also thanked law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign has also suggested he will be at the Milwaukee convention, the Republican convention, set to begin not long from now. I want to let folks know that in just about 15 minutes, we are expecting a news conference in Butler, Pennsylvania. And this may be where we get some answers to some of the key questions tonight. We expect federal law enforcement as well as local law enforcement to be there, presumably with a critical update on the investigation. We will bring that to you live the second that it happens. Before it does, I want to get to our colleague Kelly O'Donnell, our senior White House correspondent, who is at the White House. And Kelly, we saw President Biden boarding his plane. He is headed back here.
That is a change in his schedule, one brought out by these events where the president made a decision. We were told by sources familiar that he was at Mass earlier today when he learned of the incident involving the former president, made a decision that he wanted to speak publicly in the earliest point after he got some initial briefings, did that earlier tonight. Then as he gained more information, made the decision that he wants to leave Delaware to come back to the White House tonight. We expect he will get here sometime after midnight, likely around the 12:30 a.m. time, and that tomorrow it is expected he will have additional briefings with key law enforcement personnel from the Secret Service, the FBI, Homeland Security, and so forth. All the different threads of information that could give a better picture of what happened, who was involved, and what motivations may have been a part of this. He did have that personal connection with former President Trump by phone tonight after trying to reach him earlier at a time when we could presume that the former president was probably getting some medical care or just getting through the initial experience of this apparent assassination attempt and all of the turmoil associated with that. So they have now spoken and connected personally. We know additionally that the Biden campaign is saying to its own team, turn down the rhetoric, do not comment about this issue, put it on pause right now, and that the focus needs to be on bringing about calm, having some unity in the country, that we as a nation stand against political violence. Even though political violence has reared its head many times in our history, that now is a time with a heated campaign to try to turn down the rhetoric. So this could be a point where we could see some other changes in schedule. We simply don't know yet. These are fast-moving events. We're tracking each of these developments, and as we learn more, we'll bring it to you. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us there from the White House. Kelly, thank you very much. I want to bring in Pennsylvania Congressman Dan Muser, who was at today's rally. He is joining us now. Congressman, thank you very much for your time tonight. I know it's late, and I know it's been a difficult day.
Yeah, well, good to be with you. Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened, what you saw happen, what you saw and heard there today in Butler?
Sure. It started as a typical rally. We had some pre-rally speeches, myself, Senate candidate Dave McCormick, Mike Kelly, my colleague in the House. The president arrived. We did our standard pictures and met with some people. And then he came out, and he wasn't speaking for more than 6 or 7 minutes when we heard rapid gunfire. The first couple of shots, I don't think any of us knew exactly what was going on. Yeah. But I guess it was maybe the fourth shot was when it hit the president. And when he put his hand up to his head and hit the deck, boy, everybody in the place knew what was going on. They knew we were under fire. So the Secret Service did its job. Our Pennsylvania state troopers were also highly engaged. There was a lot of security there. And then, very, very sadly, a individual that was sitting just right behind me, a few rows, was also hit, and that was a bad scene. And my understanding is that individual was a fatality, that he was killed. So it was chaotic. It was a shame, and we're lucky that the president, former President Trump, by a quarter of an inch, avoided assassination.
Congressman, just an incredibly traumatic evening. I'm going to ask for your patience. I want to pause this conversation for just a second because my colleague, our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, is joining us with some breaking news on new details about the suspect. Tom, what's going on?
That's right, Hallie. Alongside our colleagues Kelly O'Donnell and Jonathan Dienst, federal investigators have tentatively identified the man who shot at former President Donald Trump today in Pennsylvania. He is a male described as approximately 20 years old and from Pennsylvania, according to 5 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. So they have a tentative ID. They're still running things down from a law enforcement perspective, and that's the reason why they have not publicly announced the name, and we are not publicly announcing it either at this juncture. But again, the news is that federal investigators do have a tentative identification of the man who shot at former President Trump today. He's approximately 20 years old, from Pennsylvania, and that's according to 5 senior U.S. law enforcement officials. And as I always say, Hallie, and you're probably tired of me saying it over the years, this information it's an ongoing investigation. It's happening as we are live talking about it. So things are always subject to change. But the best information they have is that that's who this individual is. And as we get more information, we will certainly, of course, share it with you. But that's the latest.
Tom Winter, thank you. I'm going to let you get back to your phone. Some critical reporting there from you and the team. I appreciate that. Congressman Muser remains with us, of course. Dan Muser from Pennsylvania, who is there at today's rally. Congressman, obviously you heard my colleague reporting here, our NBC News team, that the suspect is believed to be about 20 years old. And from your state, from Pennsylvania here, sir. Talk us through some reaction there and bring us back to tonight. You described being so close to somebody who was ultimately killed. I imagine there was a fear for your own safety.
Well, I think everybody was fearing some, or in some cases, quite a bit, right? When you hear in rapid fire like that, and you see the president go down, but certainly when President Trump did get up and waved his fist in that he's on the rise, that changed the mood in a hurry. But there was still a lot of pandemonium, tears, and quite a bit of fear. You know, regarding the shooter, look, I got some information on him a little bit earlier. If it's the same person, he seems that he put out something earlier that was very threatening, that he was going to do something today. Again, if it was the same individual, whether there's mental illness there or where that level of hate comes from, and the idea that he thinks he would go in and do some good by assassinating a candidate for president and perhaps the future president and the former president is pretty sad. But I'll be honest with you, I'm glad when someone like that thinks that they can get away with something like that. That he did not, number one, but number two, paid the ultimate price. We need to deter such craziness. And on the same note, I will add, we need an environment of more of open discourse, less hyperbolizing, less accusations, and more conversations. Right? I mean, that's the responsibility, I think, of those in an elected office, and hopefully this will be a catalyst for us to do that.
Congressman, still a lot of questions, obviously, and we want to be very clear about what we do and what we do not know. But some of those questions may be answered in just about 6 minutes when we hear from law enforcement at a news conference that is set to begin at 11:45 Eastern in Butler, Pennsylvania. We'll be bringing that to folks live. But, Congressman, before I let you go, any contact with anybody in the Trump orbit, the broader orbit, since this happened tonight in Butler?
Just anecdotal, nothing necessarily specific, but we do hear that the president is well. He's strong. He's fired up, as you can imagine, after such a traumatic incident. But we're just happy he's okay, and we're going to see him in Milwaukee.
And do you believe Milwaukee will move forward as planned? We've been reporting out that, obviously, the former president, through his campaign, says he's looking forward to being there. Clearly, there may be some changes related to the content of some of the remarks, et cetera, given what has happened here. I wonder what your sense of that is.
Well, I agree. I mean, this is a very serious event, and hopefully we can find some good in it, if you will, or some opportunity to unite. And realize that we are all Americans, and we need to work towards common goals. But the president's a fighter. He's got great energy. And something tells me he's going to be quite present at his convention.
Congressman, thank you so much for taking time out of your night to talk through this with us. I appreciate it, and we will see you in Milwaukee, I'm sure. Thank you, sir. I want to bring in Garrett Hake now, who covers former President Trump. And Garrett, I'm struck by the congressman describing Mr. Trump there as a fighter, because there is that now iconic image being circulated by his allies of the former president. We just showed it here in our video with his fist in the air. You see him waving there. After this, in the video, he does a couple of fist pumps. This is one of those shots there, one of those images, so to speak, Garrett. This is becoming symbolic of the way that those close to the former president see him in this moment and see him moving forward in many ways.
Yeah, Hallie, I think that's right. I mean, it's always been a core element of his political brand, the idea that Donald Trump was a fighter. He likes to say that he will be fighting for the forgotten man. That was, his campaign theme back in 2016 and 2020 for a time. I had a Republican strategist not affiliated with the campaign who I was talking to earlier tonight who said you can't buy a photo like that. I mean, this will become an iconic image in our politics. All of these pictures of Donald Trump from tonight, which there are so many that are kind of already going to be seared into the minds of people who've been watching some of this coverage. The photos and the fact that it's Donald Trump himself who's defined much of what we know about tonight, I think, really, with that one post that he made on his Truth Social platform just before 9 p.m. It was he that confirmed or said that he had been shot, in fact, when at the time much of the early reporting had suggested that perhaps it was a ricochet or a piece of glass. But no, the former president said in that post, it was in fact a bullet that hit him in the upper ear, on his right ear. He said he could tell exactly what was going on. He could hear it as it was happening. He expressed in that same post condolences for the other victims, thank you for law enforcement. And interestingly enough, I was thinking in the context of the congressman's comments about, whether they had heard somebody else in the day who might have been making threats. At the time of that Truth Social post, the former president said nothing was known about the shooter. That just before 9 p.m. tonight. Now, who knows to what degree he would have been briefed on an investigation into his own assassination attempt at that point. But that's where we were a few hours ago. And Hallie, as we sit here now, we remain a bit in the dark about the former president's movements. We know only that he's left the Butler area. His campaign has, by rule, basically not been commenting really about this assassination attempt at all tonight, but are, I think, particularly and understandably guarding quite closely his movements at this hour. He had his plane with him there at the Pittsburgh airport, but we don't know whether he's going back to New Jersey, as had been the original plan, or perhaps to one of his other residences tonight. We do expect to see him on Monday in Milwaukee for one important piece of business, of course. He has to pick a vice president. He has to pick a running mate, and he has to do that by basically mid-afternoon Monday, or they're going to have to rework the convention. And I will say just one final thought again, as I was listening to your conversation with the congressman. The statements that we have from the RNC and from the Trump campaign thus far are basically the show must go on, that the convention will move forward on Monday. But the idea that a convention can be completely redone from the ground up is not totally a new phenomenon. Obviously, we saw the conventions rebuilt from scratch during COVID in 2020. And I remember the first convention I ever covered in 2008, a Republican convention, had to be completely reworked. One day of programming completely dropped to accommodate a hurricane halfway across the country. That it made it seem inappropriate to be holding convention-related activities at that time. And so there will be no rest in Milwaukee tonight, I suspect, for all the folks, some 50,000 ultimately, who will be there hoping to put on that event for the Republican Party that's now sort of rethinking quite a bit, I imagine.
Garrett, thank you. That tees us up for Vaughn Hilliard, who is in Milwaukee. And Vaughn, I want to preface this by saying in the next couple of minutes, we expect to see a news conference from Butler, Pennsylvania, perhaps a critical one, as we do think we're going to hear from both local and federal law enforcement officials about what happened at the rally, about the next steps moving forward, and about where this investigation stands. There are a lot of questions still on that front tonight as our team continues to report out details, including that multiple sources are telling our team that the suspect appears to be, who is now dead, the suspected shooter, 20 years old, just about, from the state of Pennsylvania. As that is happening, there is that split screen, of course, where you are in Milwaukee, as Garrett and I were just talking about, Vaughn.
Right, and there's also a question tonight exactly where the presumptive 2024 Republican nominee is headed. We know that he has left the Butler area. It was not intended initially for him to come directly to Milwaukee. The main primetime festivities, the convention formally opens inside of the arena behind me here on Monday, though the several thousand delegates that will be in attendance and will be formally nominating him on Monday here in Milwaukee, they are already in town. There was a reception this evening that was on the books being put on by Reince Priebus, the former RNC chair, who is from the Milwaukee area, is essentially serving as the host of this Republican National Convention. That reception was canceled here tonight. There are other meetings that are going to be taking place here around the greater Milwaukee area tomorrow. I'm told that those are proceeding as normal. There is no indication that the convention plans are changing in any way. I've talked to several delegates here tonight who suggested to me that this only intensifies the energy and the importance of the convention speech that Donald Trump will deliver in prime time on Thursday night. Garrett said it. He still has a vice presidential running mate to make the selection of. There is a lot on the line for Donald Trump in the next 4 months. There is a potential sentencing date still in Lower Manhattan that he could very well face. And I can only tell you, Hallie, over the last 9 years, you have covered this campaign so closely as well. The intensity on the ground among voters on the left, on the right, has only increased with each passing year. And this year, more than ever, the understanding of what is on the line in this rematch of Joe Biden and Donald Trump on November 5th, 2024, is very well understood. And when you see the thousands of folks that come out to Donald Trump's rallies in the heat of the summer, like it was today in Pennsylvania, or a couple weeks ago in Nevada when it was over 100 degrees, there is a passion and intensity among so many to have that individual return back into the White House. Today, we are less than 4 months from the presidential election, and we expect the former president of the United States and presumptive Republican nominee to be here in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention in less than 48 hours. Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Milwaukee. Vaughn, thank you. I want to show you now the scene from Butler, Pennsylvania, where we are awaiting at any minute. You see the microphones there. The chairs set up a news conference from federal, state, local officials on what has happened today. And you see it there in that just unprecedented banner on our screen. That former President Trump has been hurt in this apparent assassination attempt, a moment that is clearly reshaping this political campaign. The former president, he says, his campaign says, is fine. He is safe. Mr. Trump describing how he heard the bullet whizzing past his ear, that he was shot, that the bullet pierced his upper right ear. We've seen those images, too, of blood on his face. You see it there as we are now waiting for that news conference to begin. And if you're just joining us or have been watching for the last couple of hours, we want to give you a sense of the moments, what it was like when it happened and after there in Butler. Listen.
Dad, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready?
And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come.
I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay. Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, God, get down. And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, up at the top of our bleacher, the men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher.
The scene as it happened just after 6 o'clock Eastern time. Here we are pushing midnight on the East Coast, and we expect to get an update from law enforcement any minute. Evie Paporis, a former Secret Service agent, is with us now. We understand, Evie, that Secret Service will be briefing along with federal law enforcement, local law enforcement. Help us set the table for what we might expect to hear in the next couple of minutes.
So they're going to break down what they do know and then what they're willing to share. Obviously, this is an ongoing investigation. We're not going to get all the facts. It's likely they may share the name of the individual. They may not. It depends what they've done. Because think about it. You want to go and interview all the people that are connected to this person. You also want to make sure that there are no other individuals connected to this person in committing this crime, committing the assassination, that it was a network of people. Those are the things you want to look at. They're going to talk about where that person was positioned. Interestingly enough, it's how did that person get there? That's a big question that everybody's asking. Yes, it was outside the security perimeter, but how did that person get there? How did that person get access to the roof? These are all the different things people are trying to understand. And what protocols were put in place, and what are they going to do? So you're going to hear the what have we done so far? Where are we at now? And what are we going to do moving forward? Likely with the U.S. Secret Service, they're going to talk about their resources, how they're moving with protection as they're going forward. We're talking about the RNC. You've got other candidates coming in, especially if former President Trump is going to announce who his VP is. So the Secret Service isn't going to turn off. This is still going to go. And you're going to see more resources and more assets put into place. So it's going to be a breakdown of the investigation and of how things are moving forward when it comes protection-wise.
Evie, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by. We want to listen in now to this news conference that is happening in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're bringing it to you live here on this NBC News special report.
Are we ready?
Let's listen in.
Is everyone ready?
I'm ready.
Ready?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know if all the cameras are.
So my name is Kevin Rojek. That's R-O-J-E-K. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Pittsburgh field office. The first thing I want to say is that the FBI stands with the people of Butler County in Western Pennsylvania, and our hearts go out to the victims of this heinous act which occurred today. This is our community, and I want to let the public know that the FBI has deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia. We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done. Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene, who saw anything, who identified any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler. This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that the State Police have been in regular contact with the Governor's Office, and the full support and assets of the entire agency are behind the FBI and our other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape, or form, and we stand ready to participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation. To give you an operational rundown, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss the operational portion that's being conducted by the Pennsylvania State Police. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Good evening. So let me describe for you a little bit about the scene that we have over there. As you know, there was a grandstand, a very large area, a lot of people there when this all unfolded. The former president had come out and begun to speak shortly after 6 o'clock this evening. And within about 10 to 15 minutes, a number of sounds were heard, and it became apparent that shots were being fired in that direction. It was a chaotic scene. Law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. PSP had a significant presence on the scene along with all of our federal partners at the time of the shooting. We have since enhanced that presence significantly, bringing in resources from all over the Commonwealth to ensure that we have a speedy, thorough investigation. We are working very closely with the FBI as we work through this. As you can imagine, because of the variety of crimes that have been committed, some are under federal jurisdiction, some are under state jurisdiction. And so, we're working through all of that, not an issue at all. We work seamlessly. But the FBI has maintained the lead on the attempted assassination. PSP will take the lead on the homicide and the shootings of the other individuals in the grandstand area. And so there are a lot of witnesses to be interviewed, a lot of things to be processed. There were some complicators that hopefully the next time we speak we can describe for you, but some complicators that slowed down some of the processing and the positive identification of the shooter. But know that at this time we have no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. We are doing everything we can to make sure that this is thoroughly investigated, and that if there is any information developed that anyone else was involved, that between PSP and the FBI, that will very quickly be followed up on. So I think at this time we would open it up to questions from all of you.
Was this a lone wolf attack?
Again, I think it's too early to say that. We have one shooter tentatively identified, but we're not stopping there. We're following up on a lot of information. It will be some time until we can conclusively say or answer that question, I think.
How long do you think that gun was hiding up there? I mean, we saw the snipers up there, as the crowds were kind of rolling in, and looked like they had a pretty good viewpoint to check everyone out. So how long did that guy have been up there?
Again, that will all be part of the investigation, but
Can you come up to the mic, please?
that will all be part of the investigation. But I can tell you that preliminarily it appears everything unfolded very quickly. So, again, we'll have more information on that, but it's just too early to start definitively saying this happened at this exact time.
But it wasn't like he was inside the security perimeter, right? That building he was on was outside of it?
That's correct.
How far outside of it was it?
we'll have that information for you. It was some distance outside of the
Colonel, can you comment on reports that there were people who saw someone on the roof and tried to alert authorities?
We're following up on those. I will tell you that I am aware of those, and I am aware that law enforcement had responded to a number of reports of suspicious activity. The specific response to this will be all part of the after action, but yes, law enforcement was responding to check on several suspicious occurrences.
What were the other suspicious occurrences?
That'll all be part of the investigation.
So you said that you're close to identifying the shooter. Could you at least confirm that he is from Butler County, Pennsylvania? Is there anything else? Did he have any affiliation with that company, do you know?
So again, we're not prepared at this time to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any further information on the potential shooter. No, it's a matter of doing biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. So we're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation on.
Would you be able to comment just what police found left behind? Like any possible devices? Did you find any extra guns? Just anything else you'd be willing to comment?
Not at this time. No, we're still in the process of an active investigation. So we'd like to reserve releasing any information like that until we have more facts.
Just today, was there any heightened threat level, credible threat level that you guys were aware of more so than what is typical for an event like this?
From the FBI's perspective, no. We did not have any specific threat information related to this event.
Can I ask, you talked about how it happened so quickly, and we know that there is at least 2 casualties, including the gunman at this point, that we're aware of. It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely.
Are you able to comment more about that and how it was taken care of so quickly?
So I think the credit goes to not only the Secret Service, who was on site, but also the state and local partners who were there on site and were able to react immediately when the incident occurred.
Do you know how many officers fired their weapons?
I do not.
I understand that it's very early and there's still going to be a lot of questions, but I mean, is this a failure of security?
Really, at this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were. So really, we can't comment on that at this time.
So you can't say if Secret Service had checked those buildings or were keeping a close eye, or
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions.
Was there any law enforcement at the AGR property prior to the event? Like, were there police at that location at any point during the event?
Are you saying the location where the shooter was located?
Yes.
I don't have any information on that. You'd have to defer to Secret Service.
when do you think you will release? When will the name of the shooter be released? I mean, any inkling of when that might happen? Tomorrow or?
So that'll be as soon as we've confirmed 100%, we're willing to release that. So if we have, as far as the contact information for the press, we should be able to do that within the next few hours, I imagine.
I'm sorry. So there was a vehicle being checked not far from here. We've also heard of a possible related scene in Bethel Park. Is there anything you can tell us tonight about other areas where law enforcement may be searching in relation to this event?
Again, right now we're tracking down all leads and doing all interviews and tracking anything that we can regarding suspicious locations, vehicles, locations, interviewing individuals. So it's all related to this event, but I can't confirm or deny anything that's going on beyond that.
Can you tell us about the weapon that the shooter used?
As far as the details of the weapon?
Yeah, what kind of a rifle was that?
Do you want to comment on that?
What did he use?
No, until it's confirmed, I would comment.
Okay. Yet until we have the confirmation of who the shooter is, and we'll release that as part of the investigative details later.
You said that you guys are deploying extra resources, and one of the things that you said was bomb technicians. So is this standard procedure, or do you have reason to believe that there are bombs somewhere in Butler County? I just want to, can you just walk us through that?
It's primarily standard procedure of any suspicious packages. In this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was, and so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene, so I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time.
Why are there any Secret Service agents here right now for this press conference?
So Secret Service wasn't available for the press conference at this time.
I understand
What
that
packages are you talking about? You're talking about packages, what, the suspicious packages like what? You're the shooter.
Really anything. I don't have specifics on what they were looking at, but you know, there's people in the crowd will leave bags as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
And then how quickly, this goes in, I guess, the Secret Service, which we're not here to talk about, I guess, but when you guys jumped into action, all law enforcement, and were able to take down that shooter, how quickly did everybody jump in and who ended up taking him out?
So it was immediate, and we're still trying to figure that out. So we'll wait till we have more definitive information regarding that investigatively.
What about the person in the crowd? Do you have any information about how they were killed?
My understanding was it was from the shooter, but again, those will be details that are released later.
Do you search homes or apartments as a part of your method of identifying the individual?
So if that's where the leads take us, absolutely.
Was Donald Trump hit with a bullet, do you know for sure, or was it potentially something else that could have?
I don't have that specific information as far as the injuries to the former president.
I understand you're not releasing the suspect's identification right now, but as you know, is this person known to you guys? Is he somebody that you guys have been looking at due to threats he's possibly made online, et cetera, et cetera?
Again, the information that we currently have, we're looking at that obviously very intently, and as we know that information, we'll release that as well. So we'll need to plan another time for a follow-up press conference. We're looking at all investigative leads and everything from, and that's why we asked the public, because I'm sure there'll be cell phone video, there'll be all kinds of information that we'll use to fully flesh out exactly what happened here.
I know you're saying you can't say what type of gun it is, but do you know how many shots were fired?
I don't.
And
I don't have that information as far as that. That'll come out in the investigation as well.
Is there an identification tonight on the other victims?
As far as the civilians,
The civilians that were injured and killed?
Yeah.
So we do have identification on those. We're not prepared to release it at this time. We have notified a number of family members, but they have not had an opportunity to notify extended family and things. I would confirm for you that we did have one individual killed, and I know I heard somebody say about 2 victims. There were 3 in total besides the former president. So 2 critically wounded, 1 killed.
At this point, do you know if they were sitting near each other and where in relation to the former president were they?
I don't have their exact seating by individual. Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but their shots were scattered somewhat, and so they weren't just into one particular location.
you're saying just one fatality as of right now?
Yes.
The shooter and one fatality.
The shooter plus 1 fatality.
Okay.
So there was 1 victim of the shooter who was killed, and then the shooter was killed.
And then 2 in critical.
Yes, ma'am.
Witnesses say they saw a semi-automatic rifle used by the shooter. Can you share any more details if that's what you believe?
I've heard those reports as well, and again, we do have a good idea of what the weapon was, but again, that's all part of the ongoing investigation. And I'm not trying to be cagey about that. You know, when the SAC talked about the need to be very methodical and to be cautious with that scene, we are doing just that. We don't want anybody else getting hurt, and candidly, there are some concerns that we'll be able to talk more about later on about just what those concerns are and continue to be.
Why would you have to talk to the shooter's family yet?
That's all part of the investigation.
After the event, there were a lot of really angry people. Are you monitoring? Have there been any threats in response to this? Are you worried? Have there been any specific threats?
That's certainly a concern, and we're monitoring that whole situation. I mentioned that we're bringing a lot of assets to bear, and so like the FBI utilizing their analysts, we also have the Pennsylvania Criminal Intelligence Center. We will utilize the resources of our intelligence division and the Criminal Intelligence Center to be able to monitor for concerns about any threats, regardless of the side of the issue or the political spectrum. We want to make sure that we try and avoid any further violence.
So no, nothing specific so far?
No, sir.
Without identifying them by name, can you say anything about the other folks who were injured or killed? Were they adults, male, female, anything at all?
They were adults, and they're male.
All three?
Yes.
How difficult of a day is this for your department, though, or all your departments, to go talk to these family members, including the civilians who were gunned down while they just went to a rally and try and, celebrate against the upcoming election? What are those conversations like, and how do you kind of get through that?
We have trained investigators, and we're partnered hand in hand with the FBI, again, because we've got some federal violations, some state violations, and so our investigators are going out and methodically. We have a large team of investigators that are going out, dividing up these interviews and trying to conduct them as quickly as possible, and then there will be follow-ups. With the FBI asking for people to call in tips, I have no doubt that we will receive a lot of additional information that will also require follow-up. But again, we're working very well together, and it's only a short matter of time until we get through all of those interviews.
Colonel, from your experience, how close a call was it for President Trump?
There were no police hit with bullets.
From your experience, how close a call was it for President Trump?
I'm not going to speculate or comment on that.
Have any of you talked to the president? Did any of you have any kind of reaction or anything?
No.
Which law enforcement agencies were tasked with securing this particular rally outside of the United States Secret Service?
Well, Secret Service always has the lead on securing something like this, but then they work very closely. And I hate to use the word routine, but it is a fairly routine matter for all of our agencies to work jointly with the Secret Service. And it really depends on the venue, on what information is out there, what number of resources are devoted to it, and we work with them to provide whatever is requested by the Secret Service, but they're the lead in that security.
Was there anything about this venue that made it particularly difficult to secure?
I would defer to the Secret Service to answer that. They would have done the initial assessment.
Was the rooftop part of what was being secured? Was the rooftop, given its proximity to the event, part of that process?
It's my understanding that was outside of the perimeter.
Did this shooter have any previous criminal history?
We're not going to comment on anything about the
Did
shooter.
any agency deny Trump's team extra security? Any of the agencies that are up there?
Not that I'm aware of.
If Trump had been the nominee already, would he have had additional security for this event?
There again, Secret Service has the lead, and I'm not going to comment or speculate on what may or may not be provided at any given point, depending on their status as a candidate. What I will tell you is that, in my experience, the Secret Service does an excellent job of maintaining security on protectees. They're very cautious. They don't hesitate to ask for resources, and candidly, we don't hesitate to supply those resources.
Deputy Colonel, you're asking for the public's help. Can you elaborate and be more specific about what you really like to see from the public? If it's videos, photos, personal accounts?
I think the videos and photos would be very helpful, and I think that once the shooter is identified, anyone that has specific information on that shooter, that would be very helpful as well to help us assess motive. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely not taking for granted that this was a lone wolf attack, and so we would be looking for any additional information that might point us toward anybody else that may have had a hand in this.
Sir, at this point, what is the main focus of the investigation? What's the most important thing for you right now, a few hours?
Well, there's not any one single focus. I mean, certainly the immediate focus was life safety, getting the former president out of there and to care. getting care to the other victims and trying to secure the scene as quickly as possible. It shifted then from a life safety priority to then an investigative priority. And so I guess if I had to point to where we are right now, the single greatest priority would be to identifying a motive and whether there was anyone else involved.
We're just beginning the political season. Are you guys concerned with all of these rallies that happen and how they're set up? Is this going to change maybe the venues?
Again, I would refer you to the Secret Service in terms of what they work out with the campaigns. We will continue to supply resources, as I'm sure the FBI will, and local partners as well.
When this was announced, it was, there was quite a few days of a heads up that people were getting ready to come to this Trump rally. From a law enforcement perspective, when you announce a big event like this, all that time in advance of a week out, does it give people more time to plan something like this?
Well, I suppose, but there's a balance, I would think, that any of the campaigns on either side try to weigh. I mean, the point of them announcing it, I suspect, is because they want the crowd, and so it's not up to us in law enforcement to tell them when they should announce or how they should announce or how they should conduct it. We offer our best advice. Again, working hand in hand with the Secret Service, offer our best advice of how best to secure and protect that venue.
Sir, considering how many people were there, and you have packed in there, and you have somebody at an elevated position with potentially a high-powered rifle, how lucky is it that we were only talking about a couple of victims, as sad and tragic as that is?
Well, we're certainly grateful that we don't have even more victims. And again, in terms of how this could have occurred, that will be part of this after-action report and an investigation that occurs so that we can hopefully ensure that something like this doesn't happen again.
Has an autopsy been conducted yet, or is it scheduled?
It has not been conducted yet.
Do you have an estimate on how many people were at the rally?
I do not.
If somebody has some video or photo, where should they send it?
So we have the 1-800 call FBI if you have audio tips, and then we set up a specific tip line for audio and video, and that's fbi.gov/Butler.
And they should send you just like any video? Like
Anything that anyone has that is related to this incident that they think may be of assistance investigatively, we'll take anything and we'll analyze it, and we'll make the determination if it's of investigative value. Go ahead.
So from what you've been briefed on, it sounds like law enforcement only knew he was up there until shots were fired. Is that what you're hearing?
So that is the assessment at this time.
So are you surprised that a sniper was able to fire off a handful of shots at the former president? I mean,
Again, we're still working through the security apparatus that the Secret Service had in place, what potentially happened. There's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had. All that it is really days, weeks, and months
but how
of
surprised
investigation.
He was able to get off like 4 or 5 shots.
It is surprising, but again, to get all the details of that will come out later in investigation.
Going back to the perimeter of this building, I think it's going to be really difficult for people to understand that this building with a very high vantage point, some 100 meters away from where this is happening, isn't part of that perimeter. What goes into that conversation over what is in and out and why wouldn't that be?
Again, the Secret Service really needs to answer that question. They conduct the initial site survey. They do the initial security assessments and determine where the different security locations should be, and they're the ones who are in charge of securing the scene. We, along with other state and local assets, are there to support the Secret Service and their mission.
How many troopers and agents were at the rally, obviously before the shooting, and how is that number determined, and should perhaps there have been more?
So I don't have the specific numbers. I doubt you do as well.
No, I can speak just for PSP. We had physically on site there probably 30 to 40 members of PSP, but we also have additional resources in the area. We utilize aviation, for example, and a variety of other resources, dogs to sweep beforehand that really aren't counted in that. And again, the number is driven by what the request is from the Secret Service. You know, just in their defense, I mean, what I would want to say is it is incredibly difficult to have a venue open to the public and to secure that against any possible threat, against a very determined attacker. That's a huge lift to try and do it. And, you know, again, the investigation will really give us an opportunity to take a look at where any failures occurred and what can be done better in the future.
Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, do you know when another briefing might be held?
We don't have one scheduled, but I would tell you we will let you know and give you plenty of notice. Certainly, as soon as additional things develop that would be noteworthy or of interest to you, we'll get that scheduled and have another with you.
Locally, what can residents, businesses expect to happen with the investigation over the next couple of days? What's going to be going on there that people need?
Well, again, the interviews will all be occurring, and so they may see law enforcement in their communities. People came from a wide area to come to this rally, I'm told. So, you know, there's going to be law enforcement fanning out, and as additional calls, photos, videos come in, you know, those additional interviews will result in law enforcement being out in the community conducting those interviews. But otherwise, they really shouldn't see any other significant impact in the community.
Would you confirm whether it's a male or female, the homicide, the bystander who died?
It's a male.
A male?
Yes.
Now, I'm from a European outlet from Poland, and I'm already getting text messages from, you know, back home, and people are asking, how could this happen? What's going on in America? I know that is a philosophical question, but how could you talk to the people outside the United States about what happened here in Butler?
Well, again, what I would say is a tragic incident that occurred. We're not in a position to start second-guessing how or why or anything else at this point. Just know that it will be thoroughly investigated. If there is anyone to prosecute, that will be done, and we'll move forward. But I don't have a good answer for you.
We'll just take one last question.
I know that PSP said that you guys were not aware of any additional requests from the Trump team for security. What about the FBI? Was there an additional request for additional security from the Trump team, and was that denied in any way, shape, or form?
No. No, there was no additional request for security that was ever denied by the FBI.
What does the FBI do in these events? Like, what is your role?
So we showed up after the fact. We were monitoring the event, but it was once the incident occurred that we come and we take the primary jurisdiction for the investigation. Thank you. We'll, as we have additional information, we'll provide it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you have been listening to that midnight briefing now after what the FBI describes as an assassination attempt against former President Trump at his rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, the location of that news conference you just watched, 12:22 Eastern time at this point. No identification of the suspected shooter. Now, officials said they were not prepared to ID that person, that this man, as they said, had no ID on him. They're still running biometrics, dealing with DNA. There's also no information on a motive at this point either. I want to bring in our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter. There were, Tom, some allusions to some complications or some complicators, in their words, that perhaps slowed down some of the process, allusions to reports of suspicious activity as well. Help us understand where this investigation goes, with a lot of the focus now on the Secret Service, the security of the perimeter in place, with our understanding that the Secret Service was not at this briefing tonight because they weren't able to accommodate that, Tom.
That's right, Hallie. So I'm going to deal with this security, the Secret Service component, what may have happened in just a second. To the suspect specifically, a couple of different factors. First off, you have an incident like this, a shooting with a crowd, different people shot, then that would be a chaotic scene, a difficult scene, no matter what. add in the fact that this is the former president of the United States and the presumptive Republican nominee, and you can only imagine the challenges that occurred immediately following the incident that we're about to watch right here on our screen. So that's the first thing. Second thing, with respect to the suspect, yes, they do have a tentative identification. As you and I spoke before this press conference, that individual is a male, approximately 20 years old, from Pennsylvania. There's a very active law enforcement work being done right now. He did not have an identification on him. And so what they want to do for sure is to find a way to be able to match either fingerprints or some sort of DNA and have the ability to make sure with 100% certainty that this person is the person who shot at Donald Trump today and what they describe very clearly as an assassination attempt. That's a significant thing from the FBI to describe the investigation that way. We've heard no reports that they're looking for anybody else and no reports that anybody else might be involved. But of course, it's still an ongoing investigation. As far as the security is concerned, we had a map up earlier that showed where this shooting occurred. And it's to the right. Now you're looking at it here. If you were former President Trump looking out at the crowd, it was off to his right where this occurred. You can see it's approximately 140, 150 yards away. And on the left-hand side there, the location of the suspected gunman's body, that's where this individual, a male, was apparently set up and firing. That's a pretty long distance for somebody to fire with that level of accuracy towards the former president. And you can see on the right-hand side approximately where Trump was located when this gunman started firing. There is some additional video we're in the process of getting into our system and being able to show you, I believe, that is going to show the counter sniper teams. So these are teams that are set up to be able to look out at the crowd and surrounding area and perhaps fire upon anybody, which is what apparently happened here, that may pose a threat. The big question, Hallie, and this photograph doesn't show it because this is a Google Earth snapshot at a moment in time. It was not something that was taken today. There were obviously stands that were set up. There was obviously all sorts of apparatus in place as far as the security perimeter of the Secret Service. The question that people are going to have, it's going to be a very serious question, is how could somebody have line of sight from a distance of approximately 150 yards towards the former president of the United States, the presumptive Republican nominee, and how could that person be on that roof and not be spotted in advance? And as we heard from law enforcement officials at that press conference, they did say that they did get some witness reports that law enforcement had been directed towards that location, and they were trying to see if, in fact, that was true, if people actually did report that at the time. The Pennsylvania State Police would have been there to work with the United States Secret Service, but the United States Secret Service doesn't have press representation or folks on the ground. They've got another concern. They've got a candidate who's set to attend the Republican National Convention in approximately a day-ish from now, has to make a VP pick who needs to get a Secret Service detail. So it'd be a chaotic time, period. And now you're in a situation where you've got to up your protective capabilities involving the former president to a level that would put him on par with being the president of the United States. You can only imagine. And as our colleague Kelly O'Donnell pointed out in reporting back in June, in fact, they had ramped up security on Trump, given the fact that he was the presumptive nominee and a former president. And we all know the political temperature in this country and how fractured this country is politically. So when you mix that all together, the threat environment that we've been talking about for weeks and months, this was a situation that I think a lot of folks in law enforcement feared. But having noted that, it's something that the Secret Service will certainly have to answer to as to how somebody was able to get up on top of a roof that close with what appears to be line of sight. But we'll get more details once we can figure out where those stands were. And of course, once more imagery comes in, that's something the FBI is really hoping for here. I remember when the Boston Marathon bombing happened, the FBI put out a phone number, and they also set up a website for people to send stuff. They were flummoxed that the phones were not ringing. And then all of a sudden they realized they were getting inundated with videos that people had, photographs that people had. Look at all the smartphones just in that picture. There's 6, 7, 8 of them. And so it was video that came out of that really helped with their investigation. Here, they appear to know who the suspect is, Hallie, but it would really help them out from a standpoint of when did he get up on the roof, certainly identify if anybody helped him get up on the roof, but when did he get up on the roof, what was noticed and when, and what went down and when, and that'll all be part of the investigation. And obviously significant questions, and as I know, in D.C. where you are, there are serious questions being asked of Congress tonight, and it appears that perhaps the Secret Service will be in front of lawmakers to answer questions about what went on today. But it sure appears, based on some photographs and the incident that we had, is that this was a very serious assassination attempt. That's how it's being described to myself and my colleagues by those in law enforcement. Came very close today to a real tragedy on top of, obviously, the person who was there who died.
Tom Winter, thank you. And to your point, the Speaker of the House calling now for that congressional investigation. I want to quickly bring in Evie Pompouris, a former Secret Service agent. And Evie, I'm curious, with your background, with your expertise, what did you hear in that news conference, in that briefing that is notable to you? What perked your ears up?
There are a couple of different components here. So a lot of questions are being asked of the FBI of things that really the Secret Service does. And I think we will hear from the Secret Service, but traditionally they have a one-voice policy. I'm not surprised that a representative wasn't there. They maybe didn't have the manpower or the person available, but I do think they're going to want to get their information, kind of get that information together, and then have that one voice come out to talk about what happened. And when you look at protection, there are elements that go into it. So there were many things that PSP was saying, that the FBI was saying, that are correct. U.S. Secret Service is the lead agency. So meaning you have this rally, Secret Service comes in advance, they have an advance team, they go to the site, and they typically assign an agent to look around and say, what do I need? What do I need here to secure this? What kind of manpower do I need? What am I going to ask for? And that's where that pre-security planning comes in. And you decide, I'm going to ask for X amount of people, snipers, tactical teams. I'm also even the stage, the way it's designed, egress points and ingress points. In addition to how am I going to get people out? A lot of people, everyone's so focused on the president, and we have been in these hours that we've been reporting. The crowd is also a responsibility you have to take in. The president is the target. He's the threat. So wherever he goes, the threat goes. And so when he's at a rally like this, you have to also think of all those people there. And we've seen this today where we have one person who was killed, and we have, I believe it's 2 people in critical condition or 2 people that are injured. So when you put your security plan in place, you have to think of all these elements. Now, from an investigative standpoint, everybody is cautious. FBI is cautious. PSP is cautious as what information to release. They are doing their due diligence. It is a little bit interesting to me that the individual didn't have his ID on it. Normally what we see historically, people who do things like this, they want to be known. They want to be identified right away. So for whatever reason, this person didn't have their identification. The other thing that I caught is PSP was talking about how they were a little bit slow in doing the investigation, that they had certain obstacles in place. And he talked about packages or things being left behind, but he didn't elaborate when he said that. So when I hear that, I'm thinking, did the shooter perhaps place certain bags or packages around the area where he was engaging? Did that make it difficult for them to access the area as to where he was? Or are they talking about things left behind by people in the stands, or both, right? And here comes a question. As far as, I would hear a lot of the question being asked about that building, that area. Why was that area not secured? You lock down the inner perimeter, right? Wherever that strong presence is. Everything outside, you don't typically clean those areas, meaning you're not going to run typically dogs or anything like that. You may have some police presence. You may have some rovers in the area. Now, from what we know, again, it's not been confirmed, when you're looking at the assets as far as line of sight issues, it's the first thing. I've been a site agent, and this is what this is called. When you're a site agent, you go out and do this in advance. And one of the big things you look at is line of sight. You actually get up, you physically stand on that stage or where the president's going to be standing, and you pretend, I'm POTUS. What can I see? Who can see me? And you actually look around and you look for those vulnerabilities. If I am standing here and I'm the president, who can't see me? And then you focus on, how do I create an obstacle? How do I create an obstruction? I've gone even to the extent where you use concealment, even using landscape or bushes or trees, things that you can put into place to conceal the president.
Evie, thank you very much. Want to let folks know where things stand now at just after midnight here on the East Coast. Now just over 6 hours, give or take, since former President Donald Trump was shot and injured in an assassination attempt during his campaign rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service says the president is safe and that the shooter is dead. Afterwards, we've seen former President Trump already posting on his online platform that he was hit with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He said he felt it ripping through his skin. Moments ago, in that news conference we carried live here on NBC News, we heard from law enforcement officials on the status of the investigation. Watch.
This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well.
Still so many questions tonight, but I want to play out for a minute the video of what we heard and saw in the seconds after former President Trump started speaking at his rally as the shooting happened. Watch this.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Moving to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready? Down. Down. Are we good? Shooter's down. Shooter's down. Are we good to move? Shooter's down. We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
Got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay. My shoes down. Watch out.
You saw that fist pump there just before. The former president was escorted very quickly into that motorcade, rushed away from that scene and to a local medical facility, we understand, for treatment. Here is what we know right now. This alleged gunman fired a weapon from a roof outside the perimeter of the rally. So if you look at this, you can see this person was outside that Secret Service security area. This alleged shooter, apparently a male in his 20s, is dead, as is a spectator, somebody who is attending the rally. That person killed, as were two others. We understand that President Biden has spoken with Mr. Trump. We should note that President Biden, even during that very late-night news conference, returned back to the White House from where he'd been staying in Delaware. You saw him getting off of Air Force One earlier this evening. President Biden addressing the nation and condemning the violence. I want to go to Dasha Burns, who is reporting from the rally when this happened. She is there still in Butler, just outside the site, Dasha, as things have moved obviously extremely quickly tonight.
Extremely quickly, Hallie, and we are still waiting to confirm exactly the whereabouts of the former president. I do have a little bit of new reporting, though, from myself and our colleague Olympia Saunier. A campaign source pointed us to a GoFundMe page that was authorized by former President Trump, organized by Meredith O'Rourke, the campaign's finance director. The description on the page says that President Donald Trump has authorized this account as a place for donations to the supporters and families wounded or killed in today's brutal and horrific assassination attempts. All donations will be directed to these proud Americans as they grieve and recover. May God bless and unite our nation. So that FundMe page authorized by the former president. Of course, we do know that one person at the rally was killed. Earlier today, Hallie, as I was in this parking lot talking to witnesses, sharing, exchanging our own stories, I met a gentleman who was right next to that man who was killed at the rally. He told me about that experience. Take a listen to this interview we did earlier. That is where I ran into a man named Joseph, and I want to introduce him to you now. And as we just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed. Fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, he hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly as far as I could tell. And at that point, state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind.
And how, as reporters, so many of us have unfortunately covered shootings in the past, but typically we are running to the scene in the aftermath, talking to people in the aftermath. Rarely, certainly never for me, are we present in that moment. And I'll tell you, our team was there. We heard those popping sounds that we initially, like so many others we talked to today, thought might have been fireworks. We took cover. We experienced with that crowd going from, this is a typical rally, the former president is just starting to speak, we're preparing to see what kind of news he might make, to suddenly having to take cover, confusion, chaos, not quite understanding what's going on, to then hearing the cheers from the crowd as the former president, in that now iconic image, raised his fist up into the air. We got back up in front of a camera, started to report, and then everyone was evacuated by security at the rally and looked to one another to try to come to terms with and reckon with what just transpired, as now we are getting more of the details of what exactly we witnessed, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, thank you very much. I want to go now to Garrett Hake, because Garrett, in just the last couple of seconds, we have heard now in an online post from one of the close aides who frequently travels with former President Trump, posting a video that appears to be perhaps from tonight, we believe. She says, strong and resilient, he will never stop fighting for America. And if it is the case that this is from tonight, it would be the first glimpse of the former president since the moments that we've been showing repeatedly here on this NBC News special report, that attempted assassination, as the FBI describes it, in Butler, Pennsylvania.
That's right, Hallie. I'm looking at the video now. We'll hope to have it on your screen shortly from Margot Martin, who's a deputy communications director for the Trump campaign and someone who is almost always on the road with former President Trump when he travels for the campaign. It shows the former president surrounded by what appear to be Secret Service agents. They're not campaign aides that I recognize. Coming down the steps of his plane late tonight, it appears. He had been scheduled to travel back to New Jersey, to Bedminster, his golf club there, and spend the night and the day there, at least some of the day there tomorrow before heading to Milwaukee for the RNC. The campaign is not confirming exactly where he is or where he's staying tonight, or indeed where this video was shot. But again, just from having covered the campaign for as long as I have, Margot Martin, along with Dan Scavino, a name who many of our viewers might be familiar with, are two of these Trump aides who are almost always with the former president, almost always with their cell phones out, taking pictures and shooting video that often ends up on his social media feeds or their own. But we do see the former president tonight sort of slowly making his way down the air stairs off the back of his plane that we knew he did take with him tonight, as we see it now on our screen. The plane he did take with him tonight to Pittsburgh, and that we expected him to take back tonight at some point before all of this happened to New Jersey. But the first footage of Donald Trump anywhere after we saw him rushed into that motorcade in Butler, Pennsylvania, about 6 hours ago now.
All of those appropriate caveats noted, and I am told, in fact, Garrett, just moments ago, that in fact that was taken tonight, just recently. Garrett Hake, thank you very much. Again, the first look of the former president walking off the plane, as Garrett notes, under his own power there, giving a wave to the folks who have gathered nearby. I want to go to Kelly O'Donnell now, our senior White House correspondent, because we've also seen, Kelly, President Biden deplane as he has made his way back to Washington tonight. And as we have some of these questions now about the investigation moving forward, worth noting that the president is set to be briefed tomorrow by his top aides. He's obviously already heard from them tonight about what has happened.
And in just the last couple of minutes, the president's motorcade has returned back here to the White House. So he is now back at the official residence, having traveled from his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware home in the last hour or so, and then traveling by motorcade from Joint Base Andrews to the White House. So the president is now back here, choosing to come back to Washington after these events involving the former president. He spoke with him by phone. They made that personal connection earlier tonight. And aides have not described what the nature of the contact was, but the president himself had earlier said that he wanted to reach former President Trump and connect with him directly. They have done that now. The president has been briefed by a number of officials through the evening, and by being back at the White House tomorrow, he can do those in person if that's the way it unfolds, but he can certainly have additional updates from, for example, the FBI director, the Secret Service director, and so forth, some of whom would be in Washington, others elsewhere, and they do the video conferences. So what a long and difficult day it has been. And now we see with this new video posted by Margot Martin, the former president is moving under his own power, heading to wherever he will spend the night, and the current president is now back and in the White House. Hallie?
Kelly, thank you very much. I want to go back to Evie Poumpouras, that former Secret Service agent who is joining us now, who's been with us through this coverage. And Evie, there is obviously a critical couple of days to come, several months to come, clearly, after this historic night in American politics. It is reverberating around the world. We know that the Republican National Convention is set to kick off in less than 48 hours on Monday in Milwaukee. The question, of course, becoming what changes on the security posture there? What would you expect based on your experience with the agency moving forward?
I expect security to go up everywhere, not just for the RNC, but for all protectees. Here's the concern now: copycats. When something like this happens, first of all, this rarely happens. The last time we saw an assassination attempt like this was Ronald Reagan. That was decades ago. So now here we are where this has happened. The issue and concern with copycats is when someone sees this and they see that it can be done, other bad actors or people who are thinking about something like this will say, oh, if this person can do it, perhaps I can. So now there's that concern. How many other people are going to try to do something like this? So you're going to have a lot more security at the RNC. And look, at the RNC, it's not just the president. You have so many other individuals there who have their own protection. It might not be Secret Service protection, but it can be representatives, other officials. So you've got a lot of people in that area. Now, the one thing I will say with the RNC is it is a closed, confined space. Whenever you do advances or whenever you do open rallies, and I've done them, they are extremely stressful because you're out in the open. There's only so much you can control. And as much manpower as you request, there are variables outside of your hand. Now, at the RNC or anytime you do a closed, confined area, it's closed, you set up your magnetometers, you set up your perimeter, and now you know everybody who's coming in is clean. You don't have that open air exposure, those line of sight issues, but you're definitely going to see a ramp up in security. Secret Service also had their hands full now. Not only is this a campaign year, which is already super stressful, super busy, everybody is tapped out, everybody is working around the clock. You're going to have new protectees coming in at the RNC. President Trump is expected to announce who his vice president's going to be, so that team's going to come in to start to do protection there. In addition to that, you have your other protectees. So this is going to be an ongoing thing. It's going to be an intense few months on top of the investigation, on top of the Secret Service looking at what happened here. Did we have, and again, I don't want to speak because we don't know what's going on, but again, how did this happen? What assets were requested by the agent on the ground? Were the correct assets requested? Did that agent get all the assets requested? If not, why? And then on goes the trail. So they really got so many things going on. So you're definitely going to see everything super amped up. And look, don't forget, it's not just the Secret Service. As we saw from the press conference before, PSP plays a role. Secret Service, you have to think of them like they're the conductor of an orchestra. They're the ones taking the lead. But you have local police departments stepping in. You have state police stepping in. So at the RNC taking place at Milwaukee, you're going to have all those local entities coming in because for them, they also don't want anything to happen. It's kind of like not on my watch.
Evie, thank you so much. I want to bring in now our NBC News law enforcement analyst, Carmen Best. She has been watching the coverage. And Carmen, I'm wondering where this goes in your view next. Obviously, you've heard Evie lay out the steps that the investigators will have to take moving forward, as there are a series of activities set to come on the horizon that the former president will be a part of.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that have to be considered here. Certainly, with this assassination attempt on former President Trump, any future events, whether they involve him or any political parties, will have to be looked at. There's always, as was mentioned earlier, the potential for copycats. There's also the potential for retaliation in some ways, depending upon how people perceive what the motive was. We don't know that yet, but what the motive was for our suspect who did the shooting tonight. So there are a lot of considerations. There will be a lot of ramped up effects for all of the future events, leading up to and probably even past our next election here.
Carmen, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a second. I want to go to our NBC News investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, who's been following this, who's been tracking this, who's been working his sources as this moves forward. And Tom, from the perspective of the investigation into the suspected shooter here, we know this person is dead. We know this person is in roughly his 20s, around 20 years old, from Pennsylvania. There is obviously a full court press now, presumably on this person's family members, on people who knew him, trying to understand what the motive may be. Investigators at that news conference we just watched wouldn't touch that. They didn't want to go near that because they said they just didn't have enough information yet to share.
That's right, Hallie. And as a matter of fact, if the name that we have, we did send one of our colleagues, Shaq Brewster, to that location. There's a significant law enforcement presence outside the address that is believed to belong to this individual. As you said, age approximately 20, from Pennsylvania, and if in fact this is the person, not a particularly long drive from where this occurred here today. This is the FBI is calling it an assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. So that's what we know tonight. One of the things that happened here, we were told, and now the FBI has said on the record, that this individual did not have an ID on them. And so they're trying to use biometrics, think fingerprints, think potentially DNA, think certainly facial ID recognition to make sure that they have the right person, and also any sort of search warrant on a residence could help confirm that as well. I am poring over this individual's background and their history. I know law enforcement agencies up and down the East Coast are doing the exact same thing. Nothing initially sticks out. If this is in fact the shooter, there's no particular post, no manifesto that's been placed out there. Nothing we are seeing right now points to whatever it was that drove this individual to get on top of that roof today, approximately 150 yards from the presumptive Republican nominee, and start firing. And so obviously that's the reason why the FBI says we don't know exactly what the motive is, because that's all information that they're going to try and gather. So that's where the investigation stands right now. There's going to be a separate inquiry here, which is an inquiry into how this happened today from a security perspective. And we've been showing a map of where this individual was based on social news video we've been able to gather and photos that people took and posted and that we've reviewed. And as you can see, approximately 150 yards, roughly, between the roof of a company on the left and the stage on the right where the former president was. Now, as you and I mentioned earlier, this is a Google Earth shot. It's a moment in time, so you're not seeing the whole apparatus of the security that would have been there and the stands and the press risers where we set up our cameras. So this would have looked different. The question is, did this individual have a clear line of sight from that rooftop to the stage where the former president was? And if so, how were they unnoticed? And should that area have had a more different or more robust law enforcement presence? Obviously, serious questions will be asked. There's pressure already in D.C., and there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Secret Service to put that out there. And then, as it's been alluded to by the former U.S. Secret Service agent who you've been speaking with, as well as our law enforcement analyst, Carmen Best, this changes everything. We knew we were looking at serious threats over the last several months, that we were going to be looking at several threats, serious threats, obviously through the election. We know what the political rhetoric and temperature is in this country, and now you've had an attempted assassination of the Republican nominee, or the presumptive one, and a former president of the United States. This will be as serious as it gets from a security perspective going forward for all these politicians. And that's going to be a significant concern and a significant drain on law enforcement. Police departments are down in staffing. They help out the U.S. Secret Service. The U.S. Secret Service has is not an infinite manpower organization, so they rely on law enforcement to help them. The drain on law enforcement as these two candidates traverse the country trying to make their case to be elected is going to be enormous. And then I think there's going to have to probably be a serious look at other elected officials across the country and what type of protection needs to be thought about there. It is a dark night, whatever you may think about the former president. It is a dark night for the country, period, and law enforcement has serious concerns this evening.
Tom Winter, thank you. Garrett Haake is with us as well. And Garrett, as I listened to Tom talk, he talks about obviously other elected officials, other politicians. And right now, tonight, there is a moment politically of near unity here with widespread condemnation of political violence on both sides of the aisle, as we are seeing a lot of reaction from here in Washington, but also around the world, from Israel to Ukraine and beyond. Garrett.
That's right. We've certainly seen that condemnation of political violence, but with it has come a fair share of finger pointing. A Republican